Nick walking toward him. The man looked tired. He had bags under his eyes, and his shoulders were slumped in weariness. At this point, Nero's smile was starting to hurt his face.
Nero replied, "Hey, Nick, looking good. And don't worry about me. I'm doing great. Let's go get our chow." With a pep in his step, Nero trotted off toward the mess hall. While everyone else was pushing through the pain of a difficult morning training, Nero's mood was only improving.
Even the food looks great, he thought.
As he joined the recruits at the table, everyone was eating in silence.
Nero was shoveling some kind of thick oatmeal with meat chunks into his mouth, while looking around to see how everyone was doing. Rather than using a glass, Nero just grabbed a pitcher of water and used it like a giant mug. Occasionally, people looked up from their meal, but in general, everyone was focused on breakfast. The silence was starting to annoy Nero. It took 3 trips to the counter for Nero to finally feel full. Finally satisfied, he was about to start forcing some conversations when they all heard a trainer shout from the door, "2-minute warning, recruits! Get your dishes bussed and get your asses back on the field."
Sighing, Nero went to drop off his pile of dishes.
Surprisingly, Nero was stopped short by a familiar-looking young woman with light brown hair. Although Nero couldn't remember where, he was sure he had seen her before. Her intense blue eyes held him in place as she stood in his path with her arms crossed. As she was over a foot taller than Nero, she had no trouble blocking his path. Although her stare was intense, her tone was confused as she asked, "Why haven't you cleaned yourself up?" Everyone in the area seemed to pause what they were doing and look at Nero and the mystery woman. As Nero noticed this, he didn't want to look like he was intimidated. With that in mind, he responded with his typical snark. "We're just going to be getting dirty again, what's the point? If my manly musk is too much for you, don't feel bad. I've been known to have that effect on people. But for you, I'll try to keep it in check," he said in an apologetic tone. Nero's hands were full, so he just cast his cleaning spell by stamping it with his field. The gasps from the surrounding recruits were music to Nero's ears. With a grin, Nero held her stare with one of his own, then deftly stepped around her to drop off his dishes. Moments later, he was quick-stepping out the door back onto the field. While he stepped back into formation, Nero examined his clothes and hair. The spell he had used was the one Vera had shown him for his clothes. He had just targeted all of himself. Apparently, it worked just as well for a full body. He felt scrubbed clean, but it felt weird. It didn't feel like he had washed. The spell seemed to have just removed all the dirtiness and left him feeling clean, but not refreshed. All in all, Nero found the feeling rather unsatisfying. His musings were interrupted by Captain Angelton shouting, "All right, elites, time for combat training. We're doing 2 hours of hand-to-hand before we move on to weapons. You'll be broken into 5 groups of 4. Listen for your name and join your group's trainer at their circle." Nero watched as people's names were called out, and they filtered to their large fighting circles. Nero heard his name and went to join his group. Unsurprisingly, he saw that Nick and Ms. Averitt were in his group. However, he was surprised to see the girl he had a mini altercation with as their 4th member. Nero didn't know if this was by chance or design, but he figured he'd treat it as an enemy action regardless. While trying to watch the girl with his psychic field, Nero studied their combat trainer. The man was a little under 6 feet and looked like a typical soldier. Close-cropped hair, strong chin, and he even stood like he was always at attention. His blue shirt identified him as a trainer, although the clipboard helped. "My name is Sergeant Wesker, and I'll be supervising your unarmed combat training. No magic, no weapons. When all else fails, you will face your enemies with your bare hands, and I'll show you how. For the next 10 days, we'll meet after breakfast. I'll have you for 2 hours every day, unless you require more training. Then I'll have you until I'm satisfied," he said, while staring them down. Looking at his clipboard, he continued, I have files on all of you, but I don't know what you can do, so we'll just have to see what we'll see. Be sure to call for a medic if you're injured. I don't want your training affected by you thinking about training your recovery. There will be plenty of time for that later. As he spoke, he gestured to some trainers wearing green, interspersed among the training circles. Walking a little off to the side, he said, All right, we'll start with Verena and Averit. Head to the center and start when ready. Fight until knockout. Common rules are in effect. Start when you're ready. Nero joined Sergeant Wesker and the young woman off to the side of the ring. Although Nero was nervous for Nick, he was just glad that Miss Averit wasn't going to be his opponent. Glancing over at the girl, Nero realized that it wouldn't have mattered. This girl was going to kick his ass. As they watched Nick and Kathleen take their places in the center of the ring, Nero asked, What are the common rules? Sergeant Wesker tilted his head at Nero in confusion. Nero thought he was either surprised that Nero would talk to him or surprised at the question. Common rules for a fight means that no instant killing moves are allowed. Obviously, no magic or weapons. Breaking bones is fine, but avoid breaking anyone's neck. Accidents happen, but deliberate attempts to win with a kill results in a loss, he said. Nero returned to the look of confusion and said, Isn't that a little much for a training match? Seeing the look of disdain on Wesker's face made Nero rethink what the man said. How could such practical people waste soldiers with training like that? Seeing a green shirt out of the corner of his eye gave Nero the answer. He snapped his fingers and said, Magic! Wait, is permanent injury a thing? Or how about resurrection magic? How long do you have before a body is unable to be resuscitated? Before Nero could get his questions answered, he saw movement in the center of the ring. Looking over, Nero saw exactly what he was expecting to see. Nick getting his ass kicked. Ms. Averit shot across the ring like a bullet. She led with a front kick that Nick sidestepped. Nero was impressed, but only for about half a second. Instead of dropping her foot, she jumped off her back foot with surprising strength. Corkscrewing, she whipped the leg she just kicked with around her body. As Nick had planted his feet, he chose to meet the kick head-on with his forearms. To Nero's shock, Nick's block succeeded. Unfortunately, that didn't seem to faze Ms. Averit. She just dropped to the ground, landing lightly on her feet. Her landing allowed her to have a clear shot at Nick's ribs. Her left hand performed a textbook hook into Nick's side, and Nero watched him fold. As his right arm dropped in pain, Ms. Averit's follow-up right took him square in the nose. Instead of continuing, she just stood up straight and started walking away. Nero could see her grin, as behind her, Nick was frozen like a statue. Like a tree falling, he just tipped over. She had knocked him out cold while he was still standing. Feeling a chill down his spine, Nero tried to imagine anything he could have done to avoid Nick's fate. Without having come up with an answer, Nero heard Sergeant Wesker. "Medic! Ring 2!" shouted the sergeant. He didn't seem worried, and just started writing some notes on his clipboard. Nero watched as Ms. Averit walked over to them and stood next to Nero with a grin on her face. Following her eye line, Nero saw that she was watching the medic run over to Nick's prone body. It was a little far away, but Nero tried to watch the medic healing Nick with his psychic senses. Nero recognized a complicated diagnostic spell form. Although he couldn't cast it, he had seen the diagram in one of the books Jennings gave him. Yet he could cast the healing spell that the medic used. It was a basic influx spell. It channeled restorative essence into a living person. From what Nero read, it was like a healing accelerator. It wouldn't restore things into place, like broken bones or messed up organs, but if a person had everything in the right place, it worked like a charm. In fact, it was the only healing spell form that Nero could cast. As the entire fight only lasted a few seconds, the healing seemed to take a while. Soon enough, Nick was back on his feet and walking over to the group. Ms. Averitt still hadn't said anything, and Sergeant Wesker hadn't stopped writing. Nero watched Nick cast a quick spell to clean the blood off his face. "Really, Kathleen? You couldn't at least let me throw a few punches? This was supposed to be a demonstration of our skills," said Nick as he approached. Ms. Averitt just smirked and replied, "That was an accurate demonstration of your skill level. I'd require someone who actually knew how to fight in order to show the sergeant what I'm capable of." Nero was about to shout "Burn," but was interrupted by Sergeant Wesker. "Walker and Vikander, you're up. Show me what you got," he said while still writing on his clipboard. Nero gulped as he saw his opponent jog into the center of the ring. Following suit, Nero took his place and looked across the few feet separating him from an ass-whooping. Maybe it was the distance, or the light, or any number of things, but as Nero looked across the ring, he remembered where he had seen the woman. She had been standing with the assassins. Obviously, she was wearing different clothes back then, but Nero was sure it was her. He watched as she raised her fists, preparing for combat. Nero's heart started beating a mile a minute. "Not good. This is definitely not good," he thought. Chapter 66. That doesn't look so hard. Rose was well aware how big an opportunity this was. Being an elite meant a big paycheck, free gear, top-notch training facilities, and intelligence straight from the Mage Tower. In short, she'd be part of a government-sponsored hunter squad. While the perks were nice, it was the growth she was really after. Elites had everything taken care of by the army. Their only concern was their progress. While thinking about the future, Rose was doing the morning workout. She'd had training before, but nothing like this. While the trainers were impressive, it was the recruits that had her nervous. She'd never seen people so talented. Panting, she bent over, with her hands on her knees. Having just completed her wind sprints, she was waiting for her turn on the peg ladder. Her fellow recruits looked tired, but she felt like she was barely keeping up. Every time she thought they were done, a new exercise was chosen. Lightheaded, Rose was starting to feel like everything was blurring together. Looking over to the right, she saw the reason she was here. The kid was so sweaty, he looked like someone had poured a bucket of water over his head. She couldn't believe he was smiling. He was slow, weak, and generally pathetic. But she had to admit she was still intimidated. Just looking at him, smiling while his entire body was failing him, it was like seeing someone smiling during a torture session. In fact, she was pretty sure she had seen him coughing up blood at one point. "Yep, it's still staining his chin. Gross," she thought. Shaking her head, she forced herself to stand back up and continue. Taking her turn, she felt her muscles burn while she stretched to reach each peg into the board. On her left, her fellow recruit was putting her to shame. Rose tried to ignore how weak she was, but she felt the trainer's eyes watching her. There was no shouting, just silent judgment. It was very effective. Grunting with effort, she increased her pace. Soon enough, she was back on the ground. Leaning her head back, she panted while looking at the sky. For the 100th time, she wondered if this was the last task before breakfast. Hearing some shouting, she looked over to see her target yelling something to his group's trainer. She watched him stand on shaky legs and take off at a run, that insane smile still on his face. If she wasn't sure General Branson would hear about it from someone else, she might have left it out of her report. Who would believe it? Eventually, they were sent to breakfast. While everyone else cleaned up and trudged toward breakfast in silence, too tired to speak, that freak of nature was bouncing around like he wanted more. He didn't even bother to clean up after his training. She watched him eat like an animal, while blood was still drying all over his mouth. No one seemed to want to talk with him about it. Even his minders were too tired to ask him about it. But she had to know. Asking him why he didn't clean himself up, she was surprised at his response. "We're just going to be getting dirty again. What's the point? If my manly musk is too much for you, don't feel bad. I've been known to have that effect on people. But for you, I'll try to keep it in check," he said, while sounding like he was taking pity on her. She watched him walk off, suppressing a shiver at his tone. It's like the brutal training didn't bother him at all. How did he ignore what he was doing to himself? That's not normal. When she was assigned to his group, she wasn't surprised. The general would have given orders to keep her close to the target. Nonetheless, Rose wasn't happy about it. When she found out that she would have to fight him, she was terrified. She listened as he asked what he was allowed to do to her, while she was standing right there. The kid was a monster. The fact that his bodyguard was just as brutal as Rose thought she would be was just icing on the intimidation cake. Finally, it was time to face the music. She stood across from him and saw his crooked grin. He was just staring at her, like he was thinking about how to dissect her. As she put her hands up, mentally she prepared for the fight of her young life. Just then, she saw recognition in his eyes. It's like he remembered her from somewhere. She watched as his grin vanished, then transitioned into a smirk. His eyes hardened, and she knew she was in trouble. Oh shit! Does he remember me from when I was standing next to Ulrich? Does he think I'm associated with the assassins? Not good. This is definitely not good, she thought, as she involuntarily gulped in fear. Nero was expecting an ass-whooping, and he was all right with that. But if there was another plot to kill him, he was not going to die quietly. He'd been in some fights in high school and college. Nothing serious, but he used to watch the UFC, and just because he couldn't use magic didn't mean that he was without options. He still had his mana armor running, and according to what he had read, it wouldn't be totally useless. After taking Ms. Averett's warning about essence blades seriously, he had done some research. Essence shields were concentrated fields of essence that resisted changes subconsciously. They had no problem stopping magic, and essence in general. However, they were usually ignored by hand-to-hand, or anything with an independent will. As long as Nero could maintain his hold, it would still blunt the damage, but that was considered an advanced technique. Nero hardened his resolve and slammed his fist into his palm. Psyching himself up, Nero started hopping to get the blood moving. Eyes hard, his voice was cold as he said, "So who wants me dead this time? Is it the city lord or another noble prick I haven't heard of?" Nero watched her eyes widen. Seeing her try to think up a response, he charged. If popular media had taught him anything, it was to never waste a distraction. As he wasn't very fast, she had plenty of time to set her feet and firm her guard. Nero started throwing punches like he was attacking a hanging bag. Since he was more than a foot shorter than her, he bulldozed through her guard to get close. She kept backing up to try and get some distance, but Nero wouldn't let up. Although he didn't seem to be hurting her, as most of his punches were hitting her elbows or just missing, he didn't let up. Rose seemed to realize that Nero wasn't hitting that hard, and her stance firmed up. Taking a body blow, she used the opportunity of Nero's overextension to throw a tight elbow at his temple. She hit cleanly, but it didn't seem to do any damage. Nero felt the hit, but he managed to keep hold of his mage armor. It felt like a ripple spreading from his temple, making his shield falter. Gritting his teeth, he realized that he just wasn't strong enough to really hurt her. It was time to switch strategies. While Rose had stopped backing up and was preparing to follow up her elbow with a combo, Nero dropped into a deep crouch and shoved his shoulder into her knee. Instead of doing a single leg takedown, he tried to hit it from the side and whip her into the ground. Even though the maneuver could be considered a success, he managed to face-plant into the ground.
Rose felt her left leg get pulled up, and then she flailed as the ground rushed up to meet her. The back of her head hit the dirt as she had her wind knocked out. Her chest spasmed as she coughed. With her hands splayed out to her sides, she tried to sit up, but her head was dizzy. She felt Nero climbing up her legs and getting on top of her. In a panic, she tried to push him off.
Nero's nose was bleeding, but he was too hyped up to feel it. Eyes watering, he crawled over his opponent, trying to get on top of her. He felt her push her hands onto his chest, and he realized how much stronger she was than him. Nero felt like a little kid trying to wrestle an adult, which he supposed was an accurate description of what was happening. Rather than fight her head-on, he did what every mixed martial artist on TV usually did. He grabbed her right arm and tried to get her in an arm bar. It didn't work as well as he thought it would. Although he did manage to trap her arm, he fell off to her side. Instead of bending her elbow, he just managed to wedge her arm under his left shoulder. Nero's left leg was on her chest, and his right was just above her face. She was squirming, and he didn't know how long he could hold on. She was just too tall.
Without a lot of options, Nero tightened his grip on her arm and started kicking her in the head. As he wasn't used to fighting, he didn't realize he should stop when she stopped moving. His heart was pounding, and he thought he was fighting an assassin. It took a few seconds for the shouts of, "All right, that's enough! She's out! You can stop! Medic!" from the onlookers to register. Nero felt himself being pulled out of the fight by his shoulders. He was swiftly yanked to his feet by a smiling Ms. Averitt. His eyes were wide, and his breath was coming fast, as he was almost hyperventilating. Nero managed to mutter, "Did I win?" The scariest thing Nero had ever heard was the sound of Ms. Averitt laughing. She just patted Nero on the back and turned her back on him to aid in his opponent's recovery. Nero just stood there, numbly, trying to catch his breath. His nose was busted, and the blood was dripping off his chin. Snot bubbles forced him to wipe his mouth with his sleeve. Nero looked down to see his arm covered in bright red blood. Did she have a knife? Shit, I'm bleeding out, he thought. Immediately, Nero cast the one healing spell he knew. In his panic, he made the spell form stronger than necessary. Regenerative essence flooded his body, and Nero felt like he was mainlining adrenaline. Part of his psyche was hurled through his body, witnessing each of the little muscle tears heal. All of his muscles felt renewed, and his aches and pains were gone. He wasn't even out of breath anymore. Stunned at the changes, he muttered, "Holy shit." Forcing himself to calm down, he cast a quick cleaning spell. Nero watched as the blood on his shirt seemed to evaporate, along with the dirt and grime. In seconds, his shirt was as good as new, along with everything else. Looking up, Nero saw his opponent being helped to her feet. She had Sergeant Wesker, Nick, Ms. Averitt, and a green shirt all fussing over her. Nero figured this would be a good time to address the elephant in the room. "You all know that she was here to kill me, right?" he asked with some venom. Shocked faces snapped toward Nero. Ms. Averitt was the first to recover, and a knife appeared in her hand like it had always been there. Faster than Nero thought possible, Ms. Averitt was behind the assassin with a knife to her throat and holding her still. In a cold voice, Ms. Averitt said, "No sudden moves. Explain." Both the medic and Nick stood there looking like lumps, while the sergeant stepped back in order to make room in case he had to act. The assassin was frozen in panic. Her eyes were wide in terror and started stuttering. "I'm not an assassin. I was with them. But I'm not anymore. I'm not here to kill him, I swear," she pleaded. Nero walked up to the group and crossed his arms. "She was with the group of assassins that tried to kill me with that challenge thing. It's an awfully big coincidence that she's here now, and was assigned to fight me before I was taught how to defend myself.
As the good Sergeant Wesker said, training accidents happen.
Sergeant Wester bristled at that, but before he could say anything, the not-assassin spoke up.
General Branson was there and assigned me here to spy on you. Look, it was a good opportunity to join the elites, but I'm not going to cross you. You're fucking crazy. I'll take my chances out in the wilds before I accept a contract on you. I'm a hunter, damn it. I always wanted to be a hunter. I'm not cut out for this political crap. Let me go and you'll never see me again. I swear.
Sergeant Wesker looked like he was just told that Santa didn't exist. No one had told him the specifics of her assignment, and now he felt lost. He had just been told that she should be kept close to Walker. His training kicked in, and he shouted, "Captain, you're needed at Ring 2. Ms. Averitt hadn't released her grip in the slightest. She seemed content to just sit there and watch the show. Nick was rubbing his chin in thought, while the medic was just standing there looking confused. Nero didn't wait for the captain, and walked up in front of the not-assassin. Looking her in the eyes, he asked, "What specifically were your orders? Tell me everything." Gulpin, she stood very still as the knife rested against her neck. She said, "General Branson said that he might have a job for me after I told him and that other lord that I didn't want anything to do with your assassination. When I met you, I realized you would win and would probably want payback. I just wanted to make it clear that I didn't want to be involved. He said he could use someone who sees what others ignore. He put me in this training program and asked me to report on your progress. That's it. I just wanted to be a hunter." By the time she had finished, she was nearly crying. Nero looked into her blue eyes, and he could feel that she was being honest. Her psychic field was radiating tiredness and frustration. She didn't want to deal with any of this. Nero felt for her. She just wanted to be a hunter. Nobles and powerful people got involved, and she was dragged into something she didn't care about. "What's going on?" Captain Angelton said in his harsh voice. He walked up to the group and assessed the situation. Sergeant Wesker spoke first. "Sir, it seems Lord Walker has discovered a spy sent by General Branson. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you, sir? Because tainting a training field with politics could be considered treason." His voice was filled with accusation and disappointment. As Captain Angelton's face paled, Nero could see that he was thinking through how he should respond. Nero decided to step in. "Ms. Averitt, let her go. We are all going to have a nice discussion along with some coffee." "Right now," Nero said in a tone that brooked no argument. Turning on his heel, Nero stomped off toward the command building. He was going to get to the bottom of this, and woe be to anyone who stood in his way. Chapter 67. How to Frame an Argument. Jennings was sipping a whiskey as he watched the Mage Council arguing through a scry portal. The hovering window into the council chamber was 3 feet by 5 feet and offered a great view of them screaming at each other. Glancing over at another portal, he watched the drama unfold on the training grounds with Nero. Debating whether or not to get involved, his thoughts were interrupted by Archmage Mathers. "Well, what do you think? Soul permeation or essence dissociation? Are you even listening, Jennings?" he asked in a loud and annoyed tone. Turning his head back to the council, he saw them all waiting for his verdict. Why was he always the tiebreaker? "I have no idea," he said with some joy in his voice. "It could be anything. Keep in mind that his soul is huge. It's not like we've seen this before. The closest thing we can compare it to is possession. We know that over time, the soul can influence the body, particularly in regards to a body's adaptability. Soul permeation would only account for his channeling of the previous fighter's skills from the grounds. It wouldn't explain his stamina. And as for essence dissociation, I can't see how his center would be rebuilding his body. When it comes down to it, he's not even level 10, he said while grinning like a loon.
Heads around the table were nodding. Mathers was standing near the scry portal, looking like he had just sucked on a lemon. Jennings continued. Did anyone think about the stat imbalances? One mage at the table shot to his feet. Yes, that's what I was trying to say. Think about the work done by Mooring out in Candlebrook. Remember all those tests he did about speed optimization? If there was an imbalance between the speed and recovery attributes, subjects would have serious issues with their stamina. Why wouldn't that apply to power? The boy's just not strong enough to overcome his recovery attribute, he said, as though he was being vindicated. The mage sitting next to him pointed a finger and scowled, saying, That doesn't answer the question. If that kind of imbalance was in play, then how did it happen? What caused the imbalance? That's the issue at hand. Until we answer that question, everything else is just talk. The mage finished his spiteful rant and crossed his arms angrily. Jennings piped in. That's why I think the studies on possession are applicable in this situation. Remember Reinhardt's findings concerning stat changes over time during his observation of the Lich's victims? Those subjects were all victims of forced possessions, while Nero simply found an empty body. It stands to reason that his soul would affect the body to a greater effect while not having an opposing identity to overcome. Mathers chimed in. That's a good point. It isn't inconceivable that his soul is incredibly adaptable. That would affect his body's recovery and adaptability attribute. Voices all started to try and talk over each other as they argued their views on the subject. Jennings watched an aide walk up to the table and speak. Sirs, I apologize for interrupting. Archmage Cuthbert is needed for her meeting with the Tenebris Corporation. Archmage Cuthbert stood up, muttering to herself in anger, then turned to the table and shouted, I want to watch the rest of this later, so don't spoil it for me. I don't want to hear what happens. You all hear me? Following the aide out of the council room, her fellow mages looked on in pity. As the arguing slowly resumed, one of the mages pointed at the giant scry on the wall and shouted, Everyone shut up! They found a conference room. 100 lordly Valens says that Nero gets her exiled from Dorchester. The room erupted in another argument, as Jennings just smiled at their antics. Mentally putting them on mute, he turned to his other scrying window and watched in curiosity. Nero was standing at the head of the table, pouring himself a coffee. Nick was on his right, while Ms. Averitt had taken the seat to his left. Looking at Captain Angelton and Sergeant Wesker, Nero could see their nervousness and shame. The girl Nero had learned was named Rose was just sitting with her head down, awaiting the verdict. Okay, Captain, you start. I want to hear what you have to say for yourself, Nero said as he took his seat. His tiny frame looked comical in the giant chair at the head of the table, the serious look on his childish face only adding to the ridiculousness of the situation. Taking a deep breath, Captain Angelton said, I've been told that I have no comment until General Branson arrives. Nero's eyebrows rose as he realized this must be more serious than he thought. Was there some law they violated which he didn't know about? Could he use this somehow? Nero looked over at Nick and saw only confusion on his face. Apparently, Nick wasn't going to be any help. Luckily, Ms. Averitt chimed in. Messing with the Army's training programs is considered treason. You could argue that what the general did was a gross violation of the military code of conduct. Had he just asked someone to report on you, that wouldn't qualify. But he inserted someone into an elite training program alongside you. Rose's eyes were wide with panic as she practically shouted, I didn't know any of that. He just asked me if I wanted to be trained to be an elite. What the hell did I get myself into this time? She looked exhausted, and Nero felt the need to step in. Looking across the table, he said, Rose, may I call you Rose? Don't worry, this isn't on you. This is the military's fuck-up. I'm not going to let them hang you with it. I believe everything you said. Just sit tight and let me handle it. Captain Angelton looked offended and said, Oh, you'll handle it? I don't think you're in a... Nero interrupted him with a voice filled with venom.
Yes, I'll handle it. I knew that some nobles would be paying to get their spies in with the recruits, maybe even some assassins. But you're the military. You're supposed to serve the people. Now you got caught with your hand in the political cookie jar. And guess what? While we were walking, I've already passed along the particulars of this incident to my proxy. She's more than capable of contacting a few news agencies and people with some social clout. What do you think will happen to your career when General Branson is brought in front of the populators for the charge of interfering with a training program meant to spearhead the coming insanity? Nero finished with a scowl on his face, while practically spitting his words at a cowed Captain Angelton.
Nick looked like you wanted to be anywhere other than where he was. Ms. Averitt was smiling so widely that she looked like she had won the lottery. A stern-faced Sergeant Wesker just nodded in agreement. Nero gave the captain a nod, recognizing the captain's surrender. Now we're going to sit here and wait for the general to arrive. In the meantime, I want you to authorize my access to the hub on site. While it doesn't seem to have an issue connecting me to the city, I can't look up anything. I want to review the pertinent laws. Captain Angelton looked at Nero with some trepidation. Their staring contest ended when his shoulders slumped and he looked down in defeat. Moments later, Nero felt the link in his pocket offer a connection to the military's hub. The group sat in silence as they waited for the general to arrive. Nero spent his time sipping coffee and going over the training regulations. He was also in contact with Vera, who was pointing him toward the sections he had to look up. She was running a tandem investigation with a friend of hers who had some experience with the military's code of conduct. Despite all their efforts, it turned out that the general hadn't technically broken any rules. It was a gray area. Vera proposed that Nero just ask for the spy in question, Rose, to be exiled from Dorchester. That would allow House Walker to save face and to show they wouldn't be pushed around. Nero didn't like the idea that she would be treated like a scapegoat. Rose hadn't actually done anything, and from what Nero could tell, she wasn't planning on doing anything. What Nero really needed was to get the general on his side, and for that, he would need to reframe the argument. When you don't want to talk about one issue, you have to demand to talk about something else. He'd seen politicians do it for years. Nero needed to do some speechifying. Around 20 minutes later, the general strode into the room with 2 aides trailing behind him. He had a look of stern disapproval on his face. Everyone other than Nero shot to their feet, while Nero just offered a gesture to the opposite head of the table and said, "Thank you for joining us. We have a lot to talk about." The general sniffed at the disrespect, but took his seat. His aides flanked him and stood at attention, adding to his intimidating appearance. Nero had seen better displays on TV, so he didn't bat an eye. The general got comfortable and said, "So I hear you have taken issue with your training. You want to quit?" Nero just smirked and replied, "If that's what you've heard, I can see why you started recruiting spies from outside the military. Your intelligence gathering needs some work." The general's face contorted in repressed fury. "All right, boy. What's this about?" Nero raised an eyebrow and replied, "First, as this isn't a training environment, it's Lord Walker to you. Second, it has come to my attention that you hired a former assassin's apprentice to join my training group with orders to spy on me. Whether or not those were the only orders given is a cause of concern for House Walker. Do you deny it?" The general's poker face was carved from stone as he replied, "I don't think you should take the word of an assassin over mine. If you have a problem with her being here, I'm more than happy to remove her from the program. Now, if that's all, I have more important things to deal with." Acting as though the meeting was over, the general started to stand. Nero smiled and said, "That won't be necessary. She is now under my protection. You can't just get rid of her." Rose's face was pale, and she looked like she was facing her execution. Her head whipped to Nero as he spoke, her eyes wide in shock. The general paused, half standing,
and stared at Nero.
Nero leaned back in his chair and picked up his coffee. You know, General, everyone has things that they hate. They might not admit it. They might just think that they avoid what bothers them, but deep down they know they hate it. They can try and deny it, find reasons other than hate for their actions, but a lot of the time it boils down to hate, Nero said, as though he was just having a chat with friends. The room sat in silence while Nero took a sip of coffee. Setting down his cup, Nero leaned forward, and his face lost its smile. One of the things I hate is when people in power abuse their position. Government officials doing dirty deeds and then wiping their hands clean, as if nothing had happened. For me, it's not the fact that they are using their position for their own ends. It's the people they negatively impact while doing so. I hate seeing individuals charged with the protection of the people ignore that duty for petty gains, said Nero, his voice cold and hard.
Raising his hand, he gestured to Rose.
She was a hunter. When she found out that she was being asked to partake in an assassination, she protested. She was a hunter. You offered her a chance to be an elite monster hunter at a time when Dorchester needs all the hunters it can get. She was a hunter. You told her that she had to spy in order to hunt. She was a hunter. Do you see where I'm going with this? He asked.
The general's face was pulled tight, his neck muscles trembling in anger. He said, I didn't make her an assassin or a spy. I just offered her an opportunity. There are several spies for noble houses in this program. One more hardly matters. I know for a fact that all of them are under orders to only report on your training, nothing more. You're in no danger from them. Nero slapped his hand on the table and said, Now we're talking. So since she's found out, you're just going to disappear her somewhere and wash your hands of it. How very noble of you.
The general put his hands on the table and stood up. He shouted in anger, I wasn't going to kill her. I was just going to send her to another unit. What kind of soldier do you think I am? Nero didn't seem intimidated and shouted right back. I think you're the kind of soldier who places a spy in a training program to watch how a new noble progresses. The kind of soldier who skirts the rules for the greater good. One who is so used to dealing with politicians that he has become one. Nero's words were like hammers on the general's psyche. Everyone in the room could feel it. While most people shrank into their seats, Ms. Everett was still smiling, enjoying the show. The general straightened his tabard and returned to his seat. In a tight voice, he said, I'm sorry you feel that way. How do you wish to proceed? Nero took a moment to stare at the general. After judging his stick a success, now it was time for the carrot. I suggest you return to your roots. This world is all about growth, right? You were a soldier. No one becomes a general without having once served with all their heart. With what Dorchester is facing, it's time to put aside the games of nobility and face the coming storm as a soldier once again, Nero said with some heat in his voice. Confused faces looked at Nero as he stood up and placed his hands on the table like a leader addressing his troops. Send away the spies and bring in people who are here for the same reason we are. We are training to eliminate the threats from outside Dorchester. That needs to be our focus. Offer Rose the position you promised her, and do right by your soldier. Train us to meet the challenge we've chosen to face. Nero spoke clearly and concisely. He could see the general firming in his seat. All of the military men were sitting a little straighter. Nero knew that anyone in uniform will respond to a good pre-game speech. Standing up straight, Nero raised his chin and tried to look as distinguished as possible. In short, be the general that you know you should be. I read the Knight's Code. I know every officer in Dorchester has to face the trials of knighthood and speak the oath of service. Live up to your pledge and face all enemies both inside and outside these walls. Let no noble stand in the way of your duty to the people you've sworn to protect." Nero was nearly shouting as he finished. The general looked like he was straining to sit still. Even his aides were nearly vibrating in place. The military men were sitting at attention, like they were listening to Churchill shout, "Never surrender." Nero knew it was time to bring it home. Snapping to attention and offering a salute, Nero read the knight's pledge he had brought up on his link. His voice loud and clear, he said, "I will stand in front of the innocent, for my struggle is with the guilty. I will allow no evil to taint my soul, for my struggle is with the corrupt. I am never alone, for I am one of many." As Nero spoke, all of the military men shot to their feet and saluted, every one of them joining their voices to Nero's as he continued, "We stand on the walls and face the wilds, for we know our purpose. We are the Knights of Oglavark, and civilization is our charge. My body, my mind, my soul. I know who I am. My center is respect. My center is duty. My center is me. I am a Knight of Oglavark, and I shall not fail." They were all nearly shouting by the end. Rather than let an awkward silence descend, Nero looked at the proud soldiers standing at attention and said, "That is how I wish to move forward, General." Turning to his left, he continued, "Sergeant Wesker, I believe we still have some time for close-quarters combat, and I know that I have a great deal to learn." After receiving a nod from a stern-faced Wesker, Nero turned back to the general and said, "I'll let you do what you think is right. For now, I believe my training group has an appointment with Training Ring 2. May we be excused, sir?" Nero's eyes were alight with fire, his expression as stern as a 14-year-old's could be. The general was psyched. He looked like he was ready to face a wyvern in single combat. Staring across the table, he locked eyes with Nero and said, "You are excused, Lord Walker. Train well, and bring destruction to our enemies." Giving the general a firm nod, followed by a small smirk, Nero turned on his heel and walked out of the room. As the rest of Nero's training group stood up to follow him, they heard Nero from outside the door. "Come along, Sarge. No one's kicked my ass today, and it's almost lunch. I better be crying by dinner, or I'll make you talk to the general again." One of the aides burst into laughter, but quickly stifled it. "Sorry, sir," he said, then followed it up with a cough. Nick and Rose just left, without making eye contact with anyone, while Miss Averett was nearly skipping with joy. The remaining military men looked as if they were struggling to choose an emotion. Pride in their purpose was warring with their confusion as to what just happened. Standing there at the table, they all just looked at each other. The general was the one to break the silence, with a wide smile on his face. "Sergeant Wesker, you heard Lord Walker. I don't think he's bluffing, so you'd better get to it. Captain Angelton, you stay. We've got some changes to make. I'll be damned if I let some useless nobles interfere with our troops." Sergeant Wesker and Captain Angelton snapped off a salute and shouted, "Yes, sir." As the sergeant ran after his recruits, the general sat down and said, "That young man is something, isn't he?" Captain Angelton muttered, "I wish he would be a little less of whatever that something is." The same aide stifled another burst of laughter. "Sorry, sir, won't happen again," he said as he tried, but failed, to look serious. Chapter 68. A World Without Scars. Sergeant Wesker had been training soldiers for the past 10 years. Before that, he'd fought in units that faced Class 3 threats regularly. He'd even faced a few Class 4s and lived to tell the tale. He knew his business. When he was told that he was going to train a new class of elites, he was ready. Elites were offered the best of everything, but thrown into the worst combat environments available. To say he was excited was an understatement on par with pointing at a black brick of meat and calling it slightly overcooked. Watching his 4 recruits train, he was no longer so enthused with the assignment. The older woman was vicious, and to be honest, kinda scared him. The older man obviously didn't want to be here. The young woman was too timid. She obviously didn't want to offend anybody. And the boy was just weird. Wesker had them doing counterattack drills in pairs. One person throws a punch, the other blocks and counters. The older man, Nick, was with the former assassin, Rose, while the boy, Nero, was with the crazy woman, Kathleen. Neither group was doing what he asked, and he just watched as they worked very hard on ignoring the task they had been given. Rose and Nick were making half-hearted attacks at each other, but the conversation was lively. Nick was reassuring her about her future and seemed to be offering her a job on behalf of his wife. Yet it was Kathleen and Nero who had him hesitating to call a halt to the training. Normally, he'd start yelling and get his recruits to focus on what they were supposed to be doing. Yet, he was hesitant to interrupt the woman and the boy. Kathleen kept knocking Nero down, and the boy kept getting back up. He'd throw a punch, she'd counter it, then knock him on his ass. Wesker had seen her elbow him in the face, kick him in the nuts, throw him over her shoulder to land face first in the dirt, and even grab him by the back of the head and plant her knee between his eyes. Wesker watched as Nero stumbled to his feet, spit out more blood onto the dirt, and said, "Okay, that one hurt a little bit." Rather than wait for a medic, Nero picked a tooth up from the pile of blood he just expelled. After dusting it off, he shoved it back into his mouth with a grimace. Amazed, Wesker watched as Nero cast a quick healing spell, then started jumping up and down as if he were just getting started. "All right, old woman. Just 'cause you look like a fitness model doesn't mean that I won't whoop your ass. Let's do this," said Nero, psyching himself up. He walked straight at a smiling Kathleen with his fists in the air as if he were a boxer. She stood patiently, loose hands held ready near her chest as if she were waiting to catch a ball. Nero started swinging before he was close enough to hit her. In order to close the distance, he jumped forward, turning his swing into the mother of all haymakers. Kathleen took half a step forward and received Nero's blow on her left forearm. Her right hand performed a front punch directly into Nero's face. As he was already in the air, the rest of his body kept going forward while his head snapped back. Wesker appreciated the airtime, but the show ended with Nero out cold on the ground. Again. Shaking his head, he didn't know what he was supposed to do. None of these people should be elites. This was ridiculous. As he was about to call a halt to the training, he heard the Sergeant Blackwood's essence-infused voice echo across the field. "All teams, switch to weapons training," he said. Wesker watched as Kathleen kicked Nero in order to wake him up, while Rose and Nick were smiling and chatting like they were at a cafe. "I'm sure this isn't going to be a disaster," he said to himself. Nero came to with a start. He was staring at the sky again, which meant he must have been knocked out again. Rolling over, Nero's mind caught up with what had happened. Cracking a smile, Nero stood up on shaky legs. He loved this world. He'd once been knocked out in his old world. It had been during football practice from a helmet-on-helmet illegal tackle, which was totally on purpose. So he knew from experience that short-term memories normally weren't able to be recovered after a good knock on the head. But here, everything was different. Nero felt like he had an external backup. He could remember everything. The feeling of Ms. Averett's fist smashing into his face, the scent of the dirt as he landed flat on his back. It was like the world was in HD for the first time. Yet the best part was the pain. Pain used to hurt, but here, getting smacked in the face was like getting slapped on the wrist. Everything felt the same, but the terror and recoil seemed unnecessary. A quick little spell and everything was right as rain. Healing magic was the greatest thing Nero had ever seen. It made everything almost surreal. Life was without consequences. Kathleen even said that the medics could bring people who died, at least those recently killed, back from the dead. Take away the consequences, and pain is just an annoyance, thought Nero.
Dusting himself off, Nero felt his face to see how bad it was. Wincing at his flattened nose and probable facial fracture, Nero forced the cartilage back into place. Looking over, he could see Ms. Averitt watching him with that infuriating smile of hers. Nero cast a quick healing spell and felt the annoyance go away. Before he could mouth off again, Ms. Averitt said, "The call went out. We're switching to weapons training. You would have heard it, but you were taking a nap. Did you enjoy it?" Nero offered her a grin and replied, "You don't get to be this good-looking if you don't take time for proper rest and relaxation. I'm just getting better looking. You didn't knock me out. That was just part of my skincare routine." Turning on his heel, Nero walked off toward Sergeant Wesker. The sergeant looked tired. Nick and Rose were chatting next to him, obviously annoying the poor man. Nero thought he should offer some encouragement, so he said, "All right, Sarge, what's next? Hand-to-hand was very informative, but maybe we could learn something. Training is great, but it's kinda hard to practice skills that you don't have." Sergeant Wesker gave Nero a look like he was an idiot. "Haven't you been paying attention to the hints from the training field?" he asked in confusion. Nick, hearing their conversation, spoke up. "Don't mind Nero. He doesn't know how training fields work." Turning to Nero, he continued, "Nero, this field has been a training facility for a long time, hundreds of years. The essence in the air here is full of the memories of all those warriors who bled on this field. You need to open yourself up to them. Let them guide you. The forms and basics are easy to pick up if you just listen to the world around you." Nero stared at Nick with a blank look. "You're telling me that training here is just getting your ass kicked by people better than you until you finally figure it out on your own?" Rose, Nick, and Ms. Averitt all replied at the same time, "Yes." Nero looked around and saw that they were all serious. "So weapons training will just be me going over to that rack over there, grabbing a training sword, and getting beat on by Ms. Averitt," Nero said while pointing at Ms. Averitt. If it were possible, Nero thought she was smiling even wider than before. "Call me Kathleen. Now let's go. We'll start with your suggestion. Swords," she said while pushing Nero toward the racks. As he stumbled off, Nero could hear the sergeant telling Nick and Rose to start taking their training seriously. Soon enough, Nero and Kathleen were at the weapon racks. "Choose a sword that feels comfortable. Because you're so tiny, you might want to get a long dagger instead," said Kathleen, while she was picking her Nero-beating stick. Nero snorted at the joke and grabbed a short sword that seemed all right. Turning back to the training ring, he walked off, saying, "You know, I'm still growing, but you are going to be stuck at your height for the rest of your life. Enjoy your advantage while you can." Nero dropped to his knees as he felt a line of pain erupt on his back. "Pay attention to your surroundings," said Kathleen. Nero forced himself to stand while Kathleen took her position in front of him. She took a fighting stance, with her one-handed sword angled across her chest and her feet shoulder-width apart, while her left foot was forward. Nero didn't take a stance and instead said, "Hold on a sec. How does this open yourself to the world thing work? I'm all for learning how to fight, but I'm not sure I gained anything useful from having my ass kicked by you for the last hour." Lowering her sword and standing up straight, Kathleen looked at Nero as if she didn't understand what he was asking. "You really don't know what Nick was talking about? Then what the hell were you doing while we were training?" Nero replied, "I was trying to hit you. I don't really know how to fight. I've seen people fight, but I've never been taught or anything. I thought you'd eventually get tired of kicking my ass and just tell me what I was doing wrong. Listening to the world talking wasn't part of the plan. So do you mind telling me how I do that?" Kathleen was trying to understand. "So you just tried to get better without learning anything?"
That's idiotic.
Nero looked at her with a scowl and said, "Look, lady, I didn't know I was supposed to be doing anything. I thought trainers would train me. Just show me how to learn. Less judging, more explaining." Chuckling, Kathleen shoved her dull training sword into the ground. Letting go of the handle, the sword stayed put, and she crossed her arms. "All right, take a fighting stance. Close your eyes. Let your senses expand and release your control over the essence around you," she said. Nero followed her instructions and said, "That's fine. My mage armor did jack shit against you anyway. You tore through it like it wasn't there. I don't think it is as useful as advertised." Kathleen asked, "Mage armor?" Nero kept his eyes closed and tried to listen to the world while he replied. "Jennings called it an essence shield. It's good for stopping spells, but you were right when you warned me not to rely on it too much. I'm lucky that the assassin didn't just punch me in the arena. Physical contact disrupts it too much. All it does is blunt a strike or two. It worked all right on Rose, but it was useless against you." Kathleen said, "You'll get better at keeping it active. Most battles come down to a contest of wills. If your will to defend is stronger than your opponent's will to overcome that defense, your shield will hold. When you're reaching out to the world, keep your mage armor on. Training in real-world conditions is always preferable to training in safety." Nero opened his eyes and looked over at Kathleen. "How the hell am I supposed to release my hold on the ambient essence while holding on to an essence shield?" he asked. With a shrug, Kathleen said, "How am I supposed to know? I'm not a mage. Figure it out." Nero gave her an annoyed huff and said, "Fine. Shut up for a second and let me concentrate." Hearing her chuckle, Nero closed his eyes and recreated his armor. By this point, it was as easy as breathing. He felt the essence shield form and compress without issue. Spreading out his psychic field, Nero tried to stop looking and start feeling. He didn't know what he was supposed to be feeling, but he was going to take their word for it. This whole world worked on spiritualism, transformed into reality. He just needed to let the world guide him. Trying to clear his mind, Nero felt a little uncomfortable. Adjusting his stance a little, he felt better. Before he could try again, he heard Kathleen say, "Wow, that was fast for a first-timer. It usually takes a little longer for kids to get the hang of it." Nero opened his eyes in confusion. "Get the hang of what? What are you talking about?" he asked. Cocking her head, she replied, "You listened to what the world was telling you and fixed your stance. That's all there is to it." Nero looked at the woman like she was speaking gibberish. Before he insulted her, he took a moment to think about it. He did feel a little nudge to change his stance. It wasn't like a voice or anything. It was more like a gut feeling. His stance hadn't felt right. Is that an active thing? Could Nero keep that up during a fight? He asked Kathleen, "If people can just channel the fighting skills from the world, what makes someone better at fighting? How is every match between warriors not a draw?" With a smile, she said, "It's very difficult to improve. Time and training are necessary to internalize what you learn. Everyone is different. Size, speed, dexterity, all of these are unique. People can improve by listening to the world, but you're really creating your own style of fighting. The way someone else fights won't work for you. You have to take the time to improve on your own. Training is just taking the time to work at it. Now stop asking questions. Try and swing the sword while focusing on what the world is telling you." Nero nodded, his excitement building. Closing his eyes, he started to slowly swing his sword in overhand chops. Instead of letting his mind drift, he reached out to the world. His psychic field hummed in tune with the surroundings. Nero felt little nudges improving his form, tiny little improvements with every swing. He started changing the angle of his swings, altering the trajectory with smooth transitions.
the feeling was intoxicating. It was like moving meditation, and Nero felt like he was a laser sword-wielding magician. Smiling from ear to ear, Nero started dancing. While ignoring the physical world around him, he was at one with the essence in the air. Flitting about like a martial artist during a competition, Nero fluidly stepped through an impromptu sword form. Letting his instincts guide him, he let the world teach him how to wield a sword. Nice job. Now you have to actually try to fight. Stop prancing around like a little kid in a garden. We've got training to do, said Kathleen. Shaken out of his trance, Nero stumbled a little. Opening his eyes, he looked over at Kathleen, standing in her fighting stance. She was grinning like she had just been served a steak. Nero thought she looked hungry. Well, this is going to suck. On the other hand, it can't be worse than hand-to-hand, Nero thought, while taking his fighting stance. 5 seconds later, Nero was lying on his back after having the wind knocked out of him. His back was bruised, and he thought his forearm was broken. Looking at the sky, he panted and coughed, trying to force air back into his lungs. Nero winced as he rolled onto his side and started hacking up some blood. Okay, I was wrong. This is worse, he thought. While Nero was focusing on his recovery, he heard Kathleen shout happily, "Medic! Ring 2! Might want to assign someone to stick around. We've got a delicate flower over here." Chapter 69. And then there were 4. Nick was enjoying training. It was much less intense than he thought it would be. In fact, Rose was a wonderful conversation partner. Interspersed throughout their conversation, they heard Nero cursing out Kathleen, but they were far enough away that they could ignore it. Sergeant Wesker's shouting was much harder to ignore. Nick thought the man was an exceedingly angry person.
"Stop poking at each other! Fight, damn it!"
Nick heard Wesker shout from behind him. Ignoring the sergeant, Nick continued with his lazy swings. Rose was torn, as she didn't want to offend either of the men. Nick was a noble, and a powerful one at that. If he weren't, he wouldn't be here. The fact that he was smiling while he trained was proof that he was powerful enough to ignore the army. Here he was, in the middle of an elite training program, ignoring the trainer like it was totally normal. Did the sergeant really expect her to attack a noble capable of that? Nick, completely unconcerned with everyone's feelings, continued with what he had been talking about for the past 30 minutes. So, there I was, completely at a loss. No data to back up my argument, surrounded on all sides by senior laboratory technicians, not to mention the scientists with hundreds of years of experience between them. Nick's face was serious as he waved his sword at Rose in a half-hearted attempt to hit her. But would I give up? No, never. I attacked the very foundation of their flimsy hypothesis. If they truly believed that essence drift was a naturally occurring phenomena, then they would have to have performed their test in an isolated zone. Yet all of their data was from the area outside Dorchester. The essence flows in the wilds have always been known to be highly delicate, he shouted as he danced around, swinging his sword like a 1940s movie star. Wesker shouted, "Less talking, more fighting." Ignoring him, Nick continued, "They were stunned. I pulled up Harold's dissertation on essence field interactions, and that was the match. No one with a mind stat over 10 could argue with evidence like that. I was vindicated. So, what were we talking about again?" Rose was barely moving, and she lazily swatted aside Nick's thrust while replying, "I just asked if you've ever been in a fight before, my lord. But your story was very riveting." Rose tried to muster up all the sincerity she could in order to deliver that last line without cringing. Wesker's face was beet red in anger. And just as he was about to lose it, he heard Kathleen shouting, "Medic! He's down again! You might need a resuscitation spell. He landed weird." As the blood drained from his face, Wesker ran over to Kathleen and Nero. Looking down, he could see an immobile Nero with his head at an awkward angle. Eyes open in panic, his neck was clearly broken. Turning to Kathleen, he shouted, "What the hell are you doing? Are you crazy?" Seeming completely at ease, Kathleen responded with a wave of her hand. He'll be fine. Dying a few times during training is not a big deal." As she was speaking, the medic was casting spells at Nero. They all heard the snap as his neck was reattached. As the golden glow enveloping Nero dimmed, he gasped awake. As Nero's eyes snapped open, he took a deep breath and started coughing. "See," said Kathleen, "he's fine." Giving Nero a light kick to his side, she said, "Get up, walk it off." Nero slowly rolled over onto his hands and knees. Reaching out with his hand, he grabbed his training blade and used it to help him stand. Swaying on his feet, his eyes were still a little glassy. Shaking his head to clear the disorientation, Nero focused on Kathleen and said, "That one doesn't count. I definitely got a hit in. You hit me in the back of the head while I was celebrating. Fight with some class, you old bat." Shouting back, she yelled, "That was barely a scratch. I'll tell you when you hit me. Never drop your guard unless the enemy is in pieces at your feet. And who you calling a bat, you pint-sized pansy?" Nick, Rose, and Wesker just watched in stunned silence, while the medic sighed and returned to the bench outside the ring where he was stationed. This was going to be a long day for him. He could feel it. "Sergeant," Nick was saying, "don't worry about Nero. He's very hard to kill. I should tell you about the time I nearly died trying to contain a lightning bolt. See, the theory I was testing was based on Mason's theoretical model of—" As Nick's voice trailed off in the distance, Sergeant Wesker wondered if the captain would accept his transfer request. The little group of 4 had finally made it to lunch. Nero had forced them all to sit together. He told them it was for team unity. As no one had complained, Nero counted it as a successful team-building moment. While eating, everyone was silent aside from Nick. Waving, Nero couldn't take it anymore and interrupted. "Nick, for the love of whatever god you believe in, shut the hell up. No one cares." Nero's eyes were furious. His anger had been building for too long, and now the last thing on his mind was being polite to the nerd across from him. Looking over at Rose, Nero asked, "Has he been like this all day?" Rose's face turned a cute shade of red, and replied quietly, "My lord, he seems to really like science. I was honored to hear his thoughts on the subject. Or the subjects, that is." Nero's brain stopped working for a second. This was not the personality that he imagined the woman having. He had expected a warrior woman like Kathleen, not a polite and deferential student. Her adorable blush and soft voice were completely surprising. While Nick stabbed his food with a pout, Kathleen filled the silence. "You don't have to listen to him if you don't want to. You're in training. Just hit him until he shuts up." Nick glared at Kathleen and said, "Not everyone thinks so little of the field of science. Many people consider researchers worthy of great respect." Mentally, Rose started to look panicked and began mumbling. Seeing her distress, Nero set down his silverware and raised his hands to calm her down. "Hold on. Why are you so afraid? We took care of the problem with the military. You're safe now. No one is going to harm you. You can speak freely." Rose's eyes darted between them, and Nick realized that she was just being overly polite. He had seen commoners fear nobles like this. It usually meant the commoner had come from a village and had never met a noble. But sometimes there was history that needed to be addressed. The thought of someone hurting this sweet girl made Nick's anger rise. Nick looked at Rose, and his face took on the aspect of nobility. "I understand that you fear upsetting those you see as noble, but have no fear. We will not harm you. If you don't mind, I would like to hear what caused you to fear the nobility. If there is a story, rest assured you will be protected while you share it," he said with a tone of formality. Nero looked confused, but quickly caught up.
If someone has messed with you, trust me, this is the guy you tell. His wife will handle it. You didn't hear it from me, but city lords fear her, he said quietly.
Rose offered only a confused tilt of her head. She didn't know what they were getting at. Kathleen jumped in to clear up the confusion.
They're saying that you can say whatever you want. If a noble has harmed you, or if you know them to be dishonorable, they'll take care of it. Don't worry about any danger. These two are more than capable of setting things right.
Rose's eyes lit up in understanding, then quickly dimmed. She looked at Nick and Nero and said,
No, there is no noble threatening me or anything. I have never met or interacted with a noble before meeting you both. It's just, based on our history, I want to stay on your good side. If it weren't for you, who knows what the general would have done? To be honest, without your backing, I'm in some serious trouble.
Nero thought he understood her position and said,
I get it. You're worried we'll hang you out to dry. You don't have to be. If you want to leave Dorchester and start over somewhere, Nick's wife and I own a shipping company. I'm sure we can get you a ride on a caravan. But if you don't mind me saying, I think you should stick it out here. The general isn't a bad guy, just a politician. Now that you are no longer a spy, you're just one of the soldiers. You wanted to be a hunter, and this way you can be an elite.
Nick and Kathleen were both nodding at Nero's words, and Rose was frowning in thought. Nero continued, If you stay, you're going to have to start actually training with Nick. He knows what's at stake, and should have been taking his training more seriously. I'm pretty sure Kathleen and I are going to be each other's training partners for a while. But if you feel like he is acting too nerdy, just ask to switch with one of us for a while. We'll sort him out right quick. As Nero finished, Kathleen offered Nick a wide smile. Nero chuckled as Nick's face paled.
Nero added, And if all else fails, I could just tell Vera on him. His wife will get him back on track in no time.
Nick glared at Nero and said, That's completely unnecessary. I may have been a little light in my training today, but it's only the first day. I'll improve with some time. We've got 9 more days until we are heading into the wilds. Plenty of time to brush up on my combat skills. Kathleen snorted and said, Elite training is meant to be brutal, but all training relies on your will to complete it. If you don't push yourself, you won't grow. No one grows without effort. Nick nodded as his shoulders slumped. He knew that he was going to have to start stepping up. Nero was nearly finished with his plate when he heard a shout from the door of the mess hall. Everyone back onto the field. Lunchtime's over, they said. In less than 5 minutes, all the recruits were standing in 2 lines of 10, waiting to be addressed by the captain. Nero was excited to get started. This afternoon should be combat casting, or what Nero had decided to call war mage training. Captain Angelton stepped out in front of the recruits, his towering frame casting a long shadow. With his arms behind his back and gigantic chin, Nero thought the captain looked like an action figure come to life. As the captain's eyes took in the recruits, Nero realized that this might not just be about afternoon training. In a loud voice, the captain addressed the recruits. Yesterday I talked about how we were all here to become elites. Regardless of your background, you were united in purpose. Unfortunately, I was mistaken. It has come to my attention that many of you have come here with a different primary purpose. This is not acceptable. The captain started pacing and continued. Noble houses are an integral part of what makes up Oglevark, but the army is no place for politics. The games we play here are about war. Some of you probably thought you could do both, be an elite and a spy at the same time. I won't stand for it. We are here for training, nothing else. If you still want to be elites, come talk with me after you pack. Either way, your time here, short as it was, is over. The captain finished with ice in his voice. Nero could practically feel his blood chilling. Shouting loud enough to make everyone jump, the captain yelled, Squad 4, front and center!
It took a second or two for Nero to realize that he was on Squad 4. Once he did, he ran up to the front of the lines and took his place next to Kathleen and Rose. Nick wasn't far behind. The captain stood in front of them and said, "Squad 4, you're to follow Sergeant Wesker for afternoon training. Dismissed." As the captain turned to face the remaining recruits, Squad 4 sprinted off toward Sergeant Wesker, who was standing off to the side. When Squad 4 stood at attention in front of him, Wesker nodded in greeting and said, "Verena and Walker are with Specialist Howard for combat casting. Vikander is with Sergeant Peyton for archery and ability training. Recruit Averett, I see that you are proficient in several weapons. What would you like to focus on today?" Kathleen replied in a stern tone, devoid of levity. "I'll accompany Recruit Vikander with Sergeant Peyton. I could use some range time." Nodding, Sergeant Wesker made a note on his board, then pointed to his right. "Peyton's over there at the archery range. You two are dismissed." While Rose and Kathleen jogged off toward the range, the sergeant turned to Nero and Nick, saying, "Follow me. You'll be in one of the training halls. Combat casting outside of a training room is just asking for trouble." Nick and Nero both followed along dutifully, but while Nero looked excited, Nick only looked like he was going to remedial geometry. Nero saw his friend's lack of enthusiasm and slapped his shoulder. "Hey man, lighten up. We're going to be learning how to fight with magic," said Nero with a smile on his face. While the three of them walked into the main building, Nick replied, "Nero, you have to understand. I've already learned how to fight with magic. I doubt there is anything that I'll learn here, but I'm more than happy to accompany you." Sergeant Wesker just snorted with some disdain. "I'm sure your training was extensive at Centerpoint, but Specialist Howard is a war mage. He'll have plenty to teach you," he said. Nero thought for a second and asked, "Does the listening to the world thing happen with magic? How come I never read about that?" Nick shook his head and replied with a smile at Nero's ignorance. "Magic is a completely different thing. By its very nature, it's manipulating essence by your will. You can learn from the world how to feel essence, manipulate it even. But what to cast, how to form a spell, those aren't skills. It's knowledge." Nick glanced at Nero and realized the boy was still confused. Not knowing how to be any clearer, he tried to rephrase it. Fighting has to do with the body learning a skill. The knowledge of how to wield a blade is something the world can teach you. But when to swing it, that's not something you can learn without practice. The two working in concert is the skill. But the world can only help you with the beginning steps into magic. Creating the weapon, wielding the weapon, and choosing the weapon are all in the mind. Fighting skills is the body. Magic skills are the mind. Get it? They reached their destination and walked into a very large training room. A man was standing in the center of the room, playing with some streams of fire and what looked like glowing water. Nero assumed the man was Specialist Howard. Turning to Nick, Nero said, "I don't understand what you just said, but I'll take your word for it. Let's go meet our new magic teacher. And try not to embarrass me. I want to learn everything the guy is willing to teach me, as fast as he can cram it into my head." Nero walked off toward the specialist while rubbing his hands together like he was going to crack a safe. Chapter 70. A common example of an epic realization. Rose and Kathleen arrived at the archery range and headed toward the only person in sight. While approaching, Kathleen spoke up. "Are you Sergeant Peyton?" The man was sitting on a wooden bench, carefully polishing an unstrung bow. Without looking up, he said, "I thought there would be more of you. Is Angelton sending you over in groups?" Kathleen was surprised by Rose, who didn't seem as sheepish without Nero or Nick around, as she took the initiative to reply, "I think he's busy kicking a bunch of the Noble's spies out of the program. We're probably all you're going to get, assuming that you are Sergeant Peyton, that is." Chuckling, the sergeant set the bow off to the side. It joined a pile of shining bow staves.
Standing up, he turned to appraise Rose and Kathleen, while they judged him in turn. He was much taller than them, just over 6 feet. His eyes were so dark they seemed black. His bald head gave him a harsh visage that was probably intimidating to most people, but didn't bother either Rose or Kathleen. His skin was so tan that he might have been black, which caused Kathleen to ask, "You wouldn't happen to be from the north, would you?" With a smile, Peyton replied, "No, I'm from just outside Dorchester. My mother was from Yaxley, though." Kathleen smiled and asked, "How'd she end up down here?" Peyton was used to every northerner demanding his mother's life story, so he wasn't offended. "She came south around 200 years ago, I think. She always said that the world was too big to choose to spend it in the worst place imaginable. According to her, she chose to stay around here when she realized there was nothing threatening around. For her, it was paradise," he said. Kathleen slapped her hand against her thigh and started laughing. Rose looked insulted, but kept her mouth shut. "Well, your ma isn't wrong. I was here for the last beast tide, and I wasn't impressed. Hopefully this one will be worth getting involved. You want us to introduce ourselves, or are you just going to read our files?" asked Kathleen. The sergeant said, "You're Kathleen Averett. I've heard plenty about you already. And you must be Rose Vikander. I was briefed about you as well. You two have any questions for me before you show me what you can do?" Rose shook her head and went to get a bow from the pile next to the sergeant. But Kathleen asked, "You going to be training with us, or just sitting on your ass and watching us work for a living?" With a bright smile, Peyton summoned his bow from his pocket space. "I'd be glad to. Before you let your northern pride make you say something you'll regret, you should know my pillar is accuracy. I wouldn't recommend offering a wager. You'd lose," he said, then walked off to the firing line. Rose was stringing her bow, while Kathleen was picking a stave out of the pile. Both women were watching the sergeant as he started training. The archery range was 1,000 feet deep, but there were wooden posts interspersed along the length. Each post was on a tiny cart, which allowed them to be moved around. Several arrows were already sticking out of several posts, the farthest around 960 feet. The posts in the distance were hard to see. There were small wooden fences separating the firing line from the target area. Each fence created a little firing platform with quivers, a small table, along with a bench. The moment the sergeant approached a firing platform, little red lights erupted in lines across the field, indicating that the field was now under fire. Sergeant Peyton reached out to the quivers hanging off the fence and touched an arrow. Apparently, he didn't like the height they were at, so he adjusted the fence. It rose a few inches, so he wouldn't have to bend over at all when he reached for an arrow. Nodding at his preparations, he looked out into the field. Both Rose and Kathleen had paused in their preparations to watch their trainer. Sergeant Peyton felt their judgmental eyes on his back, but it didn't bother him. If he was going to be their trainer in a skill like archery, he had better be able to shoot under pressure. Taking one more deep breath, he firmed his resolve. As though a silent starting gun went off, he started rapid-firing arrows. He'd draw from the quiver on the fence directly onto his bow, lift, fire, and repeat. Arrow after arrow shot downfield, one every second. He didn't look like he was hurrying. His movements were smooth and controlled. Rose was stunned, while Kathleen looked like she was proven right about something. It took around 5 seconds before the first arrow landed. When they finally started dropping, each one pounded into the same pillar. Arrow after arrow, they peppered the post like a machine gun firing. Both of them were staring at the pillar being turned into a porcupine around 500 feet away. When the final arrow hit, the trance was broken, and they turned back to look at the sergeant. As he had fired the last arrow several seconds before, he'd already sat down and was examining his bow. So when Rose and Kathleen looked at him, he looked like he'd been done for ages. Feeling their eyes on him, he looked up with a grin and said, "You all just going to sit there? I was promised a show while I sat on my ass watching. Nero was excited to have an actual combat mage teaching him how to fight with magic. Perhaps he was a little too excited, as he jogged up to Specialist Howard and completely ignored the fact that the man had streams of fire and water flowing around him in patterns. Nero walked over, stopping just outside the essence flows, and said, "Hello, sir. I'm Nero Walker, and I'm here to learn how to fight with magic. How's this going to work? Is there a class syllabus I should have gotten? Are you providing the textbooks? Or, based on the fire and water motif you have going on here, is this like a channeling the elements thing? Will there be a lot of meditation involved? Please say no. But if there is, I'm totally on board with it." Dismissing his spell forms, Howard stared at the little boy in front of him. At that moment, he hated the general and regretted ever joining the army. As the kid kept talking, Howard got more and more upset. Before he could lash out, his other student finally approached. "Please excuse Nero. He's just a big fan of blowing things up. Don't worry, despite his first impression, he's a natural mage. We were sent by Sergeant Wesker for combat casting training. I'm a Centerpoint graduate myself, so I'll probably be just observing. Although my primary branch was in research, specifically theoretical essence manipulation, I fulfilled my combat requirements with full marks. I also try to keep up to date with the current spell form updates, so if you have any questions regarding the current optimal spell configurations, let me know," Nick said with a proud smile. Howard stared at the two idiots like he couldn't believe this was happening. The little kid, Nero, was looking up at him with stars in his eyes. And the research nerd, Nick Salvatore, was trying to treat him like a colleague at a symposium. He couldn't decide who he liked least, and took comfort in the fact that they'll probably be dead in a couple of weeks. With a sigh, Howard said, "I've been ordered to teach you idiots how to combat cast. I have no idea what you think you know. What I do know is, you're wrong. Whether it's your opinion concerning spell forms, best practices, or something you read in a book, I don't want to hear it. I'm going to teach you to fight mages, beasts, monsters, and men. You will shut up, and keep shutting up, while listening to everything I say. If you have a question, raise your hand. If I don't respond, it means that I don't want to hear your voice. So put your hand back down, and hope my mood changes. You don't have any questions I want to hear, so follow me." Nero was still smiling. He thought Howard was perfect. But Nick looked like he had been completely gutted. Without waiting for Nick to recover, Nero jogged after Howard, leaving a confused Nick to watch the pair approach some benches along the wall. After Nick caught up, he and Nero sat where the specialist was pointing. Nero waited patiently, while Nick grumbled about disrespectful children. Hands on his hips, Howard started his lecture. Fighting with magic is both extremely simple and extremely complicated. We're not going to cover war magic. He paused as Nero's hand shot into the air. With a sigh, he said, "What?" Nero lowered his hand and asked, "What's war magic? And how is it different than regular magic? How many different types of magic are there?" Specialist Howard was completely confused and looked over at Nick, asking, "The file I was given said that you, a big-time researcher, have been teaching him magic. What the hell have you been teaching him if he doesn't know any of this?" This time it was Nick's turn to sigh. Nero's eyes darted back and forth, waiting for someone to answer his question. Nick said, "Look, I never really taught him anything. He went to the library and got some books. He's been figuring everything out on his own. He's only been casting magic for around a week. Archmage Jennings and I spent a few hours showing him how to use his center for casting. Before that, he was using ambient essence to create raw spell forms. I don't understand anything he does, so please stop looking at me like that." Howard crossed his arms and said, "Then explain to me why he is walking around with an essence shield active. It doesn't seem to be stressing him, and that doesn't happen without extensive training." Throwing his arms up in annoyance, Nick said, "Just ask him. I have no idea how he does half of the things he does." Nero was smiling and chimed in. "I made a deal with Jennings. A couple of days ago, he spent the afternoon showing me how to form my mage armor along with 3 combat spells, and in return, I showed him something cool. But you're right. It was annoying keeping the shield up at first, but I got used to it after a few hours. It's just like walking around with your abs a little tight. Now, can you please answer my question about the different types of magic? Also, what makes them different? Are the spell forms unique, or are they all based on the same parts?" Nick was chuckling at Howard. The poor man looked like he had just seen a ghost. He stammered, "You learned to cast an essence shield from an archmage in an afternoon." Nero nodded, getting annoyed that the man wouldn't answer his questions. "Yes, and 3 combat spells. Now will you please just answer the question? Or at least point me toward a book that covers the subject. It's a good thing you are all able to live to 1,000 because you take forever to do anything. Teach me something, damn it!" Nero shouted. Startled, Howard held up his hands in defeat. "All right, kid, calm down. Magic is categorized by its purpose. The underlying architecture of spells is all the same, but there are many ways to do the same thing. Spell creation is a difficult area of study. I said we weren't covering war magic because those are large spells that you couldn't cast anyway," he said, then tilted his head in consideration. "I should say that they're spells you probably can't cast yet. But we should start at the beginning. Have you read any Introduction to Magic books?" Nero responded proudly. "I've read an Introduction to Essence and a basic spell book on household spells. 3 days ago, I read some books with some spell forms useful for hunting and personal magic. I don't feel comfortable creating a dimensional space in my soul just yet, but I was planning on giving it another look tonight." Frowning, Howard asked, "What does an Introduction to Essence have to do with casting magic?" Nero replied easily, "Essence is magic, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it was listed as a book for the class, which was a prerequisite for the center's combat magic class. That's why I started there." Shaking his head, Howard said, "No! Well, yes, but no. Magic is the use of essence to perform a task. Essence is just the building blocks you manipulate with magic. You're not supposed to use essence to cast. That's crazy." Nick nudged Nero with his elbow and chimed in, "I told you that you were doing it wrong." Nero shrugged and said, "Whatever. That doesn't matter anymore. I know how to create a spell form with my center now. It's way easier. Now one of the books I was reading said that I had to control the essence and deny my opponent. What does that actually mean?" Howard felt his hackles rise and said, "Nope, you're not going to be bouncing around anymore. Learning bits and pieces is stupid. Just listen for a while. Nick, you stand up and go over there. Nero needs to see actual casting being done correctly." Nick's proud smile was back, and he hopped up to take his place opposite Howard. Nero fought the urge to mutter an insult, but kept the thought that Nick was the very definition of a teacher's pet to himself. After taking their places, about 20 feet apart, Howard shouted, "Shields up!" Receiving a raised right arm from Nick, Howard looked over at Nero and asked, "Can you feel the areas of control for both of us?" Nero stood up and concentrated. He moved until he took his place between them, but off to the side, they ended up forming a triangle. Nero looked over at Howard and said, "Okay, I can see you both clearly." Howard raised his eyebrows and asked, "When you say see, you mean feel, right? It sounds like you were saying you can see the essence flows around us." Nero crossed his arms and said, "Yeah, I can see them fine. I know how to use a psychic field. I'm not an idiot." Nick chimed in. "Wait a second. You can recognize essence streams? What are your soul density and mind focus stats at? They must be over 50. Howard shouted in anger, "Don't answer that! You ever ask a question like that in my presence again, and I'll put you down so hard, you'll beg to never see me again. You hear me?"
Nick paled, and Nero jumped in.
"It's okay, don't worry. He's my advisor. He just got excited about something. He doesn't always think before he speaks. My situation is a little weird, and he's been helping me try to figure stuff out. He didn't mean anything by it." Even from a distance, Nero was positive that he heard Nick gulp in fear. Specialist Howard seemed to calm down, but he still repeated his warning. "I'd never step in between an advisor and his charge. But if he asks questions like that again, you come tell me right away. No one is entitled to your identity."
Nodding, Nero said,
"Got it. Now show me what you wanted me to see. I'm watching closely." Specialist Howard wove a basic spell form Nero had never seen before. He did it slowly, so Nero could follow along. Nero watched as the parts came together to channel air essence, along with something that he didn't recognize. He felt the air condense and ionize inside the spell form. With a crack, a bolt of lightning shot from between Howard's hands toward Nick. It was so fast that Nero didn't have a chance to shout a warning. For a split second, Nero panicked. But Nero shouldn't have worried, as the lightning faded into nothingness the moment it entered Nick's field of control. It hadn't gotten within 5 feet of him. Utterly confused, Nero muttered, "That's not how electricity works." Howard looked over at Nero and said, "That's what happens when uncontrolled essence structures interact with a foreign psychic field. That's the primary concern for combat casting. How to get your spells through an enemy's defenses. Whether it's a shield, essence field, or an essence shield, a mage has to keep control of the essence he casts. Understand?"
Nero said simply.
"Nope, that doesn't make sense at all. You didn't shoot essence at him. You converted essence into lightning and shot that at him. Are you telling me that his psychic field can protect him from environmental effects? I have personally seen people killed by spells causing environmental effects, so I'm completely confused."
Nick laughed and said,
"I tried explaining it to you, but you wouldn't listen. Show him your spells that you're so proud of." Nero bristled and said, "Fine." Walking over to the targeting range, he felt Nick and Howard following. When he was about 15 feet away, he firmed his shield and cast one of his patented essence bombs next to a dummy. When it blew up, the dummy broke apart and shrapnel shot everywhere. His shield took some hits but didn't fail. Then Nero turned to another dummy and stamped a laser into existence. It burned a hole right through another dummy. Turning around, he placed his hands on his hips and said, "There, environmental effects in action. 2 dead enemies." Nero stared back, confused. "Huh?" he asked, while Nick burst into laughter. Chapter 71. Major life decision that means nothing. Heather walked into the common room from the hallway with a smile on her face. It was so out of character, both Jerry and Mike looked at her like they didn't recognize her. "We've got the score of a lifetime coming to us," she said, and took a seat on one of the couches. Throwing her feet up on the coffee table, she pulled out a flask and started drinking. Mike set down the sword he was polishing and said, "Well, details, please. You said you heard there was a wilds contract we might be interested in. Some noble that needs to be lost while making it look legit. What did you find out?" Jerry closed the book he was reading and leaned forward. "All right, so here's what I know," she said, and set her feet down, leaning forward with excitement. "The target joined an elite hunter training program," she said. Hearing that, Jerry reopened his book, and Mike just snorted and picked his sword back up. Holding out her hands like she was trying to calm down a horse, she said, "Listen to the rest of it. The training program is legit, but the noble isn't. In fact, the noble is only level 8 or something. He's a really fast leveler, so he's only 14. He's a commoner who got lucky during the noble war we just had. You can see his arena fight on the link. He thinks he's a mage." She laughed as she saw Mike and Jerry start paying attention again. She said, It gets better. I heard that the only reason he's in the training program is because he realized he has no idea how to fight. Lord Cosgrove agreed to let him attend, but demanded that he adhere to the training program if he wants to learn how to fight. My friend knows one of the guards at the training facility, and he found out the best part.
Mike and Jerry were leaning forward again. They were hanging on Heather's every word. After taking a sip from her flask, she said,
"The kid's only got 2 minders. One of them is his bodyguard. Get this, she's a den mother from the center dorm he was staying at. The other is his advisor. The guy is some second son of a noble trying to start his own house. My friend said the guy works in research or something." She started laughing again. Both Mike and Jerry shared a look, along with some smiles.
Trying to stop her laughter, she said,
"I'm sorry, it's just too much. If all of that isn't enough, listen to what I just heard. A bunch of the nobles were worried about the kid out in the wilds with just some soldiers who wouldn't give a shit about him. So they placed a bunch of guards into his training program. The kid thought they were all spies, and he demanded that they be replaced with real soldiers. He actually asked to be left alone. The schedule has them out in the wilds after only a week of training. In 10 days, they'll be outside the walls."
Mike and Jerry were stunned.
Mike tried to wrangle his enthusiasm. This was too good to be true. "How sure are you about this? This seems way too easy for the payout."
Heather's face turned serious, and she said,
"We're getting 1,000,000 common valens to make sure that little shit doesn't return from the wilds. If you don't want in, I'll do it myself. This is too good to pass up. People are only nervous because he's a new noble. But out in the wilds, he's only a 14-year-old kid with his center-appointed guardians. Put on your big boy pants, and let's get this done."
Jerry said, "I'm in. Even if Mike passes, this is too good to pass up. As long as we get their route through the wilds, a few illusions is all it will take." Mike nodded and made a decision. "All right, let's take 2 days to get our gear together. Then I want to be in the wilds waiting for them."
"Thanks for this, Heather. We owe you one."
Heather's smile was wide and happy as she said,
"Feel free to increase my share."
Nero trudged toward the dining hall alone.
Nick had been nice enough to give him some space. The reprieve from the old man's jokes was more than welcome. Nero wasn't in the mood to hear any more jabs at his misplaced pride.
Since there weren't any other recruits anymore, Nero didn't have to wait in line.
After getting his meal, he saw that the only people at the tables were Rose and Kathleen. Nero walked over and listened to their conversation. Part of him was happy that they were getting along. A very small part. Taking his seat, Nero poured himself some water from one of the table's pitchers.
Kathleen looked at Nero and asked,
"What's wrong with you? Had some trouble at the combat casting class?"
Nero shot her a dirty look and said,
"It seems I was misunderstanding some things. I wasn't aware that the only reason I'm still alive is because of 2 separate technicalities. I've had 2 wins, and both of them deserve an asterisk." Nero stabbed his steak with his fork like he was making sure it was dead. Rose chuckled, but didn't say anything. However, Kathleen pressed on the wound and asked, "What does that mean? What happened specifically?"
Nero chewed on his steak and sighed.
Swallowing, he took a drink of water and said, "When I fought those mercenaries, I thought I made a bomb out of essence. It turns out that I did, but the bomb didn't really kill them. It just forced a shockwave into the air. It was the air that killed them. Then with the assassin, the only reason my laser idea worked was because he was so low-leveled. Anyone over level 15 wouldn't even notice the spell I cast. So anyone with a decent leveling speed could be immune to that spell by the age of 20.
Rose spoke up.
"Hey, I'm 18 and only level 9, and my leveling speed is just fine." Realizing that she just shouted at Nero, she paled. Her reaction was just what Nero needed. Cracking a smile, Nero couldn't contain it. He burst into laughter. Rose didn't understand and thought she was in some serious trouble. Her eyes started looking for exits.
Nero forced himself to stop laughing and said, "It's fine. Don't worry about it. Like Nick said, speak your mind. I'm not some stuck-up noble with his privilege surgically implanted up his ass. And I'm sorry. You're absolutely right. I don't understand the leveling system at all. So just ignore me."
Kathleen was eating with a smile on her face, enjoying the happy dynamic. Nick appeared and took his seat. "Hey everyone, how was archery training? If your trainer was anything like ours, I bet you were just as impressed as we were. You know they got an actual war mage to train us? I think there are only like 10 in Dorchester at the moment. Hopefully we get our full complement before the beast wave hits. They could be the difference between holding the walls or abandoning the city," he said, while slicing up his steak and mashed potatoes.
Nero said, "On that cheery note, let's hear about archery."
Rose's mood was restored, and her smile brightened the dining hall. She said, "Our instructor, Sergeant Peyton, is an actual hunter. He's fought in the wilds for like 20 years or something. You wouldn't believe what he can do with an arrow. He emptied an entire quiver into a target 1,000 feet away, like it was no problem at all. His pillar is accuracy, so I guess it makes sense. But his speed was amazing. And he really pushed us, too. We had a medic come over to heal our hands. I don't know how many arrows I shot, but it was more than I could count. By the end of training, I was done. But don't you worry, I'll be back for more tomorrow." Her bubbly personality made everyone at the table smile. Nero thought back to her face in the conference room at the arena and remembered her stern expression. Comparing it to what he was seeing now, and also that submissive schoolgirl routine she had done to Nick, Nero wondered what she was like under all the acting. Putting the issue aside for the moment, Nero focused on something more important. As he was probably going to level tonight, he'd need his questions about pillars answered now. Speaking up, Nero said, "You mentioned pillars. I have a few questions about those. I read that you were offered a choice at level 10 and then at level 50, right?" Everyone nodded as they ate. Nick pointed his fork across the table at Nero and said, "You're going to be hitting level 10 soon, huh? I guess you have some questions. This is a big moment for you, and you haven't had a lot of time to study the subject." Nero offered a blank look at Nick and said, "You're right. So maybe as my advisor you can stop restating the problem and start addressing it. What the hell am I going to have to deal with?" Rose and Kathleen chuckled. Nick just chewed on his steak and started talking while his mouth was full. "When you level to 10, your mind will be pulled into your soul. You'll be presented with some options based on how you've lived your life. If you focused on paperwork, you'll get some options having to do with writing, or information, or something along those lines. Don't worry, you'll get around 10 options. Some people get more, some people get less. Either way, the pillar itself just represents an aspect of yourself that you are choosing to build your growth around," he said, then paused to take a drink of water. Kathleen picked up the slack and said, "My favorite analogy is that you are like a vine growing up around your pillar. As time goes on, you grow higher, but never stray from your pillar. As you grow to level 50, another pillar is added, and your foundation is strengthened. If you ever reach level 100, your pillars will form a pyramid, with you standing at the top, taking your place among the heavens. The image of a pyramid covered in fresh growth, with me at the top, staring at the sky, always appealed to me." Nero smiled. He liked that, too. He forced himself back into the conversation, as he didn't want to be distracted. "So, pillars are kind of limiting, then?" he asked. Nick shook his head. "Not really. They are essentially concepts. They can be applied in many ways. For example, the pillar I took at level 10 was insight. That could have sent me down many different paths. But I used my stars to increase my ability to parse data. My memory has been drastically increased, and I have an ability you've seen. Remember when I made the map of Dorchester? I was taking data that I had saved in my link and used my ability to create a model, which I projected as a hologram using magic. Neat, huh?
Nero nodded in thought. Before he could ask another questions, Rose asked, "So your pillar doesn't really have a lot of abilities? It's mostly focused on supplementing your mind?" Kathleen chimed in. "No pillar has more abilities than another. You just have to choose to put a star toward creating one. Then more stars to grow it into something useful. Some pillars are easier to apply to abilities, but no pillar is without the option for them. Think of Sergeant Peyton. Instead of focusing on his archery, he could have focused his accuracy pillar on spell work. Or he could have been a very accurate map maker." She then chuckled at her own pun as Nero winced. Nero said, "Okay, so pillars are super important, but it's more about how you see them that matters. You could get a space pillar and only be good at organizing closets if you spend your stars in order to excel at organization." Everyone laughed and Nick said, "You got it. Just choose what appeals to you. It's an important decision, but it's only one step on your path." The conversation continued until Captain Angelton appeared in the dining hall. His presence was immediately noticed, and their little group watched him approach. The captain looked around and seemed unhappy at all the empty seats. Standing at the head of their table, he said, "All right, so let me give you some updates. As you suspected, every recruit had an ulterior motive for joining this program. As per my orders, I offered them two choices: either be transferred to another elite training program, or quit and go back to whatever house ordered them to come here. I was surprised that 9 of them actually went back to their houses. Only 7 people had the strength of character to follow through with their training." Looking over at Nero, he continued, "The general was not happy about the way it worked out, but he told me to tell you, at least their cowardice gives me ammunition against the pansies in the mansions. Personally, I want to thank you. I was never comfortable with the situation. I'm looking forward to getting some real warriors around here. They'll be here in the morning. It shouldn't affect your training schedule." In a cold voice, Kathleen asked, "Real warriors, huh? I'm looking forward to seeing what you consider a warrior." To his credit, the captain realized his mistake instantly. Instead of apologizing, he just said, "Please, try not to be too hard on them. I don't want to keep bringing in new people. Losing 16 recruits on the first day of training is bad enough, even if there is an explanation in the file. It still looks bad." Chuckling, Nero asked, "So, what happens after dinner?" "I'm ready to get back to it. It's only 1930, plenty of time for some more pain." Missing the joke, the captain said, "You've got 1 hour of light running, followed by 2 hours of physical training. Then, typically, you have free time. Training fields will be available for you to choose where you spend your free time. However, I received a personal message from Archmage Jennings about you. He told me that you would probably be studying, and he advised me not to interfere with your plans. That was advice I plan to follow. But in the meantime, clean up and meet me outside. We've got work to do." Nero's group nodded and stood up in unison. After dropping off their dishes, they filed out to enjoy a light after-dinner run. For the next hour, Nero felt a slap on the back of his head every time Kathleen passed him. Unfortunately, it didn't help him run any faster. Chapter 72. Know Thyself, or whatever. Rose felt like she was walking a tightrope. It was imperative that she make a good impression, but she didn't know how to act. At first, she thought that playing the innocent schoolgirl would be enough to diffuse any suspicion, but that had backfired. For some reason, both men thought that her attitude was indicative of some kind of past trauma. She had no idea how they came to that conclusion. The halls at their barracks were practically emptied by the expulsion of the noble spies. As she was walking to the showers in her towel and flip-flops, she realized that she was the only spy left. Somehow, she had managed to stay in position, even after Lord Walker had found out her purpose. With a furrowed brow, she tried to figure out the little lord's game. Did he really think he had converted her to his side?
Or was he keeping her around in order to feed false information to the general? The older lord, Nick Salvatore Verena, was easy to figure out. Fighting him was very informative. The man was only here so he could watch over Lord Walker and complete his trials. He was easily deceived and lacked the motivation to excel in the game. Steering his attention wasn't going to be an issue. Even the bodyguard didn't appear to be a problem. Kathleen Averitt was a simple warrior. She may think she is clever, and in a way, she is. However, her area of expertise is combat. Deception and intrigue are outside of her understanding. Rose knew that as long as she trained hard, Kathleen wouldn't be a problem. Reaching the communal bathroom, Rose schooled her features. Putting on a vapid smile, she opened the doors and went inside. After hanging her towel on a peg, she walked into the steamy shower. Kathleen and Nick were already there. Both of them were talking about how their training was going while sharing a shower pillar. Each pillar had 4 shower heads, and Rose walked over to join them. "Are you two as tired as I am?" Rose asked, trying to foster some companionship. Nick was collecting some shampoo from a dispenser on the pillar. Turning his head to Rose, he said, "I don't think I've ever been this tired. It's hard to believe that this is a standard elite training schedule. Did you know that they train like this year-round? The only time they're not training is when they are out in the field." With a huff of derision, Kathleen said, "It wasn't that bad. You'll get used to it. Just focus on your training. Every drop of blood you shed while training is an increase in your life expectancy. The wilds are not for the weak." Kathleen had undone her combat braid and was massaging shampoo into her scalp. Rose couldn't help but admire her form. The woman was solid muscle. It was like she was carved from black marble. Lithe like a panther, even at rest she looked ready for combat. Nick blew a raspberry at her, then said, "You're enjoying this too much. We're only here to help out Nero. There is no reason to worry. We'll have an entire squad of elites with us when we face the wilds. We'll be perfectly safe." Rose stood under the hot water, rubbing down her sore muscles with the liquid soap from the pillar. She had thought Nick was soft, but looking at him naked proved it. His skinny limbs contrasted with his slight pouch of a belly. Rose said, "I think this is an opportunity for us all to get better. Like Lord Walker said, we need to remember why we are here. The danger in the wilds will only grow with time, and what we are doing is important." Nick scoffed and said, "There are going to be 100,000 troops clearing the wilds, not to mention all the hunters and aspiring adventurers. I'm not saying what we are doing is pointless, but Dorchester's future doesn't exactly rely on our success or failure." Just then they heard a squeak from the entryway. Everyone turned to see a red-faced Nero looking like he was frozen in terror. Rose couldn't help but chuckle. Quickly coughing into her hand to cover her slip-up, she returned to her shower. She could feel Nero walking over to the 4th shower head. When he finally joined them at the pillar, Rose got a chance to see the little man without his clothes. As she thought, he was wiry and taut like a spring. His frame didn't have a lot of power, but it did have resilience. She remembered the beating he gave her well. Rose said, "We were just discussing the intensity of the training. Lord Salvatore Verena doesn't seem to think it's necessary to push ourselves this hard." Probing for information was what she had been brought here for, and she wouldn't forget it. Even if these 2 nobles thought they had scared her off. Nero was staring forward at the pillar. He was obviously uncomfortable, and Rose couldn't help but find that adorable. The contrast between how dangerous he looked on the training field and how weak he looked right now was startling. While in combat he was a little man, but here he was a little boy. He might be the most dangerous freshly awakened young man in the city, but he could be defeated by a public shower. General Branson will want to hear about this. Nero couldn't get the images of Kathleen and Rose out of his head. His communal shower experience was just as bad as he thought it would be. Nero was both enticed and disgusted in equal measure. While Rose looked like a thick-thighed Instagram model, and Kathleen looked like a professional fitness competitor, Nero found Nick's dad bod was more than enough to counteract any physical reaction. Okay, along with silverware, staples, and paperwork, teenage hormones are multidimensional, Nero thought to himself with a grimace. After finally retreating to his room, Nero closed the door and sighed in relief. He wouldn't have to deal with that again until tomorrow. Nero knew that he had to push all his teenage confusion to the back of his head and focus on getting his first pillar. It was time to make the push to level 10. Turning off the lights in his room, Nero tossed his wet towel over his chair so it could dry. Hopping onto his bed, Nero sat cross-legged and tried to imitate the yoga nerds from the internet. Leveling required reflection, and Nero planned to go all in. While taking deep breaths, he opened his identity along with his stats. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 9. Race: Human. Growth: 100%. Tier: 1. Condition: 92%. Age: 14. Center: 49%. Body: 2. Mind: 4. Soul: 2. Confluence: 10. Stars: 0. Pillars: 0 over 0. Body: 2. Base: operative. Level: stress, presence. 11. 15.4. 1.2. Durability: 8. 11.2. 8.6. Recovery: 21. 29.4. 12.3. Speed: 13. 18.2. 6.1. Adaptability: 32. 44.8. 9.1. Power: 8. 11.2. 12.4. Mind: 4. Base: operative. Level: stress, weight. 26. 46.8. 4.2. Control: 29. 52.2. 8.3. Field: 23. 41.4. 11.3. Precision: 39. 70.2. 14.6. Endurance: 46. 82.8. 13.2. Focus: 48. 86.4. 9.1. Soul: 2. Base: operative. Level stress. Size: 29. 40.6. 0.3. Density: 101. 141.4. 0.3. Intensity: 76. 106.4. 0.2. Pressure: 27. 37.8. 0.2. Harmony: 24. 33.6. 4.6. Adaptability: 270. 378. 0.1. Nero knew that he was ready to level. His soul felt like it was bursting. Turning his senses inward, he could almost see the experience floating away. Wasted growth was evaporating into the atmosphere every second he delayed. While taking calm, deep breaths, Nero thought back to when he had last leveled. He had waited too long to address this. In the future, he'd have to start paying closer attention. Maybe he could be a little more reflective throughout the day. He'd leveled without meditating before. There was no reason he couldn't do it again. Forcing his thoughts back on track, Nero went through his experiences and the lessons he'd learned. He imagined that each was a stone on a path that spread out before him. Mentally moving forward, he felt them etch their memory into his soul. Meditation is so much easier now that I'm a psychic, he thought. Ignoring the stray thought, he concentrated on the path in front of him. The essence in his room pushed on his essence shield, and Nero released it with a sigh. All of the surrounding essence shook, and his center gave the world a metaphorical hug. Instead of coming out of his meditation, Nero felt stuck. Deciding to call his imagined path his mindscape, Nero took a moment to look around. He felt as though he were inside his soul, with images of his life floating around in a fog surrounding him. The stone path under his feet felt more real the longer he stood there. Right in front of his eyes, he saw many paths forward fade into existence. Nero realized this must be how he would choose his pillar. Rather than choosing a path, it felt more like he needed to confirm his destination. Where was he going? And why? There weren't signposts, but Nero knew what each path meant. He could feel it. Starting from the left, Nero could choose the pillar of air. When he looked at the path in front of him, he felt wind and storms. There were hints of pressure, temperature, and lightning. But there were also hints of flight, dodging, speed, and even cutting. Nero felt awed at the complexity. Thinking back to what Nick had said about pillars, Nero realized that he didn't really grasp that concepts covered a lot of ground. Pulling his attention away from the air pillar's path, he examined each one in turn. There was fire, water, earth, ice, evasion, avoidance, insight, defense, equivalence, adaptation, observation, recovery, deception, and intuition. Each path felt like it led to infinite possibilities, colored by the concepts they represented. Some had more direct applications, like the elemental pillars, while others were more esoteric, like equivalence and adaptation. The paths were so broad, Nero was having trouble deciding what to do. For example, with the ice pillar, he could follow the path and eventually freeze anything. Nero could make shields brittle or hold people in place. The path led to endless applications. If Nero took the ice pillar, one day he could use it to stop people teleporting by freezing the space around them. With interest, Nero examined the path that followed the equivalence pillar. It was all about converting things. He saw that all matter was essence, and all essence was energy, and all energy eventually met at a singularity. If Nero followed that path, he would one day be able to reshape reality at will. The possibility was intoxicating, and Nero started to feel lightheaded. But Nero couldn't stop thinking about the path that followed the adaptation pillar. The concept was so vague, the options so varied, Nero couldn't dismiss the feeling that it was perfect for him. He realized that his leveling was so fast because he was adaptable. His soul had traveled the upper realms and carried his mind along for the ride. The experience had made him malleable. This new world was completely foreign to him. Everyone was odd, and the rules seemed to always be changing. While the mental comparisons to his old world were becoming more infrequent, Nero felt that he was still making assumptions. He knew he was never going to fully embrace the changes, but he could at least look at them with fresh eyes. Nero would be his own man, make his own way. Someone important once said, "Adapt and overcome." It was good advice that Nero would take. It wasn't really a choice. Nero stepped onto the path associated with the adaptation pillar and felt like he was accepting an aspect of himself. Nero felt like he was back in college when he finally realized that he wasn't as cool as he thought he was. The feeling of accepting an aspect of his identity was like affirming a pillar of his existence. With that realization, Nero instantly became annoyed. The literal pillar was now in place, and Nero felt like the target of a cosmic joke. He could almost hear the world around him giggling while saying, "It's a pillar, get it? Your pillar, lol." After mentally cursing out the hippie reality he had found himself in, Nero opened his eyes and checked his identity. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 10. Race: human. Growth: 13%. Tier: 1. Condition: 100%. Age: 14. Center: 57%. Body: 2. Mind: 4. Soul: 2. Confluence: 10. Stars: 0. Pillars: 1/1. Absently noting his 13% growth, Nero noticed that his star was already spent. Confused, he took a closer look at his new Pillars panel. Pillars: Adaptation. Stars assigned: 1. Increased ability to handle level stress: 1. Surprised that he had somehow made a choice about where to assign his star, Nero tried to examine the ability he gained. Increased ability to handle level stress. You've always been more adaptable to change than those around you. Your body, mind, and soul benefit from the stress the world puts them under. You now can adapt to that stress better than before. You will adapt and overcome the challenges on your path. While he didn't completely understand what the ability was, Nero didn't feel cheated. The ability to adapt to circumstances was an essential part of life. He didn't know what was coming, but being able to handle it would require him to adapt and overcome. Opening his eyes, Nero felt at peace. This time, he didn't feel any negative repercussions from his level up. If that's all the pillar ever did for him, Nero would count it as a solid investment. After all, magic could do everything he needed. Sitting cross-legged, naked on his bed, Nero smiled as he told himself, "Abilities are for chumps. Magic is where it's at." Chapter 73. Weird, but appropriate. Now that Vera was no longer running Gate 7's center intake, she would be spending most of her time working from home. She had already been spending at least 3 nights a week using her home office to operate her shipping concern, Precision Shipping. So the office was already well suited for her new duties. Her local hub was top of the line, and she had spared no expense appointing the room with tasteful furniture. There were floor-to-ceiling windows which opened up onto a veranda overlooking her courtyard. She even had potted plants to keep the room feeling lively, while she had placed track lighting ringing the recessed ceiling in order to preserve the feeling of professionalism. Multiple displays were open on her desk, alongside several folders filled with expense reports and project updates. Like a machine, Vera systematically addressed every issue with utmost efficiency. Now that she had time, She was personally making sure the absorption of Dorchen shipping proceeded without any issues. She had already blocked several plots from other noble houses trying to shift contracts, falsify records, and generally cause problems. As the screens flashed, her pen slashed across the pages, and she smiled.
As much as she had liked her job at the center, this was her guilty pleasure. Plots against her interests were foiled and then turned against the aggressor. Machinations with many levels across fiscal and political arenas. Recent events had resulted in her having to face them all at once, and she had achieved victories that made her blood boil with excitement. Receiving a ping from Nick, she paused her work and opened a connection.
"Hello, dear. How was your first day of training?" she asked. Feeling his annoyance, she smirked and took a sip of her wine.
Nick replied, "It was fine, Vera. You were right about how General Branson responded to Nero's outing of the spies. From what I can tell, a new batch of actual elite recruits will be here tomorrow. The girl, Rose, is still here, though. What did you find out about her?" Vera changed one of the screens to display the file she had created for General Branson's spy.
Her name is Rose Vikander, 18 years old, trained since awakening under Ulrich Linderman, a hunter/assassin who was near her town on contract when she awakened. All accounts show that she was trained primarily as a hunter, and her assassination training hadn't started. Unclear if that was a long-term priority, or if she was only there to learn hunting. She is the 7th child of the town blacksmith and a local hunter. Neither parent is anything special. It appears she fled the town for a city at the first opportunity. Linderman was most likely just a means to an end, she said, while reading the report from the screen.
Vera felt Nick's interest as he asked, "Have you found out anything about her personality or capabilities? I'm having trouble getting a read on her. At first, I thought she was a simple village girl, but Nero seemed to see right through that. Now she's trying to come off as an airhead, but I'm not buying it." Vera sighed and said, "I was able to get hold of her records from the Hall of Hunting, but they weren't very extensive. All I can tell you is that she is primarily a long-range fighter who excels in ambushes. She isn't level 10 yet, so no pillar. For her personality, all we have to go on is what we've seen for ourselves. I'd say she is highly adaptable and motivated solely by self-interest. She didn't hesitate to cut ties with her mentor and move on to new opportunities when they were presented. She's also intuitive. Lord Bennings said that the girl took one look at Nero and decided she didn't want anything to do with the plot against him. It seems her intuition was the reason General Branson took note of her. In short, I'd recommend caution when dealing with her. Her threat isn't physical, it's psychological. You'll have to limit her information-gathering capabilities. I doubt she's forgotten her mission." Nick replied, "I'm pretty sure Nero converted her to our side, but I'll follow your advice. This isn't really my area." Vera nodded in agreement, then asked, "Speaking of deceptive individuals with a highly developed intuition, did you find out what pillar Nero gained?" Nick chuckled and responded, "Not yet. He's leveling as we speak. Kathleen thinks he'll gain some type of recovery ability, but I'm guessing something along the lines of an observation pillar. But you're probably right. Deception or intuition would fit Nero like a glove." Taking a sip of her wine, she said, "You'll be unable to keep his pillar secret, so don't bother trying. Don't make your moves in the open, you—" Nick interrupted her with an annoyed tone. "Yes, I know. Move in the shadows, and don't appear until I'm ready to strike. I know, dear," he said. Smiling, she said, "I'm sure you'll do fine. One spy isn't a concern. Just consider it training for Nero. Now you should get some meditation in. This change of pace will be good for you. Don't waste this opportunity, Nick. You'll regret it if you do." Vera felt her husband's acceptance of her words. He said, "I won't. Don't worry. I'll keep you updated on what's happening. Expect a ping around this time tomorrow." "I'll be available,"
Talk to you then, my love, she said, and then closed the connection.
Sipping her wine, she looked at the file on Rose that was still up on her desk. With a thoughtful look on her face, she debated what, if anything, she should do about the girl. Deciding that it was still too early in the game to make a move, she closed the file and returned to work. She had less than a week before Nick and Nero were out in the wild, and she wanted to get their trading posts up and running before they got back. As the screens on her desk started flashing, she smiled. She was really enjoying her new job. Waking up to morning reveille, Nero threw on a fresh pair of training clothes and dragged himself onto the field. Kathleen and Rose looked wide awake, but Nero took solace in the fact that Nick looked exactly how Nero felt. Tired. Captain Angelton must have sent the other trainers away, because he was personally running their morning training. There were only 4 recruits remaining: Nick, Nero, Rose, and Kathleen. Nero wasn't able to hide his shortcomings in a crowd any longer. During the run, Nero was lapped by everyone multiple times, after which he still couldn't perform the physical training at all. While everyone else was contorting their bodies and performing feats of gymnastics on the adult-sized jungle gym, Nero was falling on his face with alarming regularity. Yet he persisted. Captain Angelton spent the morning offering compliments and encouragement to Rose, Kathleen, and even Nick. He praised their successes and encouraged them to push their limits. But all Nero heard was, "Way to keep trying. You'll get it eventually. Don't give up." Rather than get angry, Nero just kept plodding along. His inexhaustible well of stamina was still working, and Nero didn't hesitate to keep trying. He knew that it would take time and effort. Occasionally, he'd check his stat panel and watch the stress pile up. It was growing slower than the day before, but it was still growing. Once again, his smile was eternal in the face of the physical torture he was enduring. Eventually, the morning training ended, and the captain sent them off to breakfast. As the group of 4 were heading off to the dining hall, they saw the new recruits being organized across the field. Nick said, "Looks like the replacements are here. You think the general just pulled them from the monster hunting teams?" As they walked, Kathleen was the one to respond. "Probably. Some of them might have been on the road teams, but I doubt it. He'll have wanted the best of the best to make up for his previous gaffe." While Nick and Rose nodded, Nero just looked over at the group and wondered if it really mattered. Taking his past into account, Nero doubted he would be able to tell the difference between someone's skill level. They could have been from maintenance and would still probably be able to kick his ass. Small talk ensued while they collected their food and took their seats at their table. Nero stayed rather quiet, as he was busy daydreaming about the future. He imagined being a physical powerhouse that could throw around magic as if he were Superman crossed with the God Emperor from Warhammer. Nick seemed to not be able to hold back his questions any longer, and made Nero jump when he nearly shouted, "Nero! Seriously, just tell us what pillar you took. I can't keep talking around the subject. You did level, right?" Nero looked up from his meal to see everyone staring at him intensely. Sighing, he said, "I took the adaptation pillar. Hey, do you guys go into a kind of mental world when you meditate? It started happening to me, and it's weird." Nick's eyebrows rose in interest as he said, "Mental world? We'll definitely have to talk about that. But what do you mean you took an adaptation pillar? What is that? I don't think I've ever heard of that." While Rose and Kathleen kept silent, they were paying close attention to the conversation. Nero didn't see the harm in telling them about his pillar, as everyone else freely discusses their pillars. Tapping his fork on his plate while trying to figure out how to describe his pillar, Nero took a large drink from his water. Setting it down, he gave Nick a serious look and said, "It's about acceptance and change. When I was on the path, it felt like I could become anything I needed to be. The pillar is all about internalizing change and growing in the face of challenges.
The table was quiet as they thought about what Nero had said. Nick spoke up with some confusion in his voice. So your pillar is about growth. You're already leveling at ridiculous speeds. I guess it makes sense in a way. Compared to where you were, you've changed a great deal in a very short amount of time. I can't say that the pillar isn't appropriate, but it seems like a very ill-defined pillar. Did you gain an ability, or is it more passive? Nodding as he ate, Nero took a sip of water to wash down his morning sausage. I gained an ability that helps me handle level stress. I'm guessing it has something to do with how much I can gain while infusing stars. I'll just have to see. Rose joined the conversation. Why didn't you choose a more useful pillar, like one for observation or recovery? She asked with interest. Nero said, I didn't really feel like I chose a pillar. It was more like there were many paths in front of me, and the one with the adaptation pillar just felt the most right. The other ones felt like half-truths. My pillar was always adaptation. I just didn't know it until I saw it. Nick nodded and said, That's how it is with some people. They just know what they should pick. Now, what did you mean when you said you saw paths in front of you? Looking at Nick, Nero replied, It's like I said. Lately, when I've been meditating, I feel like I'm mentally projecting myself into my soul. This time, I saw a path surrounded by my memories. I even had a body. It was kind of trippy. Then there were all these paths that were associated with the different pillars. They were layered on top of each other. It was like I could scroll through them in order to choose which path I wanted to put in front of me. I didn't read anything about that, so I was curious if that was weird. Once again, silence met Nero's words. Everyone had stopped eating and was staring at Nero like he was crazy. Nick said, Yes, Nero, that is weird. Most people just see an interface they can interact with at level 10. I've never heard about anyone experiencing what you just described. Shrugging, Nero said, I'm sure it will be fine. Let's finish our meal and get back to training. Pointing at Kathleen, Nero said, Today, I'm going to at least make you earn it. Kathleen smiled as she stabbed a sausage and pointed it at Nero. I always earn my victories. Learn quickly, little lord. Right now, you are nothing but a crappy training partner. Hopefully, you'll be more dangerous than a puppy by the time we head into the wilds. After she finished her taunt, she ripped the sausage from her fork with her teeth. Snorting, Nero said, That was the lamest trash talk I've ever heard. It felt like you were encouraging me. What the hell is wrong with you? Let me show you how it's done. Clearing his throat, Nero straightened in his chair and scowled at Kathleen from across the table. In a cold voice, he said, I'm gonna kick your ass so hard that your pillar will change to shame. You'll rue the day you stepped into the ring with this little lord. You hear me, you ancient harpy? Rose couldn't help it and burst into laughter. Nick hid his head in his hands as his shoulders shook in amusement. Kathleen, however, was smiling ear to ear when she said, Oh, it's gonna be a great day. I can feel it. Feeling a shiver down his spine, Nero gulped and forced himself to return a smile of his own. Maybe he went a little too far? This wasn't a MMORPG. He was going to be within arm's reach. On the way to the training ring, Nero could only take comfort in the fact that there were 2 green-shirt medics waiting for them. Even death wouldn't stop him. Telling himself that it would be fine, Nero faced off against Kathleen and prepared himself to receive an ass-kicking of epic proportions. Chapter 74. All practice is boring. The Council of Mages meeting room in the Tower of Magic was always relatively full. At minimum, there would be 2 or 3 archmages using the room to argue about something. There were always new findings to discuss and new conclusions to defend.
But over the past week, the topic of conversation always had to do with the anomaly that was currently living in Dorchester. At first, the Mage Council was watching the young man's every move with interest. But over time, their attention began to slip. It was difficult for any subject to hold their interest for a prolonged period of time. But there was still always at least one mage watching what the young troublemaker was up to. In fact, the council had a long-range scry connection set up between the council chamber's communication crystal and their leader, Archmage Jennings, who was currently in Dorchester, personally monitoring the anomaly. But this morning, the Mage Council was gathering like ants on an apple core. Word had gotten around that the anomaly had received his first pillar, and it was said to be a doozy. Large screens were hovering in the room above the large circular table, each displaying records of readings taken from Nero during some of his more interesting events. There were videos playing of the young man's highlights, although, if asked, the archmages would refer to them as reference materials. As more and more random mages burst into the room as word of mouth spread, the conversation became more lively as those who had been absent were caught up on Nero's life. From the side of the table, a mage shouted, "I found it! There was a record for an adaptation pillar. Damn it! Give me control of one of the projectors." Taking control of one of the screens, she brought up the historical account of the only person in history to have an adaptation pillar before Nero. The mages all quieted down and started reading the report currently displayed on the massive hologram. Quiet mutterings could be heard, but the room was relatively silent considering there were almost 35 mages and archmages crammed into the room. One of the mages broke the silence by asking, "Is this everything we have? All of this is anecdotal. There was no data collected? No studies on the subject?" Angry murmurs started throughout the crowd as the mob was unhappy with the limited information. Archmage Mathers took control of the room by shouting, "Quiet down! Jennings needs to hear this. Everyone who isn't on the council, I want you out of here. Feel free to take over one of the meeting halls and continue with your analyses and debates." As the mages started filing out of the room, Mathers pointed to the mage who'd found the record and said, "Mage Adept Clancy, you can stay. You found the record, so you should be the one who presents it to the director." Mage Adept Clancy nodded with a smile, proud to be included. She straightened her robes and tried to adopt an air of confidence. Soon, she was the youngest person remaining in the room by hundreds of years. Taking a seat at the table, she watched as the Mage Council took their places, while Mathers contacted Jennings through the scry link.
The communication crystal lit up,
and an excited Jennings appeared on a screen hovering in front of the Mage Council. "What did you find out? The records out here were useless. Tell me everything," he said, while bouncing in his seat. Mathers smiled and waved permission for Mage Adept Clancy to share her findings. Coughing into her hand to clear her throat, she stood up and addressed the room in a clear voice. 1830 years ago, during the reign of King Marcus, a boy awakened while in a dungeon. He had been living in the dungeon since he was 6, as his older siblings had tricked him into the dungeon and then left him there. Lost, he went further in and eventually forgot about the outside world. He stayed there until he was 23, at which time he was found by delvers. His story was so unusual that it was recorded, and the man became a local celebrity in the nearby city of Connington. She brought up the relevant holograms depicting images of the man along with his story, displaying them for the council's evaluation. Jennings said with obvious annoyance, "I'm assuming you're telling me this because the man had the adaptation pillar." Clancy didn't seem to mind the interruption and just continued. The local mage tower worked with him, recording his life story and observing his growth. Their findings were logged in the Regional Oddities section of the Historical Archive. The man lived to 640 years old when he was killed by a marsh hydra while delving the Pit of Despair outside Connington. But his life was rather interesting.
Jennings interrupted, wanting her to get to the point. He said, "Just tell me about the pillar, then send me the file." Frowning in annoyance, Clancy replied, "From the records, the mages didn't seem to be very impressed with the pillar. The man was a physical fighter, and his pillar seemed to aid in his training. He was reported to have unlimited stamina and could fight well past the point where others would collapse. He recovered faster from injuries and could survive in any environment. The mages made note of the fact that the pillar just seemed to increase the man's natural abilities. Reportedly, there were no special abilities that were gained or powers that manifested. By all accounts, the adaptation pillar was the least interesting thing about the man." Going back to what I was saying, he was a renowned bard who adventured into— Jennings interrupted again, even more annoyed. "Didn't they do any level tracking? Essence evaluations? Don't we know anything?" Mathers, who had been looking through the file, said, "They didn't seem to think his pillar was worth investigating. Most of what was recorded concerned his life and how he survived such an ordeal while growing up. I'm afraid that you'll have to figure it out on your own. Have you noticed anything of note?" Jennings shook his head and replied, "He just got the pillar last night. It will take some time before I can make any conclusions. I was hoping for some information on what to expect going forward. I guess it doesn't matter. But let me know if you find anything else." With a wave of his hand, the connection winked out, and the Mage Council was left staring at the wall. Clancy said, "Well, at least Dorchester hasn't made him worse." The council chuckled, and one of the Archmages addressed Mage Adept Clancy. "Thank you for your work. We'll let you know if we need anything else." Clancy offered the council a small bow, then left the council chambers. Another Archmage from off to the side said, "While we're here, did anyone see the kids' close-quarters combat training yesterday? If you missed it, it's definitely worth seeing." Mathers said, "I was busy meeting with the Expansion Commission about that Bloodwater thing. If you have a copy, throw it up. Let's see what we missed." Along with nods from around the room, the sound of personal spaces being opened to retrieve popcorn were omnipresent. Soon the mages were chewing and wincing as they watched Nero being beaten to death by Kathleen, over and over again. "The kid really is fun to watch, huh?" one of the mages whispered to the mage next to him. His friend just nodded as she watched the screen while sipping her drink through a curly straw. He tried to ignore Specialist Howard and Nick arguing about how battlefields affected large-scale magical combat while focusing on his spell work. Rather than attempting to stamp his spells, he was trying to conserve as much center as possible while rapid-firing small fireballs at his target. According to Specialist Howard, the trick was to inscribe the spell form into reality as quickly as possible while keeping a firm hold on the essence from your center. If you were careful, you could collect most of the essence back into your center when you released the spell form. Stamping a spell form made the recovery more difficult, but it could be done. The more Nero learned about casting, the more he realized that everything came down to control of his identity. His constructs would become extensions of his identity when he infused them with his center. And as long as he kept firm control of his center, it kept his identity intact. Over time, the world would overwrite his control, and the essence he spent on the constructs would return to being the world's. Standing with his left foot forward while crouching, Nero fired baseball-sized fireballs from his hands like he was in an anime. Every 2 seconds, he felt a thump as the essence was collected in the ether, then released as a shot. Trying to keep his breathing even, he blinked away the sweat while trying to concentrate. Although this wasn't the kind of training he had been expecting, he understood its purpose. "Nero, take a break and get some water," shouted Specialist Howard. Panting, Nero let his arms fall to the side, after collecting whatever essence was left from his spell form. He stumbled over to a bench and took a seat. Grabbing a canteen, Nero took large gulps as he spilled water all over the place. Both Nick and Specialist Howard were impressed with Nero's dedication. However, they also thought he was an idiot.
Nick sat down next to Nero and said,
"Have you managed to infuse your center into your spells?"
Nodding, Nero tried to catch his breath.
Nick just waited patiently for Nero to be able to speak again. Specialist Howard went over to the targets to inspect them for damage and check on Nero's essence signature. Nero finally managed to say, "I've been doing what you said, but it's hard to give the spells my meaning. Infusing my center into every spell takes a lot of concentration. Is it really necessary?"
Chuckling, Nick said, "Yes, Nero. If you don't impart your center into your spells, they will just fall apart when they interact with another identity. Even a fireball wouldn't harm a bush without you putting some of yourself into it. Remember, the stronger you are, the more of you your spells can hold." Gesturing at Specialist Howard, Nick continued, "Someone like him would barely have to make an effort, and he would obliterate your essence shield. Sentient species can add their will to their essence, but everything in this world has an identity. Magical combat is dependent on you enforcing your identity into your constructs. Every spell, every single spell, requires your full effort." Shoulders slumped. Nero could only manage to nod weakly. Even though it sounded like jibber-jabber, Nero understood what Nick was trying to say. The material world was made up of essence constructs that had an identity. The spells Nero formed just made temporary, weak imitations. Unless he poured some of his identity into them, they weren't really there at all. They were just holograms, without substance. It was weird to think about, but a 100-year-old tree had a better natural defense than a freshly awakened human. Thinking back to his arena fight, Nero realized just how lucky he had been. If his opponent were just a few levels higher, Nero's laser would have been useless. And he had only won the noble war because his air bomb relied on the surrounding air's identity, not his spells. Magical combat was so very simple, yet so very hard. All of the books Nero had read were theory books. Even the Household Spells book was really just a list of spell forms that were considered useful. Nero had learned more in the past 2 days from Specialist Howard than he had from all of hours he had spent reading. But it hadn't really been the information offered. It was mostly the simple explanations Specialist Howard offered on how to properly cast. It was like Nero had been trying to learn how to drive from reading manuals describing how internal combustion engines worked. Now that he understood the basics of magical combat, he saw why it was so difficult. The center requirements were harsh. If Nero didn't have such a larger center, then he could only cast a spell or two before he would be out of energy. Stamina could be increased by keeping tight control of his center, but precision required practice, so any waste was disastrous. Luckily, Nero had center to spare for training. It turned out that although the amount of center a person had was based on several factors, it mostly boiled down to how large a soul you had. And if there was one thing Nero had going for him, it was a ridiculously robust soul. Checking, he saw his center was at 56%. It would take a while for his body to appropriate more essence from the surroundings and infuse his identity into it in order to replenish his reserves. On average, Nero was refilling his center at around 20% an hour. Both Nick and Specialist Howard seemed to think that was incredibly fast, but to Nero, it felt absurd. Why couldn't he refill his mana like a video game? 30 seconds while out of combat and back to full. While Nick watched over a recovering Nero, Specialist Howard walked up and said, "All right, let's take a break from casting and work on some spell forms. Nero, how is your personal space coming?" After groaning in annoyance, Nero said, "I haven't had a chance to work on it. The conceptual method for retrieval is easy, but I'm not comfortable with the creation spell form, and I don't want to screw it up. Who knows what can happen if I mess up the anchor? This is my soul we're talking about here." Nick answered the rhetorical question. "I know what can happen. Nothing. If you mess up, the space will just lose cohesion and return to the ether.
"Show me your spell form. I'll be able to tell if you're ready to cast it," he said.
With a grimace, Nero said, "Fine, but I'm not actually going to cast it."
Still sitting on the bench, Nero held out his hands and carved the spell form for creating a personalized pocket dimension, along with the anchor he could hook onto his soul. As it was solely comprised of his center, the spell form seemed to glow to his senses. Nero was careful not to let any ambient essence be pulled into the spell form. He didn't want to accidentally cast it. Both Specialist Howard and Nick were studying Nero's spell form. They were both looking intently and muttering to themselves. Nero felt like he was showing a drawing he had made to his parents and was now patiently waiting for their approval. After waiting for almost a full minute, Nero got annoyed and said, "Well, is it close enough? How hard is it to just tell me what I did wrong?" Nick's eyes snapped to Nero and he said, "Not everyone can actually see spell forms, Nero. We have to feel around for them, and then build an image in our head of what the spell form actually looks like. Just be patient." Nero raised his eyebrows in surprise. While he focused on keeping the spell form stable, he thought about what Nick had just said. Nero knew that he had very astute psychic senses, but he hadn't realized it was that out of the ordinary. In a way, this was game-changing, while also changing nothing. It was an advantage that he had been taking for granted. He decided that he should spend some more time watching other people cast and start mentally studying their spell forms. Finally, Specialist Howard said, "It should work. I don't see any issues. But I have to ask, why did you make it so small?" Nero replied, "What do you mean? This is how the spell was in the book. Should I make the spell form bigger? Why would that matter?" Nick said, "He means, why do you have the size component of the spell form so small? This is a beginner's pocket space. You should be able to manage a much larger one. Do you know which part of the spell designates the volume of your personal dimension?" Nero looked at his spell and said, Yeah, I think so. I just need to change this part." As he spoke, he shifted the spell form to quadruple the space. If his guess was right, it would make a personal dimension around 4 feet by 4 feet, which should be plenty of space for all his books and spare clothes. Both Nick and Specialist Howard nodded, and Nick said, "Yeah, that'll work. Just cast it. You'll be fine. Stop being a baby." Frowning, Nero gave in to peer pressure. The moment he let the spell form activate, it started dragging in space essence along with numerous others. Nero watched as it seemed to attach a tendril to his chest, then expand quickly and vanish. Yet Nero could still feel it. It wasn't uncomfortable, but he felt like he added a tab to his identity panel. It only took a thought, and it was like his mind could see a very small room. Even though it was completely dark, he could feel the emptiness waiting to be filled. Smiling, Nero said, "I think it worked. I can see a small room in my soul waiting to be filled. That's just wild." Specialist Howard asked, "What do you mean when you say you can see it?" Nick responded, "I think Nero has achieved soul-mind unity. Don't worry about it. It's most likely because of his unique history. From what I understand, it usually happens around level 75 for mages, sometimes later. I've read about it." Nero looked at the two with confusion and said, "Huh?" Specialist Howard looked shocked, but snapped back to reality quickly. Turning to Nero, he said, "Don't worry about it. Look it up on your own time. Now I want you to show me the spell forms that you know. Keep hold of your center, and try not to let any escape. Cast nothing, just carve the spells. We'll see what you remember from yesterday." Turning his head to look at Nick, he said, "And you should go actually get some training in. Standing here watching Nero work his ass off doesn't count." Nick huffed at the implied insult, but still got up to go get some practice in. Although he did manage to convey his disinterest by walking away like a child being told to go to his room. Ignoring Nick's petulance, Specialist Howard crossed his arms and said, "All right, Now start with the basic elemental series I showed you. Start with the 10 earth spells I showed you. Then we'll move on from there. Hold them, one at a time. I'll tell you when you can release them."
Sighing, Nero stood up and returned to the training circle. Checking, he saw that he was down to 53% center. Mentally, he scolded himself for having such poor control. He'd have to get better at holding his center. Focusing, he cast the first earth spell Specialist Howard had shown him. As the spell form for creating a blast of pebbles formed in front of him, he heard Specialist Howard bark, "Focus, Nero! Stop leaking your center! Hold on to your center like your life depends on it, because at some point, it will." Nodding, Nero furrowed his brow and focused. "Time and effort. That's all it takes. Time and effort," he told himself. Chapter 75. Try, and try again. City Lord Cosgrove sat in her office, chuckling at the report that had just come in. The noble house of Morrison had lodged an official complaint against General Branson. They were apparently unhappy with his recent actions. As she read the specifics, she just shook her head in amusement. They were saying that the general had no right to remove their spies. Lord Morrison was of the opinion that their house's retainers having a secondary objective didn't violate the oaths of service to the army. As it wasn't illegal for a house to have their retainers serve in the military, he wasn't technically wrong. And since the spies were told to follow all of the orders they received from their superiors, they would have been indistinguishable from a common soldier. However, she doubted that spying would be considered an acceptable personal activity, which would fall outside of the army's purview. Guard Dalton was sitting across from her, waiting patiently for her to read the report. His face was serious, as he didn't see what was so funny about the situation. Sitting next to him was Terence Blackwood, one of her consorts, and he, at least, seemed to share her amusement. Terry sat there with a subtle hand covering his smile. Finishing the report, she said, "So what's the Tower of Law going to do about this?" Terry answered, "I heard that Lord Bennings was trying to stop the Council of Law from ordering sanctions." Surprised, she said, "They were actually going to try and sanction General Branson?" Terry replied with a smile, "No. They were so annoyed with House Morrison they were going to sanction them for wasting the Council's time with such a ridiculous complaint. Last I heard, Lord Bennings was trying to calm them down." Dalton interjected, "That's the least of our problems. Since yesterday, the general has been very loud. Historically, he has worked behind the scenes, but now he is visiting the various army compounds in person. He has started multiple training initiatives, along with increased recruiting drives. He even ordered recruiting posters to be put up in the guard stations. There is going to be a picture of Lord Walker standing bloodied on a training field, along with a caption, 'Our nobles are working hard to protect Dorchester. Are you willing to make them defend the wall alone?' From what we can tell, it's already having an effect on the guard enrollment numbers, and it's only been a day." Terry laughed and said, "That's not the half of it. The general also applied for additional funds from Oglevak to supplement what he receives from Dorchester. I've heard that he plans to mount defensive emplacements along the wall. He has army engineers going through the old plans which are archived in the Mage Tower. It seems he wants to recreate the old defenses from before House Cosgrove took over the city seat." Lord Cosgrove sat there with a smile, completely unconcerned. In her opinion, all of these were positives. If the general could fund the increase in defenses without harming Dorchester's war chest, she was completely fine with it. The issue with the guards wasn't ideal, but word had already been sent out to the surrounding villages and towns. An influx of refugees seeking safety within the walls would be coming soon. There would be plenty of fresh bodies to replenish the ranks. Looking at Head Guard Dalton, she said, "Make sure the guard increases their recruitment efforts in kind. Have someone come up with something catchy to make serving as a guard sound like a worthy cause. In the next few months, we'll have plenty of refugees coming in. I'll set aside some of the funds from the Noble War with the Dorchans. I want you to use them to increase training initiatives for the guard."
Terry tapped a finger on his chair arm while taking on a look of concern. Noticing his change in demeanor, Lord Cosgrove asked, "What is it, Terence?" Looking at her, he said, "I was just thinking about what has the General so spooked. Is it possible we're underestimating the coming beast wave? I have to admit, I didn't really understand what that presentation was trying to convey. I'm talking about the one that Centre Research gave." Lord Cosgrove nodded and said, "It was rather difficult to follow. From what I understand, it will be a large beast wave. But you're right. Try and find someone who has a handle on what's coming. If we're missing something, find someone capable of clearing up the confusion. If the General is doing all this, there must be a reason." Dalton asked, "Are we going to do anything about the fact that we no longer have eyes on the army? The General didn't limit his purge to just the elite camps. He released a total of 1,590 troops with ties to the noble houses, ours included. And I doubt he'll stop with just them. This could change the political landscape of the city." Lord Cosgrove nodded and said, "It will. But in the long run, this is a good thing. The army is supposed to be separate from the political arena. The fact that we let it get to this point was our fault in the first place. This is a good time to refocus the city's defenses onto what matters. We have other ways to keep apprised of what's going on with the army, and our spies were just there to keep an eye on the spies from the other noble houses." Dalton seemed to accept her position, even if he didn't agree with it. Looking at him, she said, "Now I want you to get started on those initiatives for the Guard. I'll have the funds for you by the end of day." Headguard Dalton stood up and offered a short bow, then left without another word. As the door closed behind him, Terry's tone changed to one of worry as he asked, "Are we going to talk about Deidre's plan to eliminate Lord Walker? I think that—" Lord Helima Cosgrave stared at him with cold eyes and interrupted him. No, we are not." They were now on day 3 of their training, and Nero was starting to feel the pressure. Captain Angelton had introduced the 16 new recruits to Nero's squad before their morning workout. They were, in a word, intimidating. Each one of them had been serving the army in the field. They were all hardened warriors, very different from the spies Nero had met 2 days before. The morning workout went poorly for Nero. Instead of his weakness being ignored, he heard snickers and mocking from the new recruits. For Nero, it was both reassuring and disappointing. On one hand, it was nice to know that people could suck in this world, but on the other, it was depressing to see that people were fundamentally all the same. As he was running around the track, Nero heard another recruit shout, "On your left, little lord!" Then the woman blew past him like he was standing still. Growling in annoyance, Nero tried to increase his pace. No matter how much he pushed, he was just too slow compared to the other recruits. He tried to tell himself that they were all probably at least level 15, and some of them might even be level 20. But it didn't help. "On your left, little lord!" another recruit shouted, then blew past him. Nero was going to get Kathleen back for starting that nickname. The woman was getting better at hurling insults. In fact, she was improving at a faster rate than Nero was when it came to fighting. If Nero didn't step up his game, he'd lose the verbal war in addition to the physical one. "All right, recruits, fall in!" shouted Captain Angelton. Like a well-oiled machine, all the recruits collapsed into formation in front of the captain. Of course, Nero was the last to find his place. Panting, he stood there, doing his best to stand at attention. Captain Angelton assigned their groups, and luckily Nero's squad stayed together under Sergeant Wesker. After some bland words of encouragement, they were released to have breakfast. Nero was a half a second behind everyone as they all cast a cleaning spell in unison, getting rid of their morning grime. Looking around, he saw Nick and Kathleen and walked over to join them. On the way, he was joined by a tall woman with a combat braid and the sides of her head shaved. She tapped his shoulder and said, "So is it true that you killed 5 men in single combat to earn your house?" Or is that just noble propaganda?
Nero looked up at her and said coldly,
It's true, but I didn't exactly fight fair.
She smiled and said,
Hey, no judgment here. I was just curious. I saw your arena fight. That took some guts to just stand there and let that guy try and take your head. How'd you manage to cast a plasma lance at such a low level?
As they walked toward the dining hall, Nero had to reassess the mocking he had been hearing. It was less like hazing, and more like they were treating him as a mascot. Nero didn't know how he felt about that, but he supposed it was better than having his head shoved in a toilet. He chatted with the woman, whose name turned out to be Marie Denton. She introduced him to her friends from the monster hunting squads. They were Carrie Moonshanks and Vance Platt, and they had all come from the same team. They'd been out in the wilds hunting dangerous monsters and beasts for years. The walk wasn't long enough for Nero to ask half the questions he wanted. By the time they got their food, Nero felt like they could be good people to know. Promising to talk later, Nero took his plate and went to find his squad. After locating them, he took his seat and said, I was just talking with some of the new recruits. It seems most of them came from the monster hunting squads. Nero poured himself a glass of water and dug into his eggs, sausage, and something that looked like hash browns. Kathleen said, Don't take anything they said too personally. They're warriors, not politicians. Any insult they gave was probably just meant as a joke. Before Nero could say anything, Nick spoke up while laughing. Did they pick on you about the posters? Nero gave Nick a look of confusion and said, What posters? Rose and Kathleen both looked at Nick with curiosity. They didn't seem to know what he was talking about either. Nick smiled and said, I heard from Vera that the general used a picture of you for a recruitment push. I'm told it looks great. Vera promised to get me a framed copy. I'm going to need you to sign it at some point. His amusement was clear, and he dug into his meal happily. Nero grimaced and said, He could have at least asked. Don't people have image rights or something? Nick raised his eyebrows and said, Are you really going to cause a stink? You want House Walker to go on record saying that it doesn't support the army? Nero stabbed a sausage and said, No, of course not. I'm just saying that my image shouldn't be used without my permission. Seeing the blank stares looking back at him from around the table, he continued, But I guess in this case it's for a good cause, so I'll let it slide. Rose muttered, Good choice. Their breakfast continued with some light chatting, and Nero forgot to tell his squad about his new friends. Nick tried to constantly focus the conversation on science, while Kathleen spent most of the time calling Nick a nerd without actually saying it. And Rose just smiled and watched. Nero knew she was trying to present herself as an airhead, but he wasn't buying it. The meal ended before he made a decision on how to handle her. All too soon, Nero was back in Training Ring 2, facing off against Kathleen in hand-to-hand combat. She never went easy on him, or at least Nero didn't think she did. Although Nero was improving rapidly, he never got close to actually hurting her. Every time he tried to tackle her, he went face first into her knee. His every punch was met with a block and instant counterattack. Nero had learned that trying to kick her was idiotic. It only took getting hit in the nuts over and over again in order for him to learn that lesson. Blood dripping from his chin, Nero grinned as he traded blows with Kathleen. She would counterjab, and he would bob. Back and forth they went, until Nero eventually overextended. Keep your elbows tight when you strike, she said, as she elbowed him in the temple. His mage armor helped by muting the blow, and Nero dove into a roll in order to gain some distance and let his head clear. Smoothly coming out of the roll, he took his stance and met her low kick with his shin. Instead of just blocking, he tried to angle his block to make her unable to pull her leg back. When she dropped her leg to the ground, Nero stepped forward into her guard. He managed to hit her stomach with a quick 1-2 combination, and then the lights went out again. Dying in this world was weird.
By this point, Nero had gotten rather used to it. 1 minute you were fine, the next, blackness. According to Nick, the soul couldn't perceive the material world without a medium, like a body. So when a person died, they just stopped receiving input from the world around them. Nero had asked why he couldn't use his psychic field to see what's going on, but Nick just called Nero an idiot for not understanding how a psychic field was formed. After promising himself that he would look it up at some point, Nero had dropped it. Coming back to life, Nero shot up from the ground, coughing. "It was an elbow, wasn't it?" he asked, while hacking up a wad of blood. Kathleen stood over him, while the medic worked on fixing his numerous fractures and bruises. She said, "Yup, getting in close is good, but because you're tiny, like a puppy, it limits your vision. And you are still dropping your guard. You're relying too much on damage and not focusing enough on defense. It doesn't matter if you injure your opponent if you end up dead. Now get up. You look pathetic lying there like that. I know you aren't a man, but for the next few minutes, how about you pretend you are?" Nero chuckled at that last line. "You're getting really good at the trash talk. I know it's hard to learn new things when you get older, so I applaud your efforts. It's too bad you put so much effort into learning how to fight when you were younger. You should have worked on your personality back when you were still pretty." Nero took his fighting stance and squared up for round 136, maybe? He had lost track around 30 minutes ago. Kathleen chuckled and said, "All right, little lord. Show me something." Nero growled. He really needed her to regret that nickname. Charging, he feigned a front kick, then dropped it to allow a low spin kick. He hoped to take out her ankle, but over his shoulder he saw her raise her foot out of the way with casual grace. Completing his spin, he rose to his feet and met her right cross with his forearm. Ducking under her left, he threw out a weak jab with his right into her floating ribs. Up close, his lack of height was an advantage, but it was always hard to get close enough for it to matter. Back and forth they went. Nero focused on feeling the world teaching him what he was doing wrong. His senses were spread wide, and the small mental nudges added up. Every second he spent in combat felt like a lesson. His brow furrowed in concentration. Nero blocked, dodged, and parried Kathleen's onslaught. But things eventually reached the inevitable conclusion, and Nero watched the ridge hand approach his neck from the corner of his eye. He was unable to do anything to stop it, and winced in anticipation of the pain. Luckily, his neck must have snapped cleanly, as once again the lights went out. At least I think I'm getting better, and I bet her hands must be hurting by now, so that's something, he thought, while floating in the blackness. Chapter 76. Prior Knowledge for the Win. Laying in her bed with her hands behind her head, Rose was using her link to catch up on current events. She was waiting for her check-in with her handler. Every night, she was responsible for summarizing her day and reporting on what her target was up to. She understood why the general was interested in Lord Walker. The young man was definitely odd. While she was watching the weekly rank matches from the arena, she received a connection request. With a start, she shot up into a sitting position. Instead of the request coming from her handler, she was receiving a ping from General Branson himself. After taking a second to calm down, she took a seat at her desk and opened the connection. She said, "Hello, sir. Is something wrong?" The general's mind was calm, while carrying a sense of strength, and Rose found his mental presence as intimidating as his physical one. His voice came through clearly, and her palms started to sweat as he had adopted a stern tone. "Why do you think there is something wrong?" he asked. "Well, I was expecting a ping from my handler, but it's no problem. What can I do for you, sir?" she said. The general's amusement colored his psychic presence, and he said, "I was available. and I wanted to hear more about our little lord. Anything interesting happened today? Rose replied, Well, it seems you've already heard about his nickname. It seems to cause him some irritation, but I haven't figured out why. He is still training extremely hard. I tried to keep an eye on him during close combat training, and I saw his bodyguard kill him at least 20 times. I still don't understand why that is being allowed. It's insane. Anyway, I haven't heard anything more about the mental projection he talked about yesterday. Lord Salvatore Verena didn't bring it up, or he was avoiding talking about it. And as usual, Ms. Averett was only interested in training.
So nothing interesting. How did the training with the new recruits go? He asked. It was surprising. Everyone seems to like Lord Walker. It's like they adopted him. No one gives him a hard time, and they all tease him as if he were one of them. Although they seemed to ignore me, Ms. Averett, and Lord Salvatore Verena. Did you order them to get close to him? Because if you did, it's working, she said. No, I think they just like the stories that are going around about him. I think he would have seen through it if I had offered a suggestion to befriend him. He is remarkably observant, he said. Yes, sir. But I have to tell you that you may be overestimating him. He is observant, but only concerning things he's interested in. His tendency to ignore what he doesn't want to deal with is much stronger than his observational skills, he said. Chuckling, the general asked, So he is still staring at the floor while showering, huh? Rose smiled and responded, Today was even worse than yesterday. One of his new friends from the recruits joined him in the shower and tried to have a conversation with him. Her name is Marie, but I didn't catch her last name. She seemed to be trying to befriend the target. The result was rather funny. The little lord turned red from embarrassment and avoided all eye contact. He must have gotten his shower done in less than 3 minutes. He practically ran back to his room. The general said, That's so weird. Did you figure out why he is acting like that? What did Nick say when you asked him about it? Rose said, I have no idea. It doesn't make any sense. And Lord Salvatore Verena wasn't any help. I asked him as ordered, and all he said was that Nero has some odd cultural hang-ups, and I shouldn't worry about it. Today, both he and the bodyguard laughed at the little lord's display. The bodyguard told the recruit, Marie, that she shouldn't be offended and should just treat his actions like a compliment. I didn't know what she meant, but I think she meant that the little lord found the recruit attractive. The general's confusion came through the connection, and he asked, But if Lord Walker was attracted to the woman, then wouldn't he have been staring at her rather than at the floor? Rose nodded and said, That's what I thought, hence my confusion. I said that I thought I understood what she was trying to say, but I didn't say I understood why she said it. After a pause, the general responded, Fair enough. Anything else to report? No, sir. I'll try and find out more about the mental projection he saw during his pillar choice tomorrow, she said. Copy that. Good job so far. Keep it up, said the general, and then he cut the connection. Rose's shoulders slumped in relief. She hated talking to that man. He was just so damn intimidating. Standing up, she shook it off and decided to get some meditation in before bed. Sitting down in the corner of the room on a small mat, she closed her eyes and reflected on her day. Nero had placed all of his books and spare clothes in his personal dimension. Sitting on his bed with his eyes closed, he observed the little room next to his soul and admired his space pocket. How cool is this, he thought. In order to pull something out of the space, he just had to focus on it, then mentally reach for it. It was like his psychic field pervaded the entire dimension. After mentally grabbing hold of an item, he could simply pull it through the wall, and a microportal would appear wherever he wanted. The only annoying thing was that in order to store something, he had to own it. That required him to saturate an object with his center in order to make it his. That little detail severely limited the utility of the spell, as saturating an object took around 20 to 30 seconds of concentrated effort.
The good news was, it took a day or two for his ownership to wear off. So as long as he returned the item back to his space within that time frame, he could keep control of whatever he wanted. As he was playing with his personal space, he received a ping from Vera. Surprised, he closed the little mental window into his personal dimension and opened the connection.
Hey, Vera. I wasn't expecting to hear from you. How's it going? He asked with a smile. He had finally gotten out of the habit of speaking out loud while talking over the link. Amusement colored her psyche as she replied, It's going well, but for the record, I was expecting to hear from you. We haven't spoken since that debacle with the general. Why haven't you pinged me to let me know how you're doing? Or at least to check in on some of our projects? Nero said, I didn't want to bother you, and I'm at a training camp. Aren't I supposed to be cut off from the outside world? And I'm sure you would have found a way to contact me if you needed to. Vera sighed and said, Nero, why would you have to be in isolation in order to train? Never mind. I don't care to listen to your weird theories right now. I need to ask you about our trading posts. I've procured a storefront near the Hunter's Hall in Gate 15. I'm stocking it with arms and armor, and I've set up the paperwork allowing us to purchase essence crystals. What I don't know is what the plan is. How is this supposed to work? How are we supposed to make a boatload of money like you said we would? The prices for essence crystals are fixed. Everyone can turn them in for the same amount. I'm assuming you have a reason for saying we had to get this set up quick. Nero chuckled and said, Vera, you're too nice a person, you know that? Irritation came through the link loud and clear as she said, I'm not typically referred to as nice. In fact, that might be the first time in recent memory that anyone has ever accused me of that particular fault. Nero smiled and leaned back, his back against the wall, while he sat on his bed. Got it. I won't make such a horrible mistake again. Now listen carefully. We are nobles. We get tax breaks and can buy in bulk. Now we have a trading post, so we can trade goods for crystals rather than money. Stock the store with tents, travel rations, lamps, rope, and all the other little things that are cheap but people have to buy over and over again. Now, in addition to us getting the weapons and armor at a discount, we can sell them for full price. We trade the goods for crystals at an inflated price, allowing the hunters to turn in their crystals to us and get their goods right away. As long as our prices aren't too outrageous, they'll buy from us because it's just easier than waiting in line to turn in their crystals to get paid, then go out and haggle to try and find all the things they'll need in the wilds. You see, we are charging a premium for the ease of a direct trade. In addition, we make even more because we can get the stuff for cheap as we are nobles. If we can manage to make our own products, we'll make even more. But that is for later, he said. Vera was stunned. She did some basic math in her head and tried to run the numbers. If they just charged a service fee of 5% for the convenience, then added the discounts to the profits, they'd be making a killing. Nero, that's brilliant. You're taking advantage of human laziness and their desire to save time by blatantly overcharging people and making them thank you for it. How the hell did you think of that? She asked in amazement. Nero shrugged and said, In my old world, that was like 90% of what business was. Well, that and illegally hiding profits and paying their employees as little as possible without losing them. That touches on the production thing I just mentioned. If we find a village or something where people don't get paid a lot, we can open up manufacturing centers out there and then just use our shipping company to collect the products after they're made at a steep discount. We can then charge our trading company for the transport, pay ourselves, record a loss, and then pay even fewer taxes. For the trifecta, we need to establish a separate production company. That way we are always paying ourselves a loss, then all the money being made is just shunted to both you and me as the heads of the company. The company will be losing money every year, while we take home all the profits at the reduced tax rate of the nobles. If we do it right, the companies will be paying no corporate taxes, and we'll get rich.
Vera's psyche was vibrating with conflicting emotions as she said,
Nero, I am so proud to know you. You have never been more attractive than you are right now. I need you never to tell anyone about any of this. This is just between you and me. We're going to own everything. I'll be in charge of it all. You just keep coming up with ideas. I'll handle everything. Remember, don't tell anyone about anything, you amazing little man. She then cut the connection.
Nero was stunned. Vera had never spoken to him like that before. In fact, he'd never heard her sound so happy. It was like seeing a school principal skipping to class, or a comedian praising the human condition. It took Nero at least a full 3 minutes to process what had just happened.
Eventually, he shook it off and stood up to stretch. He still had an hour or two before he had to get to sleep. Opening his identity, he checked his progress.
Name: Nero Walker. Level: 10. Race: Human.
Growth: 17%.
Tier: 1. Condition: 100%. Age:
14. Center: 68%.
Body:
2.
Mind: 4. Soul: 2. Confluence: 10. Stars: 0. Pillars: 1/1. Jennings wasn't kidding when he said that Nero's leveling speed would slow down when he reached level 10. He'd only gotten a few points in his growth. He wondered if it would really take a week for his next level. He opened a stat breakdown to check his daily progress. Body: 2. Base: Operative. Level: Stress, Presence: 11. 15.4. 1.6. Durability: 8. 11.2. 9.2. Recovery: 21. 29.4. 13.4. Speed: 13. 18.2. 8.5. Adaptability: 32. 44.8. 9.9. Power: 8. 11.2. 14.2. Mind: 4. Base: Operative. Level: Stress. Weight: 26. 46.8. 4.8. Control: 29. 52.2. 9.1. Field: 23. 41.4. 12.9. Precision: 39. 70.2. 16.4. Endurance: 46. 82.8. 14.1. Focus: 48. 86.4. 10.9. Soul: 2. Base: Operative. Level: Stress. Size: 29. 40.6. 0.4. Density: 101. 141.4. 0.4. Intensity: 76. 106.4. 0.3. Pressure: 27.
37.8.
0.3.
Harmony.
24.
33.6.
5.3. Adaptability.
270.
378.
0.1.
If he remembered right, he gained a little across the board. Maybe a point or two? All of that hard work for a few measly points. Well, he was sure his skills had gone up a lot at least. Rather than check to see if he was right, he told himself that he was right, and then adamantly forgot about it. Walking over to the desk, he pulled out one of the books Jennings had given him. Nero smiled at the ease of using his personal space. It made him feel like a real-life mage. Sitting down, he opened up the spell book to go over the common spells that every hunter needed to know. Having paged through the book before, Nero knew what kind of spells there were. Included in the book were spells for attaching a soul-bound tracker to an item/person/beast, and some for starting fires and cooking, even some for placing deterrent wards. The section on wards didn't make any sense, but Nero was completely unfamiliar with the field, so he just chalked it up to something future Nero would have to deal with. He spent the next few hours trying to master a technique which highlighted anything with a mind within his psychic field. Basically, a person had to look for disruptions in the ether. It was like looking for holes in the ambient essence. Supposedly, it would be incredibly useful for finding ambush predators that could hide their thought signatures and emotions. Nero, however, thought it would be useful for finding people trying to kill him. The fact that he was going to be out in the wilds, and comparatively unprotected, was not lost on him. If you were trying to kill someone like him, he'd wait for them to be outside the walls. After all, the CIA didn't perform political assassinations on American soil. They did it when people were outside of the country. The internet was very clear on that. Eventually, he found himself in bed, mentally going over his memories, collating and assimilating the experience he had gained throughout the day. It was getting easier to feel when he had unclaimed essence floating around, waiting for him to take it into his soul tree, which was his clever term for what he calls his growth stat. It was getting easier to slip into his soulscape and let the memories become part of him. With a smile on his face, Nero drifted off to sleep, happy with the day's accomplishments. Chapter 77. Making the best of it. Vera walked into the conference room, armed with a thick leather portfolio filled with revolutionary business plans. She had spent all of last night working on them, as had 3 of Precision Shipping's lawyers. They were under secrecy contracts and had been working for Vera for over 20 years. She also had made sure they knew what would happen to them if they crossed her. The conference room was full, and the board of directors watched patiently as Vera took her seat at the head of the giant table. Taking her time, she set up her papers, arranged her mug of coffee, then set out several pens in a line. No one interrupted her preparations, or even spoke a word. Every single person in this room knew who really ran their company, and they rightly feared her wrath. The stories of what she did to people who had defied her were legendary. There were stories of noble houses ruined, people transferred and seemingly disappearing, and financial penalties so severe that generations were affected. Employees of Precision Shipping whispered these tales to each other during holiday events, or while chatting at the water cooler, or sometimes when trying to warn new hires what to avoid. Finally ready, Vera looked up with hard eyes at the men and women who were responsible for the day-to-day affairs of Precision Shipping. I've called you all here for several reasons. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you all for your hard work in absorbing Dorchen Shipping over the last week. Although we had to cut their workforce by 30%, most of those employees were fired for cause, and thus we didn't incur any penalties. Looking at a woman near the end of the table, Vera said, "Well done, Mrs. Upton. Your team performed exceptionally. You can expect your quarterly bonuses to reflect that." Tapping her finger on the table, she continued. We have succeeded in keeping hold of 87% of the shipping contracts, which were previously handled by Dorchen Shipping. Although I asked for 90% retention, I will let this slide. There were unforeseen factors which affected our initial projections. Always remember, failure to meet projections is not truly failure if you did all that you could. However, an explanation is always required. Mr. Hornton, your team's performance was adequate. Her gaze rested on a man, shivering midway down the conference table. He sighed in relief when she said the word adequate. Moving on to human resources. I looked at your proposal for the new hires. I'd like you to move up your timelines. We'll purchase another warehouse and double our training schedule. I want our wagoners and haulers trained and out working sooner rather than later. The city is going to be swelling, and our business will grow with the population. We need to be prepared. Ms. Grady, check your pings for the updated proposals. I want them done by the end of the week, said Vera. Now, before we move on to new business, is there anything that needs to be addressed? She said. A tentative hand raised from midway down the left side of the table. Vera said, Yes, Miss Caston, the floor is yours. Ms. Caston stood and addressed Vera. I was wondering if you could tell us how we should address the Lord Walker situation. Technically, he now owns 40% of the company. As you have never offered shares, I'm not sure what to think. The room filled with tension. Everyone was on pins and needles, as they didn't know what to think about the situation. They were both thankful and nervous that someone had the guts to raise the question of Lord Walker's relevance to the company. Vera offered a rare smile and said, I am now the proxy for House Walker. For the time being, I am House Walker. There will be no creative accounting or plots to regain full control. In fact, I'd say that Lord Walker and I are partners. He and I are opening several businesses and expanding the reach of precision shipping across all of Dorchester. I spoke with him last night, and he had several very impressive ideas on how we can increase profits and shrink our overhead. As for his presence, you don't have to worry. This company is still under my control, and always will be. Lord Walker will be a silent partner, merely an advisor to me. Does that answer your question? Nodding quickly, Ms. Caston returned to her seat. The tension bled from the room, and everyone seemed happy that nothing had changed. If there was one thing they believed in, it was Vera's leadership. Under her, they would grow and prosper. Tapping her hand on the leather folder in front of her, Vera said, I mentioned that I spoke with Lord Walker last night. Here in this folder are some updated business practices that will be implemented immediately. We are doing some shuffling of our resources on paper. Based on a few words from Lord Walker, we're going to be reducing our operating costs by 13% and increasing our profits by 9%. Seeing the shocked looks of the board members, she smiled and said, Yes, you heard correctly. With a little clever reorganization of our books, we'll make more and spend less. Everyone bring up the file I just sent you labeled the Walker Plan, and we'll get started. One of the members of the board muttered a little too loudly, An advisor indeed. Vera just smiled and started walking them through their updated business model. They would be using their new company, Precision Trading, as their clearinghouse for storage and sales. Blacksmiths and crafters would comprise another new company, Precision Manufacturing. And finally, the company would now be paying profits directly to the company director, Vera Salvatore Verena, and the company president, Lord Nero Walker. The profit distribution would be the same, but now the income would be taxed under the noble rules rather than as a noble business. Vera was a rich woman, but Nero had just increased her projected income for the year by nearly 30%, and their new companies hadn't even opened yet. Even better, when she officially reported this exploit under House Walker's name, she would be on the paperwork. Therefore, any future regulations and laws addressing this type of business practice would have an exemption for her.
She couldn't help but smile at the faces her rivals would make when they heard what she'd done. This was a masterstroke. While the board of directors went through the paperwork, Vera tried to think of a suitable marriage candidate for her favorite little lord. Miro focused his attention on maintaining the essence induction into his training blades. The idea was that by filling them with his center, they would more easily pass through an opponent's essence field. If he let it drop, his blades would be rendered useless. It hardly took any essence, but the concentration was stressful. Dodging a spear thrust, he batted the haft toward the sky. Taking advantage of the open space he had just made, he crouched and quick-stepped forward, thrusting the knife in his left hand toward Kathleen's calf. Nero focused on making sure the blade was thoroughly coated in his center. His heart leapt in joy as he felt the blade graze the backside of her knee. But before he could take advantage of his strike, he was struck in the face as she pushed the haft of the spear into his nose. His vision went white with pain, and he felt his facial bones shatter. Even though he couldn't see, he stubbornly tried to swing the sword in his right hand. Had his thrust gone as planned, he would have planted it directly in her gut. Alas, it was not meant to be, as he struck only air. He felt the spear hook his right leg, and his feet were pulled off the ground. Unable to see, he tried to keep hold of his weapons as his entire body was now horizontal to the ground and about 3 feet in the air. Plummeting to the ground, he landed flat on his back. The air was forcefully expelled from his lungs, and he felt Kathleen's spear rip into his chest and pin him to the training field. Thankfully, the pain went away along with the lights, and Nero was returned to the black. Realizing that she must have speared him in the heart, Nero floated in the blackness and cursed her training methods. As he waited for his body to be repaired by the medics, Nero tried to feel around the black. Regardless of what Nick had said, it didn't make any sense that his soul was unable to do anything without a body. After all, he still had a mind. A mind was in the soul. It was just copied into the body. Who he was, all that made him, was in the soul. Nero was surprised to feel the tether to his body. It was so fragile. He felt like he could just tug on it a little and release his soul from his mortal coil. It was like standing at the edge of a cliff and realizing that you could end it all with just one step. Carefully, he mentally took a step back. He didn't want to mess up and actually kill himself. Before he could look around anymore, he was thrust back into his body. It felt like the tether grew in thickness and pulled him down into the body. He awoke to a coughing fit, like always. Hacking up gobs of blood, Nero threw up onto the training field. This was a bad one. As he came back to his senses, he heard the medic screaming at Kathleen. She actually looked a little sheepish. She wasn't embarrassed or sorry, but it looked like she realized she might have gone a little too far. Looking around, he saw that Nick and Rose were standing next to an irate Sergeant Wesker. Nobody appeared happy with Kathleen at the moment. Nero tried to stand up and calm things down, but all he managed to do was have another coughing fit and faceplant back into the training field dirt. Feeling the restorative essence wash over his body, Nero laid there and just enjoyed the sensation of having his body fixed. His hearing seemed to come back, and he heard Nick shouting, "You do it in your clan territory. This isn't the North. Here we have some gods be damned sense. I've stood by and let you break this poor man over and over again, but no more. This is not gonna happen again. You hear me?" As he lay on his back with his eyes closed, Nero shouted to the sky, "Nick, shut up for a second." Everyone seemed to pause, and Nero could feel their psychic fields freeze in anticipation of what he would say. Nero didn't move, other than to slowly grin, and said, "I finally got you. I know you felt it. If these blades were sharp, you'd have been hamstrung. I told you I'd get you.
Don't feel bad for overreacting. If I were bested by someone who had only been training for 4 days, I'd feel pretty pissed too. Then Nero burst into a joyful laughter.
He had done it. Maybe he hadn't even come close to winning a single round, and he hadn't actually caused her any real pain. But that was a solid hit. He had fought with a sword and knife, in combat with a warrior woman holding a spear. They were surrounded by magic force fields on a field hundreds of years old which was dedicated to training warriors. And he had struck a solid blow. Nero laughed as he imagined how he'd fight in 100 years. He would be unstoppable. As his laughter died down, Nero could hear Nick arguing with the medic. "Are you sure he's all right? He's not having an issue with his brain." Sitting up, Nero gave Nick a harsh look and said, "I thought I told you to shut up." Nick snorted and offered Nero a grin. Kathleen stepped forward and offered Nero a hand to help him up. Taking it, Nero let her pull him to his feet and offered her a wide smile of victory. She just grinned at him and said, "Fine, you hit me. Once. It wasn't even life-threatening, so it doesn't count." Nero chuckled and dusted himself off. Looking around at all the concerned faces, he said, "I'm fine. The green shirts are good at what they do." Realizing that he didn't know the medic's name, he was about to ask what it was when Sergeant Wesker interrupted his train of thought. "Don't worry, you won't be training with Ms. Everett any longer. We'll put you with someone a little more your speed," he said with an apologetic tone. Shaking his head quickly, Nero said, "Absolutely not. She's my training partner. I get to fight her to the death until I win. How can any training compare to that? I've got the trusty green shirts right here to fix what she broke, and I can learn from the pain." Shocked faces surrounded him, aside from Kathleen, who just looked proud. Nero shrugged and said, "Pain don't hurt. Failure does." Kathleen rushed forward and hugged him. It was so unexpected that he tried to stab her with his training sword. However, as usual, she was just too fast, and he missed. She picked him up and gave him a crushing hug. "You are a treasure. You're going to be the finest warrior in Oglevark. Armies will tremble when they hear of your coming. You will be a mage unlike any that has come before. With fire and steel, you will decimate your enemies and stand victorious among their broken bodies," she said while spinning him around and proclaiming her goals for Nero in the happiest voice he had ever heard from her.
Put me down, you old bat!
He shouted. She dropped him like sack, and he landed lightly on his feet. He offered her a grin and held out his fist. She was smiling from ear to ear as she gave him a fist bump. "Turning to face the group of still shocked people," he said with pride. "I taught her that." Eyes still wide in shock, Rose said, "What? The speech thing or the fist thing?" Nero tossed her a grin and said, "Both. Awesome, right?" Chapter 78. Philosophy used to be science. Lord Cosgrove had just finished dinner when her aide said that Lords Bennings, Brinks, and Masters were waiting for her in her office. "I'm sure this is going to be good news," she said to herself sarcastically. Walking with her aide to her office, she asked, "They said nothing? Not even a hint as to what this is about?" Ms. Chandler said, "No, my lord. They just said it was urgent and that they needed to see you right away. When asked why they didn't just ping you, they said they didn't want to explain their reason for trying to reach you to anyone. They needed to speak with you first." Frowning, Lord Cosgrove said, "Very well. Let's see what has them so worked up." When she finally got to her office, she entered without knocking, while Ms. Chandler followed her in and then closed the doors. Seeing their nervous yet serious faces, she asked, "All right, I'm here. What's this all about?" Lord Bennings spoke first. "House Walker has proved an exploit to the house system. All of the forms were filed this morning. They made sure that an hour had passed after they took advantage of the exploit. The timestamps are irrefutable, and the exploit is a Class 5. Standing in shock, Lord Cosgrove felt her gut churn, and she fought to keep her dinner down. "I'm assuming that it was already passed on to the Tower of Law in Hennings." Nodding, Lord Bennings said, "I verified it personally. It is both brilliant and diabolical. Had this gotten out, the house system would have been thrown into upheaval. The Crown may very well offer the full award for its discovery." Looking at the two men, Lords Brinks and Masters, she said, "And it has to do with trade and taxes?" The two men exchanged a look, and Masters waved for Brinks to answer. "Yes, House Walker reorganized their shipping company and created several new concerns they started alongside House Farina. They figured out a way to legally report massively reduced profits and then pay the profits as a salary to both Vera Salvatore Verana and Lord Walker. The company will be losing money on paper, but be able to be propped up by them, gaining them a second round of tax breaks. Furthermore, they filed paperwork for the concerns charging each other for their use. They essentially are paying themselves back and forth, reporting no profit, while taking home what used to be taxable company income. Had this been allowed to spread, our current house system would have fallen within a month, across all of Oglevark." Stunned, Lord Cosgrove started to feel her knees weaken. She managed to get to her chair before she started to stumble. Taking a seat, she said, "And they reported the discovery to the Tower of Law? Has the exploit been countered?" Lord Benning stepped forward and said, "Yes, the law is clear. The exploit was countered immediately. No one can do it, and the relevant laws will be reviewed at dawn by the Council of Leadership in Hennings. Unfortunately, as per the law on exploit discovery, House Walker, along with Vera Salvatore Verana, are able to take full advantage of it for as long as Lord Walker lives. That is, unless the King directly forbids it. However, that is very unlikely, seeing as it was Lord Walker who discovered the exploit, and Vera Salvatore Verana who filed the paperwork, and, in a very real way, saved the kingdom." Lord Cosgrove poured herself a glass of wine with trembling hands. How in the hells did this happen? How was what they found actually legal? Bennings must have checked before she validated it, right? She wondered. "You're sure this exploit is valid? Anyone could have done this. They could have just paid out the company profits as salary and then reported a loss. How is that possible?" Lord Cosgrove was practically shouting. Lord Bennings looked nervous and said, "I checked it more times than I could count. There is no law saying that they couldn't. It wasn't only legal as a technicality, it was actually legal. And the thing with several companies being owned by the same people, charging variable prices to affect their reported earnings, that was legal too. It's just that no one had thought to do it. It was always a point of pride to have a successful company. A noble's status is dependent on how much they pay in taxes, so why would anyone want to head a failing company?" Snorting, Lord Cosgrove said in a quiet voice, "Because they could get obscenely rich doing it. I can't believe this." For a full minute the room was silent, drinking in her words. "So what happens now?" "I'm not familiar with the protocol surrounding exploits," Lord Cosgrove asked. Lord Bennings responded, "A lot of it depends on what happens in the capital, but one thing is for sure. House Walker just became the richest house in Dorchester. Even a Class 1 exploit would have a payout larger than the city's yearly budget. And to think, right now the house is only 2 people, a proxy and a recently awakened 14-year-old. Lord Cosgrove slumped in her seat as her face lost all of its blood once again. She muttered, "I can't even begin to imagine the marriage proposals and suitors that are going to descend on the city in the next few months." For the first time, Lord Masters spoke up. "At least it will result in a boost to the trade and tourism revenue. We should host a ball," he said excitedly. Everyone in the room stared at the man, until his smile wilted. Nero was sitting on the floor of his room, leaning his back against the bed with his legs crossed. The pillow under his ass provided a nice cushion, and he was enjoying his book. His selection for the night was on Listening to the World. As he read, he munched on some biscuits he had hidden earlier in his personal space. Nero had swiped them from the dining hall during lunch. Absently scratching his chest, his focus was entirely on his book. He was having trouble coming to terms with what he was reading. It was like the first time he learned that light behaved as both a particle and a wave. He couldn't imagine reality working like that. In this world, reality was just too weak. Everything influenced it. If there was a particular type of matter, that would generate essence, which would in turn affect the matter. Only time could solidify essence into material reality. Nero couldn't wrap his head around it. He knew it was important to conceptualize it, but it just seemed so ridiculous. Setting his book off to his side, he sat in contemplation. He was staring at his chair, trying to imagine it as frozen essence, which was given form by its identity. Focusing his psychic field on the chair, he tried to look at it with more than his eyes. It worked, kind of. With a small grunt, he got to his feet and got closer. Running his hand over the wooden backrest, he spread out his center to reach into the chair. He could sense its purpose, its history. Nero knew there was a name for it back home. Psychics who could look at the history of objects in stories and urban legends, but he couldn't remember the name of it. He could almost see the carpenter fitting the slats together to make the backrest. Going deeper, he saw the lumberjack using a sharp axe to fell the tree the wood came from. The deeper Nero went, the more pressure he felt on his mind. It felt like he was trying to swim against a current. This wasn't what the chair was now. It's what it used to be. There was a pop in the room, but Nero was too invested in his experiment to notice. He felt himself being pulled away from the chair and forced to sit on the bed. His eyes were glassy, and he was having trouble focusing. As his senses came back into focus, he looked up to see Archmage Jennings staring into his eyes with concern. Nero was confused and asked, "When did you get here?" Jennings' eyes softened and he cracked a smile. "I was alerted to your situation by one of the mages that happened to be looking at what you were reading. When they realized what you were doing, they contacted me immediately. I was the closest person they could reach who would be able to help you. Are you all right?" Nero nodded. His head was still fuzzy, and he was having trouble following what Jennings was saying. "I'm fine. I was just listening to the world. It's just so big, you know? The history of everything. It's like a big rug. You can step back and see the whole thing, or you can look closer. Each thread is placed with care. It all comes together to make what we see. But reality isn't the rug, it's the threads. But even the threads come from somewhere," he said, rambling. Jennings patted Nero's shoulder, then waved his hand and pulled a glass of water out of thin air. "Here, drink this," he said. Nero did as he was told. The cold water caused him to regain a little color, and his eyes started to focus a little easier. Nero frowned as his brain started working again. He was now sitting on his bed, only in his underwear, and Jennings was standing over him. Looking up at him, Nero said, "What the hell was that? Why are you here? When did you get here? How did—" Jennings held up his hands to interrupt the panicking young man and said, "Nero, calm down. Just breathe for a second. I already told you. Think. Focus on trying to remember. It will help." Nero nodded, calming himself back down. He started to remember what happened, working backward. He remembered what Jennings said when he showed up. He remembered the pop sound. And then he remembered the images he saw of the history of his chair. It was like he was observing the chair's life in reverse, going deeper and deeper until he had gotten lost. At one point, he was floating on the ether among the essence of the world. Looking up at Jennings, he said, "That was Delving too deep, right? I read about that, but it didn't make sense. Now I see what they were talking about. Holy crap. It was like I forgot I was a person. Time stopped meaning anything, and I was just essence on the wind.
Jennings snapped his fingers in front of Nero's face, causing the young man to focus on him.
Don't try and chase the memory. You're not nearly strong enough to ride an essence trail like that. I'm surprised you were able to even go that deep. Every time you delve, you need to remember to hold on to who you are. You are just an observer, not the object you're observing. You have to keep that thought in the front of your mind, or you will end up in a coma, he said sternly.
Seeing that Nero was taking the situation seriously, he turned around and put the troublemaking chair to use. Sitting down, he looked at Nero and asked,
"So why were you so interested in the history of a chair? You risked a lot to study a common chair. The mages over in Hennings are screaming theories at each other. Please tell me that you weren't trying to unravel the essence streams that make up the chair. That's the prevailing idiotic theory."
Nero shook his head and chuckled.
"No, I was just reading about how all matter is made up of solidified essence, and I wanted to get a closer look at how the hell that was possible. I was having trouble understanding this book, and I thought that taking a closer look at what the chair was actually made of might help."
Nodding in understanding, Jennings said, "It's a complicated concept which is usually covered during adept training. I gave you that book so that you would have some idea as to how essence can create constructs, not to try and understand the fundamentals of the material plane. You need to learn how to start small. Answer the small questions before taking on the big ones. For example, show me how you create a basic construct. It doesn't matter what you create, just create something." Nero nodded and carved a simple spell form for creating a metal spike.
He didn't fire it, just created the spike. Specialist Howard had shown Nero this spell for launching mini javelins. It was one of Nero's favorites.
Jennings watched as the essence was pulled into the spell form and then coalesced.
The shiny iron spike hovered in the air, trapped by Nero's psychic field. The boy was a natural.
"Okay, now infuse your essence into the spike. Claim it as your own so it won't dissipate," said Jennings. Nero did as he was told, and felt the spike anchor itself into reality.
It felt more real. Without really meaning to, he delved into it. There was no history, no story. The spike was so flimsy. It was like the world wasn't sure if the spike really existed at all. Nero's mind was still examining it when he felt Jennings impart his essence into the spike, stripping Nero of his control. Gasping, Nero recoiled.
What the hell, man? Why did you do that? He shouted.
Jennings chuckled, held out his hand, and the spike floated over to it and then started spinning.
"Just focus your senses on it, then pay close attention," he said.
Nero focused his psychic field and watched what Jennings was doing.
In awe, Nero saw Jennings impart a story into the spike. It was no longer a flimsy construct. Now it was a spike created from the essence of the world, shaped and cared for by an archmage. With every passing second, the spike became more and more real. By the time Jennings finished, the spike was as real as anything else in the room.
Nero looked up at Jennings, eyes wide with wonder, and said,
"That was amazing. You made it real. How?"
Smirking, Jennings plucked the 8-inch spike out of the air and tossed it to Nero. He said, "That was enchanting, Nero. If you're powerful enough, you can create an identity out of nothing but your will. I don't know how reality was back in your world, but here, reality is what you make of it. Study hard, but carefully. I don't want to have to come back here and save you again. Remember to start small. The path is long, and there is no need to rush." With that, Jennings winked at Nero and vanished with a golden
Pop.
Nero stared at the spike in his hand that was once essence, but now made manifest. He said to the empty room, "Challenge accepted, old man. Reality is what I make of it." Playing with the spike, he smiled and muttered, "Damn, that was cool. I wonder if the magic school he went to had a drama department, 'cause that dude has style." Infusing the spike with essence from his center, Nero stored it in his pocket dimension. He wanted to keep it as a reminder. Picking up his book from the floor, Nero returned to his studies with renewed determination. Chapter 79. Worlds with magic have magical problems. The king was sitting in his drawing room, enjoying some time with his head consort, Lydia Collins. She had been in charge of his household for many years, and he had never tired of her fascination with gossip. While he could observe the whole of his kingdom through his abilities, she could do the same with just whispers and rumors. It always made him smile when she fixated on something, then forced him to hear about it. Sipping his wine, he was listening to her describe how she caught Marissa, the queen, ignoring a servant's pregnancy. Calling the situation amusing was an understatement. Lydia stood in the middle of the room, waving her arms as if she were on stage performing in front of an audience. So, I'm standing there just listening to Marissa go on and on about what needs to be done, and I'm thinking to myself, how does she not see how ridiculous this is? I mean, the poor servant girl was just standing there, arms full of bed sheets, her belly making her almost tip over as more sheets were added to the pile she was carrying, she said. At that point, the king started laughing. He could picture Marissa being completely oblivious to the situation. The woman was the definition of focus. She hadn't earned her position of champion charity by being scatterbrained. Pointing an accusing finger at the king, Lydia continued, "You laugh now, but you should have seen the looks on the faces of the other servants in the room. They were all panicking. Every one of them was paralyzed with indecision. They couldn't decide if they should help the poor girl out or just stand there and watch." While the king laughed, she took a sip of her wine. I finally couldn't take it anymore. Walking up to Marissa, I said, "Dear, put the bedding down. We still have weeks before Clan Shimashield arrives. There is plenty of time to put fresh linens down and clean up the rooms. It will all be taken care of before they get here. Besides, they normally sleep wherever they pass out. They won't care if things aren't up to your standards." She looked at me like I was crazy and said, "Whether it gets done now or later, it will take the same amount of time. This task isn't going anywhere." I matched her stare and said, "That may be true. But Marissa, my love, the servant you're currently drowning in bedsheets is leaving to have her baby in an hour. The task may remain, but she has somewhere to be." It was then that our dear Marissa actually looked at the poor girl. I haven't seen her so apologetic since that time she burned down Sarah's gazebo when she was trying to learn how to cook, finished Lydia, while flourishing her wine glass. If anyone were to have been watching other than the king, they might have expected her to bow at the conclusion of her performance. King Oliver Oglevart was holding his side as he laughed, while doing his best to not spill his wine. Just then, the star of the story, the queen, walked in. Seeing the two of them laughing, she furrowed her brow in anger. "Damn it, Lydia, you said you wouldn't tell him!"
screamed the queen, sounding like a teenage girl shouting at her mother. The king gave up on holding his wine glass. He released it into the air, but instead of letting it fall, he held it with his psychic field. That allowed him to fully embrace the laughter. As he roared in amusement, the queen was throwing pillows at Lydia while chasing her around the room. Lydia flitted across the room like she was dancing through the furniture. She shouted over her shoulder, "Marissa, dear, you have nothing to be ashamed of. Anyone could have missed it. How could you have known she was pregnant? She had only been standing next to you for the past year. It's perfectly reasonable for you to not have noticed her growing belly. I mean, she wasn't having twins." Marissa's embarrassment was coloring her face a hilarious shade of red, and the king couldn't help but watch the women he loved, acting like schoolgirls picking on each other. The queen finally got fed up with the fact that she couldn't catch the nimble woman. She stopped and put her hands on her hips and looked at the king. "Did she tell you that she is the one who spilled wine on your first edition of Mortigan's treatise on shaping?" The king's laughter died down and was replaced by shock. He looked over to see a furious Lydia staring daggers at Marissa. Lydia took off toward Marissa like an arrow while shouting, "You promised you wouldn't tell! I'm going to shave you bald, you traitor!" Laughing merrily, Marissa ran out of the room, shouting back, "You'll never catch me! Not when you're wearing that ridiculous dress! You look like a closet threw up on you!" King Oliver just watched them leave, with a smile on his face. Sometimes he wondered if those two even wanted him around. Their love for each other made him feel like a third wheel most of the time. He didn't blame them. They were both more fun to be around than he was. Shaking his head at their antics, his internal musings were interrupted by an emergency alert from the Tower of Law. His good mood evaporated, and he mentally reached out to discover the details. His eyes widened in shock at what he found. He muttered into the now silent room, "Gods above and below, how could I have missed that?" Day 5 of their training found Nero covered in mud. The rain was coming down in sheets, and it didn't seem to bother anyone other than Nero. Dragging himself along the rope, he did his best to keep his grip from slipping. This particular exercise was a series of ropes hanging 10 feet above the ground. While over the past few days Nero had become used to failing at this, the rain made the failures more humiliating. Several recruits who were waiting for their turn on the rope walk watched as Nero's grip finally gave out. Rather than the scream they were expecting, they heard Nero yell, "Fuck you, rain!" Then they got to see Nero crater into the mud. Everyone cheered as Nero crawled out of the mud hole while muttering expletives, fury clear on his face. Instead of going to the back of the line, Nero marched right back to the beginning of the obstacle and shouted at the woman who was about to start. "Don't you dare start your turn early. I'm not done yet. I haven't even begun. This damned thing is going down. I'll tell you when you can start. Just stand there and watch how it's done," he said, then threw himself off the starting platform. The training equipment wasn't designed for someone Nero's size. Therefore, most of the time, in order to start an exercise, it required Nero to hurl himself at the obstacle. There wasn't a single person among the recruits who didn't find it hilarious. The recruits cheered Nero on as he dragged himself along the ropes, cussing at the rain and mud. Every foot he progressed was met with clapping and encouragement. Nero's persistence and irritability were a delight to the serious warriors. His crass manner and complete lack of regard for his safety had them all treating him like a beloved mascot. Against all odds, Nero finally completed the rope walk. It only took him 6 tries. He was covered in mud, and the rain caused his eyes to burn, but he made it to the end. It was the first time that he had completed the exercise. The trainers even let the recruits celebrate for a full minute before they started yelling at them to get back to work. Nero's white smile stood out as he took his place at the back of the line. Pats on the back were awarded by everyone around him. Nero felt like he had finally started to get the hang of this training thing. Captain Angelton walked up, and Nero noticed an almost translucent shield protecting the man from the rain. He looked down at Nero, and the surrounding recruits went silent. He said, "Nice job, Walker. Now you just need to do it without using your legs. Then you will add swinging. When you eventually manage to get through the exercise correctly, then you can celebrate." After ruining Nero's good mood, the captain walked off. Nero stared at the man's back and contemplated throwing a mud ball at him. As the image of a furious Captain Angelton covered in mud soothed his anger, Nero heard Marie say, "Don't mind him. He's just trying to push you forward. You're doing great." "Thanks, Marie." But you know as well as I do that until I get some more levels, there is no way I can do most of these courses the way they're supposed to be done, he said. If it were easy, it wouldn't be training. I'm pretty sure I heard that somewhere, she said with some amusement. Nero stood in the rain, looking up at her and said, Never use my words against me. They're my primary weapon. You should stick to your arrows. The recruits standing nearby all laughed. The line moved forward, and Nero prepared himself for another round of, What bone will Nero break this time? Chuckling at his mental joke, Nero cast a spell to remove the mud. However, there was nothing he could do about the rain. Reminding himself to ask Specialist Howard about shields, he took another step forward in line. The remainder of the day went as expected. He forced as much food into his stomach as he could in the dining hall. He got his ass kicked by Kathleen during close-quarters combat training, got skewered numerous times during weapons training. Then he was chastised by Specialist Howard for asking questions about things he wasn't ready to learn, suffered some more humiliations on the obstacle courses during physical training, and he ended his day with a terrifying shower filled with super-attractive women alongside physically intimidating men. When Nero finally got back to his room, everything hurt. His joints were sore from overuse of his center, while his muscles burned from being constantly ripped apart, then healed. Nero's pounding headache was a testament to the limits of healing magic. He had read that constant deconstruction and reconstruction would cause a body to stop healing correctly. When he read that, he thought it sounded like taking a photocopy of a photocopy. Eventually, the details got blurry. Dropping his towel on the floor of his room, he face-planted into his bed. With a groan, Nero thought about how just a few days ago, he was so proud of his unlimited endurance. The reality that everything had its limits was not an enjoyable lesson. While Nero once again contemplated giving up on his training, and instead opening Dorchester's first t-shirt shop, he checked his identity and stat panels. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 10. Race: Human. Growth: 31%. Tier: 1. Condition: 88%. Age: 14. Center: 17%. Body: 2. Mind: 4. Soul: 2. Confluence: 10. Stars: 0. Pillars: 1/1. Body: 2. Base: Operative. Level: Stress. Presence: 11. 15.4. 6.4. Durability: 8. 11.2. 16.3. Recovery: 21. 29.4. 22.1. Speed: 13. 18.2. 14.3. Adaptability: 32. 44.8. 16.8. Power: 8. 11.2. 19.4. Mind: 4. Base: Operative. Level: Stress. Weight: 26. 46.8. 5.6. Control: 29. 52.2. 11.3. Field: 23. 41.4. 14.8. Precision: 39. 70.2. 18.2. Endurance. 46. 82.8. 16.3. Focus. 48. 86.4. 12.8. Soul. 2. Base. Operative. Level. Stress. Size. 29. 40.6. 0.6. Distance. 101. 141.4. 0.5. Intensity. 76. 106.4. 0.5. Pressure. 27. 37.8. 0.4. Harmony. 24. 33.6. 8.6. Adaptability. 270. 378. 0.2. Seeing his numbers, Nero groaned once again into the pillow. He had known that his growth would slow down. Everyone had warned him. But seeing it happen was totally depressing. Even though compared to the average person, he was still leveling incredibly fast, it still seemed slow to Nero. His incredible level stress didn't even cheer him up. Nero didn't have the perspective to realize how insane his numbers were. So he just laid in bed, wallowing in his misery. Rather than get up and study like he had planned, Nero instead retreated into his mental space and reflected on his day. The world seemed to fall away, and Nero looked around the path he was on, examining the events of the day. Everything was fuzzy, as he felt like he was watching himself relive the broken bones and suffering the brutal ministrations of Kathleen. Nero integrated the experience into his soul and started to feel his burning desire to overcome any and all obstacles reignite. A part of him realized that he was just reaffirming his identity, like the books recommended. But mostly, he tried not to think about anything, and to just live in the moment. Nero enjoyed the feeling of purpose. But all things must come to an end, and he eventually let his senses return to the real world. His time sense told him that he had been laying face down on his bed meditating for hours. He only had a couple hours to get his studying done before he'd have to go to sleep. Forcing his sore body to move, he started to get up. Nero was surprised at the lack of pain. Eyes widening in shock, he stood up and tested his muscles. Standing naked in his room, he started laughing as he stretched and discovered that all his pain was gone. With a bright smile on his face, he opened his identity to see what had changed. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 10. Race: human. Growth: 46%. Tier: 1. Condition: 100%. Age: 14. Center: 78%. Body: 2. Mind: 4. Soul: 2. Confluence: 10. Stars: 0. Pillars: 1/1. He was fine again. Completely healed. Even his growth had shot up. Thinking about it, Nero realized what had happened. It was just like Jennings said. Reality was his to determine. That time spent reflecting was really just infusing his body with his story, strengthening his identity. As happy as he was with that realization,
The very fact that the world worked like this annoyed Nero to no end.
Grimacing at the implications, Nero couldn't help but hear the imaginary voice of some hippie whispering, "Hey man, we're just the sum of our experiences. You gotta know where you were to know where you are, and then you can finally know who you are. Cool, huh? Hey, pass that joint." Banishing the imaginary hippie from his mind, Nero stomped over to his dresser to grab some clothes. He refused to sit around his room naked, thinking about how reality is just a dream or some other such nonsense. After getting dressed, he plopped himself into his chair and pulled out a book on healing. He wasn't in the mood to deal with the ephemeral questions of reality. Nero was going to focus on something useful. Considering how his day went, he thought learning about how to bring people back to life was the most useful thing he could learn. Flipping to the chapter on resuscitation magic, Nero started reading. He found out that a person's soul stayed tethered to their body for between 5 and 10 minutes. As time passed, the tether would weaken, as the world reinforced the idea that the body was actually dead. If a healer could get to a body, they could heal the damage, and then use this spell to delve into their soul and pull them back into their body. Nero kept reading, focusing completely on the lessons in the book. That was until a thought hit him like a taser. Were the people I killed still alive? Did someone resuscitate them? The mercenaries were probably dead, but what about that assassin kid? Am I going to have a destined enemy after all? He wondered. Not wasting any time, Nero pinged Vera. It only took 2 seconds for her to accept the connection. She greeted him by saying, "I guess you heard about what happened. Don't worry, I'm taking care of everything." Confused, Nero responded, "I have no idea what you're talking about, but I'm sure you have it under control. I just wanted to ask you if any of the people I killed are still alive." Now it was Vera's turn to be confused. She said, "What? Who are you talking about?" "The assassin and those mercenaries. Did anybody resuscitate them? Are they still alive? Am I going to have to fight them in Act 3? He asked. Vera mentally snorted over the link. "No, Nero. Everyone you killed is still dead. During an arena challenge, deaths are confirmed and then the soul link is monitored through its collapse. As for the mercenaries, all 5 bodies were confirmed deceased." "Why do you ask?" she said. Not knowing how to phrase it, he said, "Well, over the past few days, I've died more times than I can count. Once I realized that it was easy to fix a body and shove the soul back in, I thought that maybe one of the people I killed would return to face me in an epic final confrontation on some bridge somewhere." Vera mentally sighed and said, "You don't have to worry about that. And what do you mean you died? Was there a training accident or something?" Nero said, "Oh, Kathleen kills me a lot during training. Don't worry, the green shirts bring me back pretty fast. It's not that big a deal, I guess." Vera's psychic presence went cold, and Nero repressed a shiver. She said, "What do you mean she kills you a lot? How hard are you training? Nicholas told me that you were taking your training too seriously, but he didn't say you were dying." "Don't worry, I'll talk to Kathleen. This will not happen again." Nero interrupted her rant by nearly shouting, "Hold up! It's fine. The training is good, and I'm learning a lot. Don't say anything to Kathleen. I need her to keep pushing me. I don't want her, completely justifiable, fear of you interfering with my growth. I only brought it up because I was afraid of how easy it is to bring someone back from the dead. I want my enemies to stay in the ground." Vera seemed to calm down, then said, "Well, if you want your enemies to stay dead, make sure you don't leave a body capable of being healed. Burn it to the bone. By the time the marrow vaporizes, resuscitation magic won't be enough to save them. After that, you could take their head with you. Populators do that sometimes. There are a lot of ways to destroy a body. Just be thorough." Nero gulped. as Vera calmly explained how to make sure his enemies stay dead. He said in a weak voice, "Right. Destroy the body, got it." Trying to change the subject, he asked, "Anyway, what did you think I was calling about?"
Vera's psychic profile startled a bit.
"Oh, that. Well, you remember 2 nights ago when you told me your ideas about how to organize our businesses to increase our profits?" she asked.
Nodding, Nero said,
"Yeah, what about it?"
Vera happily said.
"It's nothing. You see, I implemented your ideas. Then I filed the exploit with the Tower of Law so it couldn't be repealed, and so that only we could use it. The funny thing is, they decided it was a Class 5 exploit. So you're probably going to get a very large award from the Crown, and we might have to go to the capital for a ceremony. You might get a noble promotion. Oh, and you will probably have to deal with some marriage proposals. Also, you might have to testify to the Council of Leadership in Hennings. I think that's it. Like I said, don't worry about it."
Nero sat at his desk, completely stunned.
That didn't sound like it was nothing. It sounded like it was something. Unable to comprehend the enormity of the situation, Nero only managed to mentally mutter, what? Chapter 80. Adulting is just realizing that actions have consequences. The entire Council of Leadership was in attendance, even the members that rarely bothered to participate. Even though the Council of 9 was effectively in charge, there were 30 total members on the council. Today, every one of them had made the trip to the capital. This emergency session was too important to miss. The Hall of Leadership was filled with shouting. Upon arrival, the nobles were given the details of the exploit they were summoned to discuss. Pandemonium had ensued. Shouts of support for the ideas represented were met with declarations of doom if they were ratified into law. Some nobles wanted to take advantage of the situation. Others wanted to maintain the status quo. The only thing everyone in the hall had in common was that they all recognized the importance of the exploit. The hall was brought to silence when the massive doors were slammed open. King Oliver Oglevarch stomped into the room, his face furrowed in anger. The essence around him seemed to freeze in fright. It was so rare to see the king showing strong emotions that most of the nobles didn't know how to react. As he walked through the middle of the room, the king shouted, "Everyone sit down and shut up!" The nobles all rushed to their seats. The area normally reserved for observers was empty. This subject was too important to allow pageantry to interfere with their duty. The gigantic room echoed with the nobles' hurried steps as they all scurried to take their places. Taking his seat on his throne, the king abandoned all sense of decorum. Normally he looked regal, but now he looked like he was at a war council. Perched on the edge of his seat, the king's voice rang out into the room. "The House of Oglevarch owes you all an apology. This shouldn't have been allowed to happen. I am as stunned as the rest of you. The fact that this exploit has been available since the founding of the house system is a travesty of the highest order." One of the few nobles in the room who wasn't intimidated into silence, Lord Cranston, addressed the king from his house's table. "Are we sure we want to classify this as an exploit? It's just clever bookkeeping. I think there might be aspects of the exploit that could be ratified into law without issue." His words sparked an explosion of shouting and calls for sanctions. They were met with insults and jeers from those nobles who shared Lord Cranston's opinion. In the Council of Leadership, there were many power blocks, and few of them ever agreed on anything. There was a reason that their kingdom was led by a king. Infusing essence into his voice, which echoed through the hall, the king said, "I thought I told you all to sit down and shut up." His tone was so powerful that everyone froze in their seats. Eyes squinted in anger, King Oglevarch looked around the hall, daring anyone to meet his eyes. Even Lord Cranston and his friends wilted under his stare. Lowering his volume, the king said, "This is an exploit. The house system was designed to put order to the noble class. It seamlessly integrated politics and economics into a cohesive support system around which our kingdom would grow. It was meant to turn the noble houses into a resource for the good of our kingdom. In the distant past, our ancestors provided a framework for what the house system needed to address. One of the core issues was allowing businesses to avoid taxes and bleed cities of their resources while amassing a fortune. To allow a hint of that insanity today would be contrary to its purpose. Taxes are meant to aid the citizens of our kingdom. They provide the roads. They allow the centers to operate. They are what keeps the walls protecting us strong. If we were to allow anyone to avoid them, we would be inviting disaster. Noble and common, everyone is responsible for our kingdom.
The king swept his fierce gaze across the room, looking at each noble. He needed to be sure they understood what was at stake. Most seemed to agree with him, but there were still a few holdouts. In a quiet voice, he asked, "Do you really want to be the nobles who presided over legislation that led to the destruction of the kingdom? Do you want to return to isolated cities, surrounded by the wilds? You have all read what it was like 10,000 years ago. Do you really want that? If exploits like this are allowed to exist, that's the world you and your descendants will have to face. As word of these methods of tax evasion spread, corruption will run rampant. Our society will devolve into one of personal gain through the exploitation of the masses. In a mere 10 or 50 years, we would have unprecedented inflation leading to a shattered economy. Warlords would create an atmosphere where economics drove policy instead of logic. That cannot be allowed to happen. It is our responsibility to shape our kingdom into something that can stand the test of time. We must grow it with care and never steal its resources for short-term gain. The house system is what allows Oglevark to function. It allows for taxes and assets to work together for the good of all. Society cannot function with antagonism and deceit in the halls of power.
Until now, we thought we had a system without loopholes. The exploit reporting system was created to address this very concern. As time goes on, we will find more issues that need to be addressed. Our ancestors didn't want us to be inheritors of their words, but of their ideas. They wanted the house system to grow alongside us and continue to serve its original purpose. And we must ensure that it remains the backbone of our kingdom. Otherwise, the noble houses will fall, and the kingdom will fall with it." Nods of acceptance went around the hall. They were all intelligent men and women, but they had let their greed blind them. They needed to rise to the challenge and be the leaders the kingdom needed them to be. The king saw them straighten in their seats. Even Lord Cranston and his cronies were nodding. In light of their support, the king's anger cooled a bit. He said, "Now, we have a great deal to do today. It is imperative that we overhaul the tax code along with the laws governing businesses and close the loopholes so that they will no longer allow this kind of exploit. The new laws must be fair and serve the purpose for which they were originally intended. If anyone sees an issue, let's address it immediately. We must not fail in our duty. We are nobles, and it's at times like this when we earn our titles." The nobles in the room were ready. Their steely eyes demonstrated the desire to fix what was broken. The king nodded in silent thanks, then stood up and shouted, "For Oglevark!" The hall erupted in response. Every noble in the room raised their hand and cheered, "For Oglevark!" Nero had trouble falling asleep the night before. Vera's casual words weren't easy to forget. He had injected the shady politics of his old world into this new one, and now he felt dirty. Hopefully the system they had in place would survive. The hope of smarter people being in charge here was the only comfort he had. The morning had found a tired Nero, struggling to keep up his frantic training. Here in this new world, focus was paramount, and he was too distracted with worries to push himself as hard as he had been. His struggle was so obvious that Captain Angelton personally pulled him out of his morning workout.
"Recruit Walker, front and center," the captain shouted.
Huffing, Nero dropped from the monkey bars he was on. While wiping his forehead with his sleeve, he jogged over to the captain, who was standing in the middle of the training field, observing everything.
"What's up, Cap?"
Nero asked. Frowning, the captain said, "I'd like to ask you that question. You seem distracted. In fact, if I didn't know better, I'd say you aren't the same young man who has been here all week. What's the issue?" Covered in sweat, Nero laid his hands on his hips as he tried to catch his breath. He looked exactly as tired as he felt. With a look of defeat on his face, Nero said, "I got some news last night. One of the ideas I had may have led to something bad, but I'm hoping it won't end up being a big deal. I'll shake it off. Sorry, Cap." The captain looked at the young man with curiosity. He asked, "Is this about the exploit House Walker has registered with the Tower of Law?" Shocked, Nero's eyes snapped up to meet the large captain's stare. "You heard about that?" he asked. Nodding, Captain Angelton said, "General Branson thought I should know about it. He wanted to know if you had voiced any thoughts on how the military is organized. I told him that the subject wasn't a current concern of yours. You are here to train, not evaluate our execution of our doctrine." Nero chuckled. He said, "Thanks for that. If it matters, I don't know enough about how you guys run things to have an opinion, and I'm not sure I should say anything anyway. Why mess with something that seems to be working fine as it is?" As he finished, Nero's mouth twisted into a sour expression. His regret of trying to game the system clearly evident. In a rare show of understanding, the captain took a step toward Nero and placed a large hand on the young man's shoulder. He said, "New ideas aren't dangerous. They are what drives progress. It is the responsibility of those with power to address them logically and without bias. Just because you have an idea does not make you responsible for what others do with it. Personally, I want everyone under my command to come forward if they see something that is an issue. That's how we improve. That's how we grow. We are here to train to be better tomorrow than we are today. Isn't that why you are here?" Nero looked up at Angelton's cold, hard, gray eyes. The man looked like a mountain blanketing Nero in his shadow. The captain's words were like a balm on Nero's soul. Sighing, Nero said, "You're right. I'm here to train. What happens outside these walls isn't my concern. I'm here to train to fight. Someday what I learn here will help me survive those things outside the walls, both the political monsters along with the actual monsters. I'll do my best to remember that. Thank you, sir." The captain offered Nero a rare smile. It wasn't a large smile, but it was something. He gently patted Nero's shoulder and then loudly said, "All right, recruit. It's time to get back to work. Get moving." Nero grinned and slammed his fist into his chest like he'd seen the army people doing to each other. "Yes, sir!" he shouted, then ran off to return to his training. Reinvigorated, Nero spent the rest of the day doing his best to push his limits. Every exercise, every challenge, every task, he gave it his all. Despite that, he still spent most of the day getting his ass handed to him by Kathleen. On a positive note, she seemed happy with his enthusiasm. Nero didn't even slow down during his magical combat training. Rather than pestering Specialist Howard about teaching him more complicated spell forms, he kept his mouth shut and just practiced. Like a machine, he cycled through the elemental spell forms, casting them in quick succession. There were 4 basic elements: earth, fire, water, and air. Specialist Howard had shown Nero 10 each and wouldn't teach him anything else until he mastered them. Normally, Nero would complain, but today he just rolled up his sleeves and did his best to destroy the target dummy. Spells Rock Pellets, Sandstorm, Iron Spike, and Ground Spike
were among the basic 10 spells that made up the earth spells. Everything was a variation on creating temporary earth constructs. Some were dirt, others metal, but they all were basically the same. That was a fact that Nero typically pointed out repeatedly.
Nero had spells that could send frozen spikes, along with superheated plasma to make up the fire spells. Instead of complaining that the category should be called heat or temperature spells, he followed the training regime. His training dummy was frozen and heated like a poorly cooked turkey. His water spells, like Water Whip, Geyser, and Water Orb, caused the humidity in the room to rise. Even though his spells just created constructs, the amount of essence in use seemed to affect the entire training hall. Yet Nero didn't even bother to complain about the mud spell having multiple points of commonality with the earth spells. Air spells like Gust, Cyclone, and Air Slash caused the wind around Nero to pick up. The air became an issue when the sweat on his shirt started to rapidly evaporate. It felt like he was wearing wet clothes in a monsoon. To avoid the distraction, Nero just took his shirt off and got back to work. 10 spells an element, and 4 elements meant that each cycle was 40 spells. Nero managed to get through 6.5 cycles before he started losing control of his spell forms and was unable to reclaim what he spent when forming them. Once that happened, he started losing more and more center with every cast. By the time Nero got to his 8th cycle, he was running on fumes. Before he managed to complete his water spells, he collapsed in exhaustion. Panting on his hands and knees, Nero felt like he was experiencing the worst flu of his life. His every joint was on fire. There was nausea, along with a cold sweat, and he even had a headache. The only thing missing were clogged sinuses. As he tried to focus and recenter himself, he felt someone approaching. "It's about time you started pushing yourself. You can't just learn these spells, you have to internalize them. I gave you these exercises because it's how we all start. First you learn the basics, then you train the basics, and finally, you know the basics. I think you're ready to learn how to fight," said Specialist Howard with a smug look on his face. Nero just looked up at him from the ground and asked, "What does that mean? What the hell have I been doing?" Nick walked up behind the specialist and said, "You first have to know how to cast before you can be taught how to fight. Why don't you ever listen?" Nero didn't have the energy to argue, so he just rolled onto his back and splayed himself out on the ground. He said into the air, "Hey, if there are any super mages watching right now, please disregard what I say in the next few minutes." He rolled his head to face the 2 men standing over him. They were both sporting grins. Nero gave them the most disgusted look he could manage and said, "You guys are going to regret teaching me how to fight. Maybe not anytime soon, but rest assured, your regret will be epic." The 2 men just stared at Nero, clearly unimpressed. Specialist Howard said, "Sure thing. I'll be sure to keep an eye out. Take 10 minutes, get your center under control. Use the focusing techniques I showed you. After that, we'll do a review of how to impart your center into your spells. Depending on how you do, we'll start on mage duels." He turned around to walk away, but paused to say over his shoulder, "And don't worry, I know how to cast Resuscitate as well as any medic." Nick watched the specialist walk off, then looked back down at Nero and said, "He's been watching you train with Kathleen. I think he's been waiting for this. Good luck." Nero just closed his eyes and groaned. "I shouldn't have warned him. His future ass-whooping should have stayed a surprise," he thought. "I should have learned to juggle." Kathleen Averett had forgotten how much she enjoyed real training. When she had followed 2 of her brothers south, she had hoped to find worthy warriors to bring into her clan. Yet all she found since arriving over 40 years ago were weak Southerners.
Kathleen had found that training in the South was nothing but a pale imitation of what she had faced in her youth. But she stayed anyway, because training wasn't why she had settled in Dorchester.
Over the centuries, the Averett family had spread out across Oglevark, always looking to improve themselves. They had branch houses across the kingdom, intermingling with the local houses while staying loyal to their clan. She had chosen to stay in Dorchester while 2 of her younger brothers joined the army in the South. It had taken more than 40 years, but she finally had something worthwhile to report. The sense of accomplishment was wonderful, and she had almost forgotten what true happiness felt like. As she watched Nero cast a cleaning spell to remove the blood and dirt from what was left of his clothes, Kathleen used her link to update the report she was compiling on the Little Lord. While reviewing what she had just written, her pride in her student was obvious, despite her efforts to rein in her praise. Training Day 6. The Little Lord started the day poorly. He was worried about some noble nonsense, and it looked like he was going to fold under the pressure. I am happy to report that he mastered himself quickly. His dedication to training returned with a vengeance. He approached his combat training with the same ferocity that I have come to expect over the past few days. 72 times he faced death today, and not once did he hesitate after resuscitation. The captain has fulfilled his promise, and there are several more medics from Central Command. Even so, the medics are still working in rotations to keep up with the Little Lord's requirements. I'm surprised to report that the army didn't try to interfere, ask me to let up, or in any way scale back the training. In fact, the captain has given me full control of the Little Lord's physical combat training. With the army's support, I've stepped up the intensity as much as I could. We may not have a true warrior camp here, but I'd say we've come as close as circumstances allow. If I had a year, I'd say the Little Lord would have no trouble becoming a warblade. Unfortunately, I only have 4 days left until we head out into the wilds. I don't know how long we will be deployed, but if he survives, the training will continue. Closing her link, she watched Nero meet up with Nick and Rose, while she went to drop off her weapon at the training racks. The Little Lord was all smiles, as if he had not spent the past few hours on the end of her spear. She couldn't hold back a smirk at his antics. There was no doubt in her mind. The young man was something special. Even while distracted, she felt a disturbance a few units behind her. Kathleen was careful not to indicate that she had noticed anyone approaching. Instead, she continued on her way to the racks. "Ms. Everett, I need a moment of your time," Specialist Howard said. Feigning surprise, she turned around and raised an eyebrow. "What can I do for you, Sergeant?" she asked. Specialist Howard wore a serious expression and said, "Tomorrow I'm going to introduce Walker to mage duels. Captain Angelton told me to push the kid hard, but from what I've seen, you're the one who's really in charge of his training. I need to know how you want me to proceed." Kathleen gave the specialist her patented look of appraisal. While staring him down, she was pleased to see he didn't shy away or offer any hint of weakness. "How is the Little Lord's mage training progressing? Is he actually ready to learn combat casting?" she asked. Crossing his arms, Specialist Howard replied, "Yeah, the kid's ready. I've never seen anyone progress this fast. I haven't even heard of anyone doing it. I tried slowing him down by teaching him the elemental wheel, but he's already mastered it. That took me 2 years, and I think he's already working on infusing his center into his casts. I don't even know how he has enough center to do what he's been doing. Long story short, he's ready." Smirking, she said, "So you want to know how hard you should push him?" Nodding, he said, "The captain just said push him, but I've watched him training with you. If you give me permission, I'll bring over some medics and give him a few days of real combat. The captain will probably glower at me, but I think the kid can handle it." Kathleen stared hard at the specialist and said, "If you have the medics available, then use them. Put the Little Lord down, then pick him back up. I want you to hammer him like steel. You don't have to worry about him breaking. But I'm warning you." Her eyes burned with promise. "If he dies while under your care, you'll be following him into the afterlife along with anyone you care about. That is a promise."
Specialist Howard gulped, but his eyes never wavered. He said, "Your lord will be safe in my care. I just want to see what he can do. Like I said, I've never seen someone progress this fast. I want to see what he's really capable of." Kathleen and Howard stared at each other for a few seconds, then offered each other a nod. The specialist walked off, while Kathleen opened her link to update the report she was compiling. When day 7 of their training started, Nero was ready. He had spent the previous night reviewing his spells and meditating on his growth. If everything went according to plan, he would be leveling to 11 at the end of the day. He was looking forward to it, as he really needed to clear his level stress from his body stat. His morning training went well. Although he still wasn't able to keep up with anyone, he thought his improvement was spectacular. It felt like he was having weeks of progress compressed into a few days of workouts. Nero didn't get sore or suffer from shin splints. His recovery stat was able to refresh him every day, and every morning he felt a little stronger than the day before. Nero's close-quarters combat training with Kathleen was still a nightmare. But he felt like he was improving faster than should be possible. With the world correcting his form, he let himself float in the ether during his fights. Even though he never came close to winning, he'd gone from a complete novice to a skilled warrior. He had learned how to grapple, what strikes worked and what didn't. He now knew how to dodge and how to position himself for a proper counterattack. What would have taken years back home was compressed into days. Unfortunately, Kathleen didn't seem to notice. Nero didn't fare any better with weapons. He had long since stopped counting how many times Kathleen killed him, yet he still showed massive improvement. His preference was a one-handed sword along with a knife, or sometimes a buckler. Nero had mastered the essence blade technique and had figured out how to improve his mage armor. While he still couldn't stop Kathleen's spear, he was getting very good at making her miss her target. The result was him dying by bleeding out rather than being stabbed. Nero considered it a win. By the time Nero arrived for his mage training, his pants were barely hanging on, and his shirt was gone. Thinking about it, Nero couldn't remember the last time he managed to go a whole day without his shirt being destroyed. Luckily, he found a fresh set of training clothes in his room at the end of every day. As Nero thought about how repair magic might work, and whether or not it was hard to learn, he was interrupted by Specialist Howard.
"All right, Walker. Let's do this," he said.
The specialist walked into the middle of the training hall, taking his place in the circle designating the training arena. The man wore a blue shirt like all the other trainers, and he looked like he was enjoying Nero's hesitation. Frowning, Nero joined him in the arena. He stood about 20 paces away and stared the specialist down. He said, "Before you tell me about all the rules and crap, how about you tell me what makes combat casting different from what I've been doing? I'm already infusing my center into my spells. What else is there?" Nero heard Nick shout from the side of the arena. "I already told you! You have to control the essence. Both combatants will fight for control. It will affect your casting." Specialist Howard said, "We'll start with a simple training exercise. I want you to take over the essence around the ring. Spread out your field and make it yours. You have to hold on tight, because I'm going to take it from you." Nero nodded, then did what he was told. While keeping his mage armor tight, he spread out his psychic field and took hold of the ambient essence. He let it flow, but held on tight. It felt like he was holding onto a fire hose. As Nero concentrated on his task, he felt the specialist's psychic presence fill the arena. At first, it was just a sensation of them sharing the same space. Then, without warning, Nero felt a lurch. It was like he was in a mental tug-of-war over the essence.
Specialist Howard was kind enough to give Nero a few seconds to get a better mental grip. Then he started to yank. In seconds, Nero was sweating. He felt like he was trying to do math problems while mentally playing a game of push-pull. Nero focused on keeping hold of the essence, while he tried to pry the specialist loose. Meanwhile, the specialist kept jostling Nero's grip. They traded mental tugs, while slapping each other's mental probes. It was the oddest, most interesting feeling Nero had ever experienced. His concentration nearly broke when he heard the specialist ask, "Okay, now that you have an idea of how this works, try and stop me from taking control." Nero firmed his grip, then immediately felt his control slip. It was like he was playing tug-of-war with a greased rope. In less than a second, the ambient essence was completely out of his control. He could feel Specialist Howard's mental presence enveloping the flows, and there was no purchase to be found. Nero couldn't take it back. "Now try and cast something," Specialist Howard said, sounding bored. Nero's brow was furrowed in annoyance. He didn't like how easily he'd been bested. Nonetheless, he was curious about how casting would work while the essence was out of his control. He cast a simple water ball, which was essentially just a water balloon. While he had no issue carving the spell form with his center, it didn't seem to want to pull in any essence. Confused, Nero tried to nudge it, the mental equivalent of kicking the lawnmower, hoping it would magically start. Specialist Howard said, "If you don't have control of the essence, you can't do anything. Now I'll release my grip a little. Try and take control from me, but keep your spell form active." Nero felt the specialist's hold loosen, and immediately tried to rip it out of his mental hands. Instead of taking control, all Nero managed to do was return their mental tug-of-war to a stalemate. Yet, that was enough. The essence started flowing into his spell form. It seemed slower than normal, but he was still able to cast the spell. Nero smiled as a basketball-sized ball of water flew toward Specialist Howard. Nero watched as the water ball flew straight and true, but before he could celebrate, the ball seemed to evaporate around 5 feet from the specialist. Frowning, Nero wondered what happened. Luckily, Specialist Howard was more than happy to tell him what he did wrong. "You're still not putting enough center into your spells. Do you think I'm some low-level apprentice? I didn't even try and dispel your construct. You didn't even manage to get through my essence field, let alone my essence shield. Try again, and don't lose control of the ambient essence," said Specialist Howard, while still sounding bored. Nero grimaced at the tone and redoubled his efforts. He had to mentally fight for control of the essence while maintaining his spell form, holding his mage armor, and then impart his essence into the collected essence for the spell. Even though Nero was just standing there, he was drenched in sweat. It only took 7 casts for Nero to finally breach the specialist's essence field. He smiled as he saw the water ball explode and then evaporate. His happiness wasn't allowed to flourish as he heard Specialist Howard's laughter from across the arena. Specialist Howard said, "All right, now that you know how to cast during a mage duel, let's add some complexity. Do your best to hit me with whatever you want, while I stand here and try and hit you with some iron spikes. I doubt your essence shield will be able to stop them, so I suggest dodging." Before the specialist even finished speaking, Nero watched an iron spike launch itself toward him. Eyes wide with panic, he jumped to the side. Unfortunately, his concentration broke and his spell form cracked. The mental pain from losing his spell caused a cascade of failures. Nero winced as he lost his grip on the ambient essence. Distracted, he never noticed the iron spike heading for his chest. Nero's psychic field collapsed, and he looked down to see a foot-long spike sticking out of his chest. Too stunned to feel the pain, he managed to mutter, "Huh?" As Nero collapsed to his knees, he gripped the spike, while hearing Nick asking, "Hey, specialist, Did he manage to keep his essence shield up?
The last thing Nero heard as the lights went out was Specialist Howard saying, "Nope, I think he got distracted." Then the man shouted, "Medic! Let's get him up and we'll try again." Chapter 82. It's the small things that make life worth living. The Council of Fate had served Oglevark for the last 4,000 years, gently guiding it ever onward, avoiding dangerous paths, their course set by the matrix of fate itself. Sacrifices were avoided whenever possible, but sometimes the optimal path required them to watch the kingdom they served suffer an unavoidable tragedy. Cities were saved and lost, but always with a greater purpose in mind. The council saved who they could, and remembered those they couldn't. Director Charles Weatherby, known to the council as the High Prophet, took his place at the head of the table. The Council of Fate was meeting in their hall as recent events demanded their attention. None of them had ever seen such a divergence from an expected path. Everything was changing, and together they needed to make some hard decisions. In the dark room, lit only by an essence globe suspended above their table, the council waited in silence for their High Prophet to call the meeting to order. Sitting in his ornate stone chair with a frown on his face, Weatherby asked the room, "So, what do we know?" One of the prophets said, "As we suspected, everything stems from the anomaly in Dorchester. It's already spreading across all of Oglevark. We have the entire order working day and night updating our predictive models. Unfortunately, we've had a divergence of over 60%. The projected path doesn't exist anymore. We do not yet know how serious this is or what the future holds. We are essentially blind." Another prophet nearly shouted, "We can't keep stalling. There are powerful people who rely on our prophecies, and we cannot afford to fail in our promises. Our foreknowledge has helped shape economic policies, political decisions, and even private concerns. We have already had to send out updates for prophecies that have been altered by the Matrix. I have been fielding pings from furious adherents all day. This cannot continue. We need to do something. If this gets out, we'll have a considerable loss of support from the public sector as well." Nods and shouts of agreement circled the table. Weatherby held up his hand, and all the sound in the room vanished with a clap. Everyone calmed down and turned their attention to the High Prophet. Sighing, Weatherby lowered his hand and said, "We have asked the Matrix for a recommendation. It refused to offer a path forward. The words of the Matrix were, 'A pebble has been cast into the lake, and the ripples change the picture. A time of change is upon you. Be sure to change with it, or be left behind.' That was all it said, and it hasn't responded to our pleas. But fear not, it has still been offering prophecies to guide us. We shall use those prophecies to chart a new path." An angry voice spoke up. "Are we just going to allow the anomaly to live? He caused all of this. He must be cut from the tree so that it may grow without his interference." Shaking his head, Weatherby said, "I asked the Matrix what should be done with Nero Walker. It said he wasn't a concern. The words of the Matrix were, 'The child of the heavens has made his choice. Change is upon him, as it is upon you. He will face those who wish him harm, and his smile shall end them. Stand aside and let him pass, for his path does not need to trample yours. Let others fear his coming." The Matrix refused to elaborate or offer any specific prophecies directly relating to Nero Walker. The room was silent after the High Prophet's declaration. The words of the Matrix were not to be ignored. Another prophet broke the tension by saying, "The Matrix is wise. As far as we can tell, Dorchester now has a chance to survive a level shift. The anomaly may be causing issues, but not all of them are negative." Hesitant agreements were voiced, but there was little enthusiasm,
Some of the prophets still looked like they wanted blood.
Weatherby spoke loudly in order to be heard.
What we need to do is figure out how to tell people that the prophecies we have been proclaiming at every hall of fate are now invalid. There has to be a way to phrase the issue in a way that doesn't shake the confidence of the adherents. Does anyone have any ideas?
The only answer Weatherby received was a silence so profound that he was surprised he didn't hear crickets. Nero bobbed and weaved, dodging foot-long spikes and finger-length needles. His psychic field was humming as he tried to maintain his control on the ambient essence while managing his floating spell form. He could almost sense the constructs hurtling across the arena. It felt like the entire world was just a little out of focus, but it was clearing up as the fight went on.
Focus, Nero. Remember to cycle through the elemental wheel. Don't just hold a spell form. Recapture your center and cast a new spell form after every 5 casts. Concentrate, Nick shouted from the edge of the arena.
Even though Nero was covered in sweat, panting with effort, Nick seemed happy to sit on the sidelines and sip from his flask. Nero didn't know if Nick was doing it on purpose, but his resulting anger definitely helped him concentrate. Specialist Howard stood in stark contrast to his pupil. He wasn't sweating, or doing anything other than standing still and smiling. The essence shield surrounding the specialist was more than enough to deal with whatever Nero managed to throw at him. As if to spite Nero, he wasn't even using his hands to cast anymore. Like a turret, he just stood there and launched pain and death at his pupil, while seemingly having the time of his life.
Nero couldn't help but notice his teacher's nonchalance, and it served to stoke the young man's fury. As he dodged the incoming projectiles, Nero swore to himself that he would repay this humiliation. Unfortunately, his determination wasn't enough to overcome the difference in skill, and once again he was a step too late in dodging a spike. The spike slammed into Nero's chest below his left clavicle and spun him around like a top. Hitting the ground, Nero groaned in pain while doing his best to recapture the center he had used for his current spell form. He didn't manage to save it all, but he did avoid suffering a miscast. As he lay on the ground, staring at the ceiling, he felt Specialist Howard pause his bombardment. Nero recognized the courtesy the specialist offered by not shooting him while he was on the ground, yet that only seemed to make Nero angrier. He felt like the man wasn't even taking him seriously. Instead of waiting for a medic, Nero forced himself to his feet and glared across the arena at Specialist Howard. Reaching up, he ripped the spike out of his chest with a bloody cough. As he had managed to keep his hold on the ambient essence, he cast the medical analysis spell and took stock of his injuries. Part of his mind dove into his body, and he saw that ribs were shattered, and there was a hole in his chest. As the blood started pouring out, he carved a quick healing spell to close the wound. Once he stopped the bleeding, he changed the spell to a bone-mending spell to fix his body's structural issues. Finally, he finished closing his wounds with another general healing spell. Nero may have channeled it a little longer than necessary in order to remove some of his fatigue. The entire time he was healing himself, he had kept up his glare. Although he was rather far away from the specialist, Nero did his best to hide any signs of his discomfort. Once he was healed, he bent over and coughed up the remaining blood, clearing his lungs. He heard Nick shout, "Nero, stop being an idiot! Don't waste your center on healing. That's what the medics are for. You should be focusing on combat." Chuckling, Nero shouted back, "Knowing how to heal while in combat is something that I need to learn. Sometimes I keep the spell up, weakly channeling it while I fight with Kathleen. I'm pretty sure she hasn't noticed. One of these days, I'm going to surprise her by surviving something she thinks should have killed me. She'll never see it coming." Nero gave Nick a glower and warned, "You better not say anything. If you ruin my plan, you're going to regret it." Specialist Howard interrupted their exchange by harshly yanking on the ambient essence. Nero had grown used to the man's games and kept his grip tight. It had taken him a while to find the perfect balance of loose but firm in order to be unshakable. It had been a while since the specialist was able to take control of the arena's essence. Smirking at the specialist, Nero said, "You need to start varying your technique. You're too predictable." Nero's heart soared as he saw the specialist's smile fade from across the arena. Specialist Howard shouted, "Enough talking! You should be training!" As he finished, he launched another foot-long spike, followed by a series of needles. Nero didn't know if the man was holding multiple spell forms, or if he was just exceptionally fast at stamping, but it didn't really matter either way. Realizing that he had no chance to dodge the wide spread, Nero decided to try something new. His psychic field was already spread out, so he used it to focus on the constructs the specialist had fired. While keeping his grip on the arena's essence, he reached out to implant his center into the projectiles. Since the specialist was being lazy, he hadn't imbued them with much of his center. Nero had no trouble taking them over. Instead of dismissing them, he let them continue on their path. When they got close enough, he had them swing around like a tetherball on a string, and they headed right back toward the specialist. Nero added a stamped spell form, Iron Spike, of his own, hiding it among the projectiles he had borrowed from the specialist. A veritable wall of spikes and needles headed back toward Specialist Howard, and Nero grinned like a maniac at the successful maneuver. The specialist's eyes widened, and he used his psychic field to take over and dismiss the projectiles. Unfortunately for him, he underestimated how much Nero wanted to cause him pain. The iron spike Nero had created was packed to the gills with his center. Nero had put more than double the amount of what he normally used, doing his best to make it as solid as possible. He could only hope that it was enough to ensure it would go through the specialist's essence shield. By the time Specialist Howard realized that he would need to use more of his center than usual to counter Nero's control, it was too late. Like a railroad spike being hammered into the ground, Nero's iron spike blasted into the specialist's gut, causing him to bend over in pain. Laughing in delight, Nero shouted, "Medic! The big bad war mage has a boo-boo! Somebody get him a band-aid!" Fists in the air, Nero jumped around in victory. Even though he was covered in blood from the many injuries he had taken, Nero had never felt better. Regardless of what happened in the future, Specialist Howard would never forget that Nero had gotten through his shield. Nero wasn't surprised when he felt another wall of spikes and needles heading toward him without a warning. He rightly assumed that the specialist was a sore loser. Instead of trying the same trick, as he assumed the specialist had taken precautions, Nero pulled another dirty trick. Instead of doing anything fancy, he dropped flat on the ground and performed his first dual cast. It wasn't easy, but it wasn't as hard as he had feared. It felt like tapping his head while rubbing his belly, but only using his mind. Nero fired an iron spike, but this time with a water ball surrounding it. He didn't have much center left, and he felt like his joints were screaming at him. All he could do was lay there and hope that his plan would work. Through his psychic field, Nero watched his Trojan spike fly toward the specialist. As expected, the man had no trouble overcoming Nero's control and dismissing the water ball. But Nero was happy to see that the man hadn't noticed the spike until it was too late to do anything about it. With bleary eyes, Nero watched as his trainer was spiked in the gut. Again. His head was pounding, and he felt terrible. But it was worth it. Nero heard Specialist Howard grunt in pain and yell, "Gods damn it!" Nero was still laying on his stomach, propped up on one elbow. He may look like he had one foot in the grave, but his goal had been achieved. As he laughed his ass off, he started to feel lightheaded. The effort he spent projecting his laughter so that the specialist could hear it
turned out to be too much. Nero's eyes rolled back into his head, and he passed out.
If Nero got to do it all over again, he wouldn't have wasted his time laughing. He would have taken the opportunity to verbally mock his teacher instead. Years of online gaming had taught him that an insult is remembered far longer than a mocking laugh. Chapter 83. What you don't know can hurt you. Deidre Cosgrave was nervous. She had received word that the contract she had put out on Lord Walker had been accepted. It would be several days until his training unit went into the wilds, and another few days until the attempt was made. It was the waiting she was having a problem with. Every day, she worried that her mother would decide that Derek was too large a liability to leave alone. Wringing her hands, she stood on her balcony, lost in thought. She tried to force herself to calm down, but it didn't work. She almost jumped when she felt her link inform her of the incoming ping she had been expecting. Opening the connection, she heard her contact say, "Darling, the team is ready to leave. They have the planned route I acquired from the army. I've done everything I can to ensure their success. Are you absolutely sure you want to proceed with the plan? This is the last chance to call it off." Her contact didn't seem very nervous. She knew this wasn't the first time they'd arranged something like this. Officially, they were a fixer. Whether it was finding someone, delivering a message, or anything else, they were an intermediary and facilitator. Every city in Oglevark had fixers. They were even protected by law up to a point. Essentially, they were information mercenaries. Deidre knew that if the plan went south, the fixer would usually have no problem selling out their client. She could only hope that her personal connection with the fixer would be enough for her to avoid that fate. Firming her resolve, she said, "Proceed as planned. I expect to hear the good news in a week's time. Please make sure that everyone involved knows the consequences of failure or exposure. Even if nothing goes wrong, my mother can't know that we were involved." She felt the fixer's amusement over the link as they responded, "There are very few who know any of the details, and I can vouch for them all. If everything goes to plan, you have nothing to worry about. I have even taken the liberty of ensuring that the team will not be able to make it back to Dorchester if they are captured. Regardless of the legal protections in place, I don't want anyone associated with that madman knowing I was involved. I've heard enough stories about the Little Lord, the man who faces death with a smile." Feeling a shiver, Deirdre said, "Well, let's make sure there are no more stories to hear. And thank you for doing this. I know that you aren't happy about it, but I need this to happen. House Cosgrove needs this to happen." A feeling of agreement along with affection came over the link. Then the fixer closed the connection. Sighing, Deirdre looked out over the city, hoping she hadn't just made a terrible mistake. Nero woke up to a sense of pain. His entire body felt like it was sore. The sensation was becoming familiar, and Nero didn't like what that implied. Maybe he needed to cut back on his training a little. It probably wasn't a good idea to treat this level of pain as normal. The conversation going on around him was making his head pound. "You're not thinking about the individual streams. Yes, the spell forms will pull in what they need if they were designed correctly, but that is just because of an imbalance inside the spell form which demands the world around it to fill in the blank. If you don't consciously monitor the streams, any spell form can easily be disrupted," said Specialist Howard with an "I told you so" tone apparent in his voice. Nero heard Nick reply, "You're just overcomplicating things. The likelihood that someone would have the required knowledge and ability to do that would make the fight a loss anyway. If someone could do that, they'd just seize the center of the fight and be done with it. No one would bother disrupting a spell like that." Kathleen's voice interrupted the argument. "The little lord is awake," she said quietly but firmly. Nero groaned and spun his legs off the bench. He adjusted himself into a sitting position and rubbed his temples. He saw that everyone was sitting on benches surrounding him, apparently waiting for him to wake up.
What happened? He asked, with a raspy voice.
Rose walked over to hand him a canteen. She said, "Training's over for the day. It seems you went a little too far during your combat casting class." Nero offered her a nod of thanks and took the canteen. Almost by reflex, he cast a purification spell on the contents. Ever since he had found the spell in one of his hunter books, he had been casting it on anything he ingested, even if he poured it himself. The moment he stamped the spell, he grimaced in pain. Although the spell form worked fine, and the cast went off without issue, he felt like he had just tried to mentally split a check at a restaurant while suffering from a hangover. Taking large gulps of water, Nero heard Nick ask, "You understand what happened to you?" Nero finished his drink and breathed heavily. He felt out of breath from the effort required to drink. He said quietly, "I think I overtaxed my center. I've done it before. I just need to meditate a bit. I'll be fine." Specialist Howard spoke up harshly. "What do you mean, you've done it before? Are you insane?" Surprised at the specialist's tone, Nero looked at him curiously. "What's the big deal? I'm surrounded by medics." Looking around the room, Nero spotted two green shirts talking to each other on the other side of the room. He pointed at them and said, "See, there's a couple over there. Worst case scenario, I kill myself by being an idiot, and then they bring me back." Rose gasped, and Kathleen said, "Nero, medics can't bring someone back if the soul has lost its tether. If you empty your center, you will die. Then your soul will release itself into the upper planes, and the cycle of reincarnation will begin. Your mind will be taken to your afterlife, if you are promised to one. But you will be dead. That is a big deal." Nero looked around at the serious faces and said, "Huh. Okay. Well, that would have been useful information before I started training with magic." He glared at Specialist Howard and Nick. Both men looked sheepish, but Specialist Howard said, "You already knew how to cast when I met you. How was I supposed to know that you didn't know the dangers?" Throwing his hands up in the air, Nick said, "I don't know what you don't know. You just learn random crap, then do things that are insane. If you don't ask questions, I don't know what you are wrong about." Nero's glare lost its edge. He knew Nick was right. Nero had been focusing on his reading. It was like he skipped the tutorial and just jumped into the game. He had been figuring things out on his own. Looking at Nick's worried face, Nero said, "Don't worry, I don't blame you. You're absolutely right. I haven't been following a lesson plan. I haven't even opened the Introduction to Spell Forms book that Jennings gave me. I figured the spell books were more important." Rose spoke up. "I thought you were self-taught. If you didn't read how to do it, then who taught you how to cast? I don't understand." Kathleen jumped into the conversation. "Let's not get into this right now. Lord Walker needs to recenter himself. Let's all head back to the dorms and get some sleep. I have some food for Lord Walker in my personal space." She stood up, forcing the conversation to end. Nick shrugged and went along with it. Rose looked annoyed but didn't say anything. Specialist Howard stood up and watched Nero struggle to his feet. "Listen, Walker, I'm sorry about what happened. I didn't mean to push you hard enough for you to nearly kill yourself. I formally apologize for my part in what happened," he said with as serious a voice as Nero had ever heard from him. Nero smirked and said, "You're just feeling crappy because I gut-shotted you twice in a row. Don't feel bad. I tend to cheat. So feel free to keep pushing me. My idiocy is my own, and I refuse to have anyone take that away from me. I'll see you tomorrow." Stunned faces watched Nero walk toward the doors like an old man. His steps were small, and he was hunched over in pain. Nick, Kathleen, and Rose soon followed him. Along the way to the dorms, Nick and Nero chatted about Nero's clever use of embedded constructs. Kathleen even joined the conversation, as she found the tactic interesting. As usual, Rose kept quiet while listening closely to what everyone was saying. Soon enough, Nero was in his room.
He had taken the plate of food from Kathleen, then ignored her when she said she'd see him in the shower. Nero wasn't in the mood to share a communal shower, and decided that he could skip a day. Even though cleaning spells weren't as rejuvenating as a hot shower, they would work well enough for today.
Nero ate a quiet meal while thinking about what had happened. He hadn't realized that he had come so close to actually dying. He had died so many times over the past few days. The feeling was weird. It was like he was a professional skydiver, and he had forgotten what would happen if the parachute didn't open. Nero could barely taste the food, and mechanically ate the steak and potatoes. After he finished, he put the dirty dishes in his personal space. He peeled off his destroyed pants and threw them in the corner with all his other destroyed clothes. Looking over, he saw a fresh set of training clothes on his dresser, and he almost smiled. If they come in and drop off the new clothes, then why did they leave the old ones? He wondered to himself. Judging the question pointless, Nero didn't bother to think about it anymore. He got into bed and sighed in contentment. He was still feeling the pain as he opened his identity. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 10. Race: human. Growth: 94%. Tier: 1. Condition: 67%. Age: 14. Center: 16%. Body: 2. Mind: 4. Soul: 2. Confluence: 10. Stars: 0. Pillars: 1/1. Grimacing, Nero looked over his identity. It was no wonder why he felt so terrible. His center was almost depleted, and his condition was crap. At least he was almost level 11. Laying in bed, Nero debated whether or not he wanted to meditate. He knew it would probably heal him, but the effort seemed too great. It was so nice to just lay there and not do anything. As if he had made some insight check, he realized that his laziness was probably a symptom of his condition. His center was what made him who he was. If he didn't have a strong center, then he wouldn't have a strong motivation to do anything. He felt like he was back in his apartment on Earth, too lazy to get up and do anything. How many times did he feel like he should be out doing something productive, but ended up sitting on his couch ignoring something on his TV while scrolling through memes on his phone? Summoning a great deal of will, he closed his eyes and slipped into his spiritual world. He was once again on his cobblestone path, surrounded by images of his experiences. The world felt weak, insubstantial, and it was hard to hold it together. Focusing, Nero started going through his experiences. He felt the level come, and the world snapped into place. The fire in his belly seemed to ignite, and Nero's purpose was renewed. Proceeding as if he was in a trance, Nero categorized and re-experienced the past few days. He came to terms with his pride, which had almost killed him. He saw the shady way Rose seemed to watch him. There was no doubt in his mind that she was still spying on him. He recognized Nick's protective streak and appreciated the man's friendship. Nero basked in Kathleen's pride in his accomplishments. She was amazing. Nero observed his life and smiled at the adventurer he had become. Eventually, the images cleared away, and the path was clear. Looking into the distance, Nero saw the path he was on led to a mountain. He knew this was all a metaphor or something, but it didn't matter. He liked it. The open woods around him weren't real. They seemed like a backdrop. The only thing of importance was his path and where it led. Smiling,
A renewed Nero opened his eyes. Name:
Nero Walker.
level: 11. Race:
Human.
growth:
28%.
tier:
1. Condition: 100%. Age: 14.
center:
100%.
body: 2. mind:
4.
soul:
2. Confluence: 10.
stars:
1.
pillars:
1/1.
body:
2.
base:
Operative.
level stress. Presence: 11. 15.4. 9.6. Durability: 8. 11.2. 26.5. Recovery:
21.
29.4. 29.1. Speed: 13. 18.2. 18.6. Adaptability: 32. 44.8. 21.2. Power: 8. 11.2. 26.3. Mind: 4. Base:
Operative.
level stress. Weight:
26.
46.8. 9.4. Control: 29. 52.2. 16.2. Field: 23. 41.4. 21.5. Precision: 39. 70.2. 27.6. Endurance: 46. 82.8. 26.3. Focus: 48. 86.4. 18.3. Soul: 2. Base: operative. Level stress. Size: 29. 40.6. 0.8. Density: 101. 141.4. 0.6. Intensity: 76. 106.4. 0.6. Pressure: 27. 37.8. 0.5. Harmony: 24. 33.6. 11.1. Adaptability: 270. 378. 0.3. Nero felt amazing, and he looked at his identity and stats with pride. His efforts haven't been wasted. If the books were to be believed, he should have a massive increase in his physical stats after using his star. Following the plan he had made, he pushed his star into his body stat. The feeling of being was just as wonderful as he remembered. Reality seemed firmer, and Nero felt like he was becoming more solid. It was as if he were coming into focus. The world's essence hugged him, letting him know that it recognized his existence. The feeling of belonging was marvelous. Body: 3. Base: operative. Level: stress.
Presence. 15. 24. 0. Durability. 18. 28.8. 0. Recovery. 34. 54.4. 0. Speed. 21. 33.6. 0. Adaptability. 41. 65.6. 0. Power. 20. 32. 0. Nero felt the sensation fade and checked his stats. Just as he thought, his physical stats had skyrocketed. While laying in bed, he flexed his arms and reveled in the power he felt. This was the first time that he felt like he really leveled. He couldn't contain his excitement and hopped out of his bed. While in his boxers, he stretched and flexed. The smile on his face was ear to ear. Nero dropped down to do a few push-ups and couldn't help but laugh at how easy they were. Jumping to his feet, he felt energized. He spent a few minutes throwing punches and kicks, shadowboxing with an imaginary Kathleen. Nero couldn't wait to put his new stats to the test. Would it really make that much of a difference? He thought. Like a bucket of cold water, his enthusiasm was destroyed by the thought. He knew Kathleen was far stronger, faster, and more dexterous than he was, not to mention her skill level. Refusing to be discouraged, Nero calmed himself down. He needed to get some sleep. This was just one step along his path. He was better than he was yesterday, and if he continued improving, then one day he would be strong enough to meet any challenge. Hopefully, he'd level in a few days, and then he could improve his casting. One step at a time, he reminded himself. Nero fluffed his pillow, then got back into bed. He went to sleep with a smile on his face, as he imagined himself slinging spells and fighting monsters. Someday, he would do it all. Chapter 84. You're having fun wrong. Nick was enjoying watching Nero train. He had initially thought it would be nothing more than a review session, as he expected to be reminded of his time at the Centerpoint Academy. Yet, he found himself admiring the unique curriculum Specialist Howard had created. It was a very bare-bones introduction to spellcasting, and Nick found the idea of using the elemental wheel as the foundation for the class inspired. But he had to admit that it only worked because of how rare a student Nero turned out to be. Nero seemed to be able to actually watch individual streams of essence with his psychic field. Typically, mages could only get a general sense of what went on around them in the ethereal plane. It could take weeks before they could learn to recognize the individual streams, but Nero could do it in moments. Nick found it both fascinating and disturbing in equal measure. Over the past few days, Nick had watched Nero pick up spells like he was reading what the specialist wrote in the air. Not only that, but Nero also seemed to be able to memorize the spell forms without issue. The worst part for Nick was that Nero seemed to be able to recognize the individual sections which made up the spells. Nick could do the same, but it took him hours of correlative analysis, while Nero just said, "Huh? This looks a lot like that part from the last spell. Neat." Nick couldn't help but be a little jealous. Nick was thinking about how odd Nero was, while sitting on a chair at the edge of the training arena. He was enjoying an iced tea from his custom-made expanded flask, while shouting out encouragement to Nero. He had to admit, this was the best part of his day. He got to sit down and watch Nero constantly fail. Specialist Howard did an amazing job of always pushing Nero a little faster than he could handle. Nick watched as Nero bounced around the arena, dodging spells while muttering insults and complaints. The smile on Nick's face was unconscious, and he didn't even notice he was doing it. When Nero took a spike to the shoulder, Nick winced.
That had to hurt, he thought.
Shaking his head in amusement, he watched Nero stand up and rip out the spike while healing himself.
What a stubborn jackass, thought Nick.
He shouted, "Nero, stop being an idiot! Don't waste your center on healing, that's what the medics are for. You should be focusing on combat." Nick was worried that Nero was getting a little too worked up. If he knew Nero, and he thought he did, the young man would soon do something idiotic and amazing. Sure enough, during the next exchange, Nero managed to overpower the specialist's control of his constructs and use them against him. How the hell did he do that? Nick wondered. Listening to Nero laugh at the specialist's pain, Nick frowned in worry. Specialist Howard was a professional soldier. They didn't typically handle failure well. Unsurprisingly, the specialist responded with several spells overlapped. Wincing, Nick braced himself for the pain Nero would soon be feeling. He watched Nero drop to the ground and avoid turning into a pincushion. But then Nero did something he had never seen before. He wrapped a construct inside another construct and launched them both at the specialist. That's diabolical, he thought. Glancing over at Specialist Howard, Nick wondered if the man had noticed. The specialist was looking furious, and his anger and pride were clouding his judgment. Uh-oh, he thought. Nick watched as the specialist refused to dodge and relied on his control to dissolve Nero's construct. Nick's worry was justified, as the specialist hadn't noticed the spike. When it hit the man in the same place as Nero's previous spike, Nick stood up. Hopefully, the specialist would take a breath and not rise to the insult. Nick kept his eyes locked on the specialist as he heard Nero's raspy laugh. But his eyes whipped over to Nero as the laugh cut off abruptly. Nick stored his flask of iced tea into his personal space and rushed over to check on Nero. Did that little shit just kill himself? He mentally screamed. Everyone knew that center overuse could result in permanent death. Nick was panicking while he ran. He was only 5 units away when a gold flash caused him to stutter to a stop. Nick saw Archmage Jennings appear with an annoyed look on his face. The man bent down over Nero, and then his hands glowed. Nick cautiously approached and said, Mage, how bad is it?" Jennings didn't look up, but said in an annoyed voice, "The idiot almost emptied his center. You don't have to worry, though. His soul is damn near welded into this body. I don't think he's in any danger. Although, he'll be out for a while." "What the hell happened? I just got an emergency request to get over here," Nick said. "Nero was training in combat casting. You'd be amazed at his progress. He already has a pretty solid grasp on seizing the center of the fight. But I think he got a little annoyed at how the specialist was treating him." As they were talking, Specialist Howard walked up to them. He had already healed himself, and then cleaned and repaired his shirt. The man looked fresh as a daisy. He said, "I was trying to teach him to dodge while casting. I wanted him to work on paying attention to multiple things at once. But I think I might have pissed him off." Nick snorted and said, "You think? You were standing there pelting him from across the arena, making him dance like a performer, while you stood there with a smile on your face. Nero's anger was justified. What I don't understand is how you let him hit you. You lost control of the fight." While Archmage Jennings' eyebrows rose in interest, the specialist bristled. Specialist Howard said in a tight voice, "I just didn't expect him to take control of my constructs. We hadn't covered that yet. I may not have imbued them with a lot of center, but he still shouldn't have been able to take them over." The Archmage stood up from the bloody body of Nero, seemingly satisfied with leaving the young man as is. He said, "He actually took over your constructs. That's amazing." Nick smiled and said, "You think that's amazing? Then listen to this. He wrapped a construct inside another construct in order to hide it." Nick gestured to the specialist and said, Our brilliant war mage over there didn't bother to check and just dispelled the outer shell. He took an iron spike right in the gut. To his credit, the specialist blushed, but the archmage seemed shocked and stared down at Nero's passed-out body. After a few seconds of appraisal, he looked back to the specialist and said, "You actually let him hit you?" Specialist Howard met the archmage's stare and said, "I didn't let him do anything. The boy tricked me. And let me tell you, his constructs aren't weak. He pierced my essence shield on his own. I may not have been reinforcing it much, but he still managed to pierce it. His accomplishment was earned." Nick smiled at the interchange. Although he enjoyed giving Nero a hard time, it gave him an odd sense of pride to hear two powerful individuals talking about Nero's talents. The more time he spent with Nero, the more the young man felt like the little brother he always wished he had. His actual family was too annoying. Frowning, Nick realized that Nero was just annoying in a different, more preferable way. Archmage Jennings broke the staring contest and said, "Well, the young man is remarkable. You are his trainer, so his accomplishments are yours to share. I'd recommend not letting your pride blind you. I'd bet that he used it against you." Nick chuckled and said, "Did it not occur to you two that Nero succeeded because the specialist was ignoring the very lesson he was trying to teach Nero? The man just stood there and didn't dodge. He didn't pay enough attention to what was going on in the ethereal plane. And even worse, he didn't focus on keeping control of the center." Archmage Jennings and Specialist Howard shared a look. Then they both burst into laughter. Rubbing his neck in shame, Specialist Howard said, "You're right. In fact, you're both right. I'm going to have to keep on my toes around him. The general warned me that the kid had a tactical mind, but I don't think I understood what he meant until just now." Archmage Jennings nodded, with his amusement clear on his face. The man then lost his smile and said, "But you both neglected to warn him about the dangers of center overuse. He could have killed himself while achieving his victory. You need to sit him down and explain how stupid that was. Also, don't make me come back here. I have other things I need to be doing. I can't keep coming around here." Fixing both Nick and Howard with his harsh glare, he said, "I am busy." Then, with a pop and a flash of gold, he vanished. Nick smirked at the Archmage's antics, and then looked down at the splayed body of Nero. The young man had blood trails from his ears, eyes, and nose. His chest and back were covered in dried blood, and his pants were ripped up and covered in blood as well. If Nick didn't know any better, he would have thought he was looking at a dead body. Nero didn't even look like he was breathing. Sighing, he said, "Okay, let's get the little lord cleaned up. He can sleep it off while we try to figure out how he stacked constructs." When the specialist and Nick bent down to drag Nero off to the side, the specialist said, "You don't know how to do that. It's not that hard. You just need to cast 2 spells simultaneously, then have one of the spell forms create the construct over the other one. It's a simple trick." Snorting, Nick said, "If you already knew that it could be done, then why didn't you stop him from spiking you in the gut? Twice." While Nick was holding Nero's legs, the specialist was holding Nero by his shoulders. They were carrying Nero's unconscious body off to the side of the arena in order to put him on a bench and clean him up. Specialist Howard grimaced at Nick's question and muttered, "Shut up, Nick." Stifling a chuckle, Nick tried to keep quiet. He really did enjoy watching Nero train. Day 8's morning training was everything Nero hoped it would be. He felt like he had grown metaphorical wings. Everything was so much easier. He even managed to complete the rope walk on his first try. Captain Angelton had noticed Nero's progress and made sure to adjust Nero's tasks to keep it interesting. Nero went from having to do the very basics to now having to do a more difficult version. For example, Nero had been doing normal pull-ups, but now he had to pull himself up,
then raise himself above the bar, resting it on his stomach. Then he could drop back down and do it again. He still wasn't doing the crazy crap the other recruits were doing, but it was a step in the right direction. By the end of the morning exercises, he was just as tired as usual.
Smiling, Nero cast a cleaning spell, then joined his training group for morning breakfast. On the way to the dining hall, they slowly came together. Rose and Nick spent the time talking about some famous person they both admired. Kathleen ignored everything, as usual, and just walked next to them in silence.
Nero couldn't help but ask, "I don't get it. You're saying that this Madam Humphrey got famous by hosting a show over the link?"
Rose seemed excited about the subject and said,
"Yeah, it's in the editorial section. She covers trade concerns and how to understand the pricing structures. Her editorial last year on the expanded caravans was amazing."
Nick nodded along, apparently in agreement. Nero just looked at them like they were crazy.
"So she hosts an educational program on how the trade system works between cities. That made her famous? She can live off that?"
Confused, Rose said,
"No, she doesn't make any money from that. She just does it as a public service. Although she does get sponsored to attend symposiums and lectures across all of Oglevark. But she usually stays in Dorchester. She is technically a member of House Margrave. She makes her money managing a shipping concern out of Gate 3, I think. But she is pretty famous, I guess."
Nero shook his head in exasperation. It was like the entire city was treating Bob Ross as a movie star. After reflecting on that thought, Nero couldn't decide if it was any weirder than celebrating a Twitch streamer. He decided that it probably wasn't, then promptly ignored the rest of their conversation. He only cared about his favorite streamers. Other people's were stupid. By the time they sat down for breakfast, Nero had completely mentally detached himself from what was going on around him. His thoughts were filled with spell forms, along with a really cool martial arts kata that he was designing. He figured that if the world was going to teach him how to fight, he could at least offer a kata to collective memory of humanity. Nero considered it his good deed for the decade.
"Are you even listening to me?" Nick said, snapping Nero out of his thoughts.
Nero's fork was halfway to his mouth, and he froze like a deer in headlights. He looked around and saw that everyone was staring at him. Calmly setting his fork down, he turned to Nick and said, "Of course I was listening. I just thought you were talking to Kathleen." Nick gave Nero a blank stare and said, "You thought I was asking Kathleen whether or not she was looking forward to fighting herself, now that she recently leveled?" Nero returned the stare and said, "Yes. I thought you were being metaphorical, and I didn't want to presume." Kathleen chuckled, while Rose's water went down the wrong pipe. Rose started coughing, while holding back a laugh. Nick just shook his head in exasperation. He knew there was no point in trying to get Nero to admit anything. He said, "Fine, forget about it. Do you have something on your mind you want to talk about?" Nero took a sip of coffee, then said, "Not really. Wait, did you ever figure out anything about my mental projection thing that I do when I meditate?" Nick shook his head and said, "Nope. I looked into it but didn't find anything. I even checked the Mage Tower and referenced their archives. The closest thing I could find was a meditation technique for archmages to categorize their memories. When you're 1,000 years old, there is a great deal of information they have to remember. In order to speed up their recall, they practice mental indexing, which sounds similar to what you're doing. However, I think your mental space is a byproduct of your overly developed soul." Nero asked. "Because I'm an old soul." Nero smirked as if he just made a joke. Nick didn't seem to notice, and just nodded. "Yes. Who knows how long you floated around to higher planes before you were pulled down. All that time would allow your soul to change in ways we can't predict, or even measure without some intensive scans. If you really care, we could hook you up to a delving sled and see what we can find," he said. Nero shook his head emphatically. "No way! I don't really care, and it doesn't matter anyway.
The whole thing makes leveling easier, so I'm just going to say thank you to the powers that be and forget about it.
Shrugging, Nick returned to his meal. Kathleen stepped into the conversation by saying,
So, Nero, are you looking forward to pushing your new body stats?
Smiling, Nero said,
Sure. I doubt it will make much of a difference, but it should be fun.
Rose asked,
This wasn't your first body star, was it? Why is everyone so fixated on this?
Nero shrugged and replied,
I think they just want to get my hopes up. That way they can enjoy watching me get pissed when I fail to see a substantial improvement.
Kathleen and Nick chuckled, while Rose looked confused.
Nero felt bad for her. She didn't seem to understand their dynamic. It must look weird to see close friends excited to see one of their group get angry. Rather than explain it, he decided to change the subject.
How do you like your training? You doing archer stuff, right? He asked. Rose nodded and said,
Yes, the firing range here is amazing. I even got to shoot an essence bow, but it tired me out faster than I thought it would. I can't imagine how powerful people have to be in order to use them in the wilds. Normally I use...
Nero interrupted.
Hold on. What's an essence bow?
Rose raised an eyebrow in surprise and said,
Essence bows are enchanted bows that channel your center in order to create arrow constructs. They use the ambient essence to create solidified spell forms. They can be incredibly powerful, but they require a lot of center. People are usually over level 50 before they get to use them.
Nero was intrigued. He hadn't really explored the crafting of this world, and this seemed like a good place to start.
So someone created an identity for the bow, and then taught it how to make enchanted arrows? He asked.
Nick chose to answer the question. Kind of. I'm guessing from your word choice, you don't really understand how enchanting works, he said. Kathleen snorted a little laugh, as if Nick had just spouted a world-class understatement. Nero shot her a dirty look, then turned to Nick and said, I read a little about it, but I could use a quick summary of the subject. Rose perked up and added,
I'd like to hear about it too. All I know is what I've heard, but I've always wanted to know how it was actually done. I never got around to researching it.
Nick squared his shoulders, apparently happy with the opportunity to lecture. Nero prayed the summary would be brief, but didn't hold out much hope. Clearing his throat, Nick set down his silverware. Sounding like a professor, he said,
Enchanting is a complex and intricate art, which, at its core, is very personal. The overall goal is to imbue a purpose and history into a material object, with the intention being for that object to serve a specific purpose. To discuss the various methods of enchanting would require more time than we have available at the moment. However, we can touch on how enchantments work, what they actually are, and why they are so difficult. Please hold all questions until the end, as I will probably answer your questions during the lecture.
Nero groaned. This was his nightmare. He had always hated school, but never more than when he was interested in the subject. It always infuriated him how his teachers could take an interesting subject like how to make something blow up and turn it into a boring lecture on chemistry. Instead of talking about the energy required to split covalent bonds, they should have just thrown some sodium into a bucket of water and enjoyed the show. While Rose and Kathleen listened to Nick droning on about essence manifolds and pseudo-identities, Nero pretended to pay attention. He spent the rest of his breakfast mentally reviewing all the ways he knew how to cause an explosion. After he reached number 10, he realized that he might have an obsession with explosions that he hadn't been aware of. That, of course, caused Nero to think about all the things that he no longer cared about, but which he used to think were important. Memes, web novels, TV shows, Fortnite, his Xbox, John Wick, the Cubbies, Chicago's baseball team, various types of vapes, his bong, and the list went on. Nero was amazed at how much he had changed. None of those things seemed to matter anymore, and he wondered why he used to care so much.
Luckily, Captain Angelton appeared at the entrance to the dining hall and shouted, "All right, recruits, fall out to your training rings and get back to work." Shaken out of his thoughts, Nero heard Nick say, "We can discuss this more later if you'd like, but that is generally why it requires essence crystals to aid in the enchantment process." Rose and Kathleen were nodding, and Nero joined them. As all of them went to bust their dishes and head out to the training field, Nero said, "Really interesting stuff, Nick. You wouldn't happen to have a book that covered the subject from a beginner's perspective, would you? I'd like to review what you talked about. It was really fascinating." Nick was all smiles and said, "I actually wrote a book on the subject. It's a primer for learning enchanting. I called it Enchanting, the How and Why. I'll be sure to get you a copy." Nero managed to hide his cringe while outwardly returning the smile. "I'm looking forward to it," he said. "Thank whatever gods they have here that I get to have Kathleen kill me in a few minutes. Otherwise, I'd have to do it myself," he thought to himself. Chapter 85. You can get used to anything. Archmage Jennings was waiting at the teleportation hall. He hated waiting. He leaned against the wall, tapping his foot with impatience. Any minute now, the replacement for that idiot Cranston would be arriving, and he promised Mathers that he would show him around. Mentally, he felt around for the connection he had to the communication crystal in the Mage Tower in Hennings. It was still there, but no one seemed to be using it from the other side. Grimacing, Jennings realized that even they didn't want to watch him wait. He looked around the transportation room. The 5 technicians were fiddling with the receiving controls, isolating the local essence signatures and filtering out the interference. They must be preparing for receiving a targeting lock. It shouldn't be too much longer. Huffing in annoyance, he tried to distract himself by watching Nero train. Currently, the young man was being choked out by that Averett woman. After admiring her technique for a few seconds, he mentally moved on. Jennings had subtly placed scry markers on several people. It made paying attention to what was going on much easier than trying to isolate their essence signatures every time he wanted to look in on them. He cycled through his favorite subjects with a mental scrying window. The city lord was currently arguing with that idiot Lord Bevan. The man was convinced that Dorchester would fall due to having a relative in Hennings that was an adherent to the Fate Weavers. Apparently, his relative had secretly warned him that this beast wave would raise the city. Jennings snorted at the thought of those fools being proven wrong. Again. Moving on, he checked on the city lord's children. The son was sitting in a carriage, far away from Dorchester. The idiot was currently arguing with his guard. The boy had no idea that the guard may be ordered to kill him if he didn't stop acting like a moron. His sister wasn't any better. She was currently yelling at a servant for not cleaning her bedroom properly. Shaking his head, Jennings realized the entire family needed a reality check. Mentally rebuking himself, he realized that the city lord wasn't so bad. Her kids sucked, though. The general was meeting with the city engineers. He was actually making some real progress on getting the essence cannons back on the walls. The man had impressed Jennings. There weren't many people who were capable of being sly while also being direct. Jennings reminded himself to pull some strings to help the general out a little. The trade commissioner was in a meeting about essence crystal pricing. The moron was recommending that they create a proposal for shipping out the reserves in order to sell them at the current high price, rather than wait for the influx of new crystals to depreciate the stocks. Jennings paused his viewing and sent a ping to have the man's plan exposed to Lord Cosgrove. Since he had arrived, he had cultivated a few people who were in positions to deliver his warnings without them being traced back to him. It was always good policy to not get directly involved. That way people didn't expect him to help. As he pondered that bit of wisdom, he was shaken out of his introspection by the Astra platform activating. The essence in the room roiled, and a young woman appeared on the well-lit platform. He heard a technician call out, "Transport successful. Confirmation of receipt sent to Hennings. Welcome to Dorchester." The woman wore a gentle smile, and stepped down from the platform. She looked over at the technicians and said, "Thank you for the smooth transport. You're all a credit to your profession." She walked across the room and presented herself with a bow to Jennings. "Mage Adept Catherine Newbanks, reporting for duty as the new court mage. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir." Jennings didn't stand up from his leaning position on the wall. He looked at the whipcord-thin woman. She was an average height, with gentle features. Her pixie-cut black hair complemented her large, dark eyes. She wore a soft smile and seemed perfectly at ease with his obvious appraisal. He said, "I thought that kid Paddington was being sent." She replied easily, "I challenged for the position this morning. I apologize for the delay. The new paperwork had to be filed for me to receive permission to teleport in his place." Jennings chuckled at the gentle woman. He said, "You took him to an arena? How did you get him to agree to the challenge?" Still smiling like a nun, she said, "I told him that he was too pathetic for any position in Hennings, and they were just sending him here to die. He should just let me take his place, and he could go back to doing unimpressive research on whatever stupid idea he was currently working on. Paddington was offended and challenged me to an honor challenge. I accepted, and then bet my yearly wage against this position. My words were proven true, as I defeated him easily. After he was resuscitated, he filed the paperwork for our change of position. Now I am here." Jennings stood up from the wall and casually asked, "You chose not to wage a soul death?" Mage Adept Newbanks shook her head gently and said, "I didn't want to kill him. Pathetic mages are still useful to the tower. I just wanted him to return to what he was good at. He wouldn't have liked it here anyway." Nodding, Jennings said, "Well, I think you'll love it here. Come along, we have a lot to see. I'll introduce you to some people and tell you who is worth knowing. I plan to hand over all of the court mage responsibilities to you as soon as possible." As they walked through the halls, she listened to the Archmage as if he was the most interesting man in the world. Her subtle display of sucking up wasn't lost on Jennings, and he found it charming. She asked, "And if you don't mind me asking, what will you be doing, sir?" Jennings didn't miss a beat and responded, "Whatever the hell I feel like. Now let's first stop over at the local mage tower and get your identity filed as the new court mage." Mage Adept Newbanks didn't seem offended, and just nodded, as if she weren't surprised at his response. Archmage Jennings decided at that moment she was his new favorite person in Dorchester. He really liked it here. Nero's day went exactly how he had expected it to. Kathleen didn't seem to notice his improved body stats at all. She spent both close-quarters combat and weapons training tiring the medics by systematically destroying Nero. It didn't seem to matter how much he had improved. All he could do was get better at delaying the inevitable. His combat casting class with Specialist Howard didn't go much better. Nero noticed that his psychic field had improved a little. He thought it was due to his increased presence stat. But it didn't make much difference in his training. He still spent the entire time dodging spells, and now had the added task of trying to take control of the specialist's constructs. Every time Nero started to feel comfortable, Specialist Howard added something that resulted in a skewered Nero. The man even started varying the spells. The first time Nero felt a plasma burn, he screamed like a girl. Nick had found it so hilarious that he had fallen out of his chair. Unsurprisingly, Nero had learned a great deal about healing over the past few days. He had watched the medics heal him whenever possible. Although he hadn't seen them cast Resuscitate, he had seen them fix his limbs and organs. A lot. In fact, he was pretty sure he could regrow a limb at this point. The spell form was complicated, but Nero had seen it enough that he was confident that he wouldn't have any issues with it. When he asked to see the spell form for Resuscitate in action, Specialist Howard just laughed and said, "You'll see it when you actually manage to kill someone." Once again, Nick had laughed his ass off. Nero silently vowed to do just that. But regardless of Nero's resolve, Specialist Howard had learned his lesson, and now treated their exchanges like games of chess. Whatever Nero tried, the man countered it without any problems. No matter how dirty Nero played, nothing worked. As much as it annoyed Nero, the constant failures were enlightening. By the end of the day, Nero went to dinner without a shirt again. As usual, he only had rags for pants, and his boots were in pieces somewhere. By this point, the sight wasn't anything special, and none of the recruits batted an eye. Nero walked into the dining room with Nick. He was ignoring the men's recounting of his favorite Nero deaths of the day. Seeing his acquaintance Marie, he tossed her and her squad a wave. She waved her fork in acknowledgement and returned to the conversation at her table. Nick said, "That's that group of monster hunters you were talking about." Nero nodded and said, "Yup. We usually spend the morning training together. We've talked a few times after dinner, but you know how it is. There isn't a lot of time here for anything other than training." Nick and Nero collected their food and joined Rose and Kathleen at their table. Kathleen looked at a bare-chested Nero and said, "I see that your combat casting class didn't go any better than your physical combat classes." Nick snorted and said, "I don't typically get to watch you training Nero, but if it's anything like what he just went through, might actually start feeling bad for him." Nero was chewing on some vegetables and spoke with his mouth full. "Bite me," he said with some venom, although it came out as a mumble. Nick and Kathleen chuckled, but Rose didn't seem to find the situation funny. She was frowning and asked, "How can you handle dying so much? Doesn't it get to you? I've been resuscitated before, and the black void gave me nightmares." Nero shrugged and said, "I actually find it comfortable. It kind of feels familiar." Nick piped up excitedly. "It's probably due to—" Nero interrupted him. "Stop, I don't want to hear it again. I know what you're going to say. It's because of my experience in the higher planes or whatever. While we're on the subject, I need a book on that too. I want to understand all those references you and Jennings keep making about the different planes. Like, what's the difference between the higher planes and the upper planes? Or are they just different names for the same thing?" Surprisingly, it was Kathleen that answered him. "The higher planes are no longer associated with the material realms. The upper planes are higher than ours, hence the name. They are where the gods reside." Nick added, "There is more there than the realms of the deities. There are other material planes, with different inhabitants. For example, the Fey realms are rather close to us, if I remember correctly." Rose chimed in. "Don't forget about the lower planes. There are the different hells and purgatories, right?" Nick nodded and said, "Yes, there are just as many lower planes as there are upper planes. In many ways they are similar, but they are also drastically different. Souls traveling the lower planes typically don't join the cycle of reincarnation. Some do, but usually they are ripped apart by the denizens of the hells." Nero was shocked. It was odd to hear people speak so matter-of-factly about life after death. He had known that they had studied it extensively, but it was still difficult to accept. Nero had to remind himself that this was a fantasy world. Don't let the steak and potatoes fool you. You are in a place with magic and elves. This probably isn't even cow, he thought to himself as he stared at the piece of meat on the end of his fork. Trying to focus on the conversation, Nero asked, "And what about the higher planes? What are those?" Nick said, "They are planes of existence that are purely ethereal. They butt up against all of the material planes. They act as a buffer between us and the void. You must have crossed them when you came from wherever you were. It is there that the souls are wiped clean and reintroduced to the material planes. They are difficult for us to view, but they can be studied. Several thousand years ago, Archmage Devon succeeded in his efforts to track the soul of his late wife through the cycle of reincarnation. It took 50 years, but he found her in a small boy on another continent. He couldn't travel there, but he spent the rest of his life watching the boy grow up. It was a sad but interesting paper." Kathleen said, "My mother read it to me when I was a child.
I liked to think that someone was watching me train, hoping for me to be a great warrior like my previous incarnation. My mother was kind enough to leave me with that delusion.
Rose and Nick smiled at the cute story. Nero, however, was flabbergasted. He dropped his fork onto his plate and said, "Your mother read you a research paper as a bedtime story." Everyone looked at Nero like he had just asked why water was wet. Nick said, "What else was she going to read her? Children don't have enough knowledge to understand anything more complicated." Nero asked, "What about something that isn't nonfiction? Something with a moral lesson or whatever?" Confused looks were exchanged among the three of his dinner companions. Rose asked, "That word you used, non-fiction, doesn't that just mean true? And wouldn't moral lessons have more of an impact if there were real examples given?" Nick responded, "I think what he meant was—" Nero shook his head in defeat and stopped listening. There was no point arguing with crazy people who believed in logic. He returned to his meal and remembered a time where people chose to believe in whatever made them happy. It was a great time to be alive. The arguments were so much fun. Chapter 86. No one wants to play with me. General Branson frowned at the projections floating above his desk. Tapping his fingers on his armrests, he mentally cycled through the reports his office had been receiving all week. Instances of increased activity were reported at every gate. Even here at Central Command, in the inner ring of the city, there was a noticeable increase in issues needing to be addressed. Sighing, he sent his approval for 2 squads to enter the sewers below the keep. He hoped that the Slime Queen hadn't migrated to the inner ring, but all the evidence seemed to support that theory. The last thing he needed were slimes crawling out of sewer grates and assaulting nobles in the streets. Putting the slime issue aside for the moment, he reviewed the current population numbers. 2 whole villages had been abandoned, and the survivors were now here in Dorchester looking for sanctuary. The general had expected this, but not this soon. It had only been a week, and already the city gained almost 10,000 citizens. Maximum capacity was only 3 million if they didn't reopen the mountain. But who knows how many people are already on the way here. He had asked the mages to keep an eye on the roads, but all he got in return was a report on increased migration from areas affected by the level shift. The report had no hard numbers, and no one had felt comfortable even offering an estimate. He'd have to plan for the worst-case scenario. With a grimace on his face, he sent a request for Gate 22 Army Command to come up with a plan for reopening the mountain. Cycling through the reports, he didn't see a single area that wasn't dealing with problems. The forests to the east were filled with monsters and beasts. The plains to the south had beast hordes ravaging the land. The northern mountains were teeming with monsters fleeing their caves. Even the western steppes were reporting bogs replacing the patches of forests. The entire landscape outside the walls was changing, and quickly at that. He already had half his men patrolling the roads, while everyone else was either training or trying to thin out the threats. Clenching his fist in anger, all he could do was offer support. It had been years since he had felt this powerless. He opened the projections that Center Research had sent over. All of their estimations were based on limited data. The Essence had only started the density shift a little over a week ago, but they tried to do what he asked. He told them that he needed to know what to expect, and they did their best. The report they sent over had timeline estimations for density thresholds. It looked like Dorchester had a few more weeks of relative peace before things really started getting out of hand. In anywhere from 3 to 6 months, his men could be fighting at the walls. Rubbing his head with his hands, he groaned at the implications. Hopefully this was all just pessimism. Either way, he would do his job and save as many as he could. Nero spent day 9 of training doing what he did best, annoying his trainer partners.
His personal goal was to make them mad enough to stop holding back. He only had 2 days of training left, and he felt the pressure building. With limited time, he needed to get the most out of each training block.
Captain Angelton was the first to suffer during the morning exercises. Nero had made it a point to ask the man things like, "How was that?" and "Am I doing this right?" every 2 minutes. At one point, the man had tried to stop answering him, so Nero started yelling his questions, then asking, "Can you hear me? Sir, are you all right?" When the captain finally snapped, Nero feigned shock and replied, "Sorry, sir. I was just trying to do my best. I'll try and take it easy on the next few exercises." The captain's red face was too much, and Nero laughed his ass off while running away. It didn't surprise Nero that Kathleen hadn't needed much prodding. After only a few sarcastic questions about why she braided her hair the way she did, the woman was positively brutal with her attacks. A blood-covered Nero emerged from training ring 3 after she finished with him. Specialist Howard was a little harder to rile up. Yet Nero persevered until he saw the man's forehead develop a pulsing vein. Even from across the room, Nero felt like he could hear the specialist grinding his teeth in annoyance. Smiling, Nero focused and tried to survive the man's wrath. Even though Nero didn't, the medics were nice enough to keep giving him chances to try. By the end of the day, Nero felt physically destroyed, yet spiritually renewed. There was just something about getting under people's skin that made him feel complete. Plopping into his seat in the dining hall, he greeted his squad mates. "Hey, girls, how was your day?" he asked. Rose raised her eyes in surprise at his good mood. Kathleen just grunted and didn't look up from her meal. However, Nick said, "I'm here too, Nero." Nero offered him a wide smile and replied, "Yeah, I saw you. You look very pretty today." Nick just smirked and shook his head, then returned to his meal. Nero saw them all sitting in silence, eating their meals mechanically. The fact that no one wanted to trade barbs with him was destroying his good mood. As he started eating, he said, "Okay, I get it. You're all mad at me. I'm not saying you were wrong to be angry, but I respectfully would like to offer an alternative opinion. Is it possible that you all just need to lighten up a bit?" Harsh stares snapped to Nero, and he felt a slight shiver. Holding up his hands in surrender, he said, "Look, I'm just saying that psychological warfare is a completely viable tactical option. It's also funny. I don't mind when you are calling me Little Lord and mocking my continued failures. We only have 1 day of training left, and I wanted to make sure that everyone was giving 100% effort." Smiling, he attacked his meal with gusto. His squad mates shared a look, and Nick said, "Nero, if you're worried about what's going to happen in the wilds, we understand. Fear of what we will face is perfectly reasonable. There's no need to lash out. But if you feel like you have to, we'll still be here for you." Nero's fork paused in front of his mouth. He looked around at the kind and understanding faces. Even Kathleen looked like she was forgiving him. He dropped his fork to his plate and leaned back with a sigh. All he wanted was for some good-natured ribbing. It had nothing to do with fear or any other psychological issue. The last thing he wanted was for this dinner to turn into a therapy session. He squinted in anger and said, "Listen closely. I am not afraid of the wilds. I am fully aware of what we will face, and I am looking forward to it. My actions today were not lashing out. I didn't try to piss you all off as a cry for attention. The simple fact of the matter is that I wanted everyone to get a fire in their belly. People perform better when they are pushing themselves. Anger clouds judgment and focuses the mind. Your kindness and understanding are unnecessary, and I recommend that you all grow a pair. The beasts and monsters will not care if you are emotionally well-adjusted." Kathleen started laughing, while Nick looked offended. Rose just looked confused and said, "What do you mean, grow a pair?
It sounded like you were meaning to say be fearless. I don't get it.
Nero looked around the table, shocked at what they all took away from what he just said. Nick looked like he was offended Nero didn't want to talk about his feelings. Kathleen looked like she was proud of his dedication to battle. Yet it was Rose's confusion that irked Nero the most. He wasn't specifically trying to offend the women or anything, but the fact that he hadn't been lambasted for his obviously chauvinistic remark was jarring. The fact that gender inequality wasn't a thing in this world was just too weird for Nero to handle. Kathleen broke Nero from his internal musings.
I agree wholeheartedly. The wilds aren't for the weak. We will harden our wills, silence our feelings, and face the horrors with hate in our hearts. Rest assured, tomorrow I will push you to your limits. You will not be coddled by me. I will make sure you get the most out of your time here, she said, with steel in her voice.
Nick snorted as he stabbed his dinner.
I think you are both taking all this too seriously. Constant tempered effort will produce the best results. It will just take time. And for the record, I think you are just worried about what will happen. But I recognize that you aren't ready to hear that, so I'll not say anything more, he said as if he were talking to an unruly child.
Rose piped up.
I still want to know what grow a pair means. Is it some type of saying from where you come from? I'm guessing it's a pair of horns.
Nero cocked his head in confusion and couldn't help but ask, Horns? Rose said,
Yeah. Is it a reference to animals that grow horns when they reach adulthood? You know, babies just have the little nubs. But when they grow up and have to face the perils of adulthood, they grow horns to face the challenge head-on. By the time she finished talking, she looked very proud of her theory.
Nero just stared at her. It was ridiculous how much sense that made. In fact, it made a lot more sense than saying people needed a pair of testicles to be brave. Instead of correcting her, he internally admitted defeat and said, Yup, that's exactly where it comes from. Rose nodded with a smile on her face, proud that she had figured it out. Nick looked interested in the subject and started listing off the different types of animals that grew horns during their adolescence. Kathleen just smiled and attacked her food with vigor. Nero was still leaning back in his chair. He felt like the fight had gone out of him. There was no joy in picking on puppies. He needed to shake it off and focus on the upcoming expedition. Sitting up, he returned to his meal while trying to force himself to participate in their polite dinner conversation. Eventually, dinner ended, and Nero found himself back in his room after another annoying group shower. As usual, everyone had treated it as completely normal, and he had even felt himself starting to ignore all the naked people. If he were being honest with himself, the fact that he was adapting to the new social norms was terrifying. Would he be an emotionally healthy robot in 10 years? It's only been a couple weeks, and he had already changed so much. Sitting at his desk, Nero pushed the worries to the back of his mind. There was no point in worrying about it. Just because everyone else was crazy didn't mean he was going to be. It's not like New Age wisdom was contagious. He just had to stay true to himself and continue being considerate to their alternative lifestyles. He'd done it before. One of his old girlfriends was a vegan. That was weird, but he had never made a fuss about it. Smiling at his internal decision to be the better man, he went into his personal dimension for the book of the day. Searching, he found a large leather book about essence vortices. Nero knew that dungeons, spawn points, planar gates, and other things all fell into the category of essence vortices. It seemed like an appropriate subject to study before he went into the wilds. In fact, he was surprised that no one had brought it up during training. If he remembered correctly, General Branson's primary reason for creating this unit was to fix those vortices in order to slow down the density shift. Opening the book, Nero sipped his coffee and looked over the introduction. It basically said what he already knew. Occasionally, essence would pool in certain areas, and the interactions in the ethereal plane would reach a critical mass,
causing a manifestation in the material world. Spawn points for animals could be corrupted into monster spawners by merging with a planar shift. It wasn't uncommon, or even that big a deal.
Nero flipped through the pages and read about monster spawn points. There were charts and diagrams showing how the different planes could send information to corrupt local animals. It was all very interesting, but Nero didn't really care about the how or why. He was more interested in what to do about it. After taking a sip of his coffee, he checked the index of the book. Finding a chapter called Returning the Local Essence to Balance, Nero flipped through the pages with a smile. As he read, Nero tried to filter out all the scientific mumbo-jumbo and translate what it was saying into something useful. The chapter assumed a lot of knowledge on the part of the reader, and Nero had some trouble figuring out what it was trying to say. From what he could tell, the most important thing to consider was whether or not anything should be done at all. For example, when faced with a monster spawner, the question is whether or not it serves the greater good to untangle the essence knot and return the area to its original design. Nero ended up reading the entire chapter, and all he took away from it was that before taking action, hunters should speak with the local hunters' hall in order to find out whether or not they should do anything. Annoyed, Nero slammed the book shut. Mentally checking the time, he realized he just wasted an hour. As his mood was already sour due to the fact that no one seemed to want to argue with him today, Nero wanted to spread the pain. He felt the need to bother someone. Opening his link, he sent out a connection request. The connection was immediately accepted, and he heard Jennings say, "What's wrong now?" The old man's annoyance was broadcasting over the link without any issue. Nero smiled and said, "Don't pretend you're doing anything important. I have questions about essence vortices, and the book you gave me is useless. Get your ass over here, and don't forget to bring something to drink. You can tell me all about a subject you know tons about. Think about it. It's win-win. You'll feel really smart doing it, while I get to enjoy learning something useful. I don't want to have to ask Nick. He'll just turn it into a boring lecture on the history of essence studies or something." The connection closed abruptly, and Nero's eyes widened a little in shock. Sitting at his desk, Nero wondered if he had offended the crazy old archmage. Seconds later, a bright gold flash happened above his bed, and Jennings fell into a comfortable sitting position. He waved his hand, and a bottle with 2 cups appeared. Offering Nero a smile, he said, "I was just finishing a stupid meeting anyway. This seems like it will be more fun. What do you want to know?" Nero smiled at the man's enthusiasm. It was like when Nero used to call his married friends and tell them to come over to play Xbox. They were so excited that Nero couldn't help but find it adorable. Waving his hand, Nero mentally grabbed the full glass Jennings was holding out to him. After bringing it over to his hand, Nero offered a toast and said, "To a night of drinking and talking about magic." Jennings' smile was wide as he raised his glass, seemingly familiar with the concept of a toast. "Hear, hear," he added. Chapter 87. The Proper Way to Teach a Class. Archmage Jennings was bored. The petty arguments he was hearing were nothing new to him. Over his nearly 1,000 years of life, he had heard all of this before. Looking around the room, he saw the same archetypes wearing different faces. The large hall of leadership was familiar in its own way. No matter how different and seemingly original someone designed a conference room, they always looked the same. A bunch of people with a great deal of power sitting around in a circle, arguing. The upper ring was filled with citizens of importance, hoping to join those currently in the center ring. Everyone always wanted to be a noble, until they were put in charge of something. Then they would start complaining and pointing fingers. It was never their fault, it was their political enemies. They were the ones who were responsible. Snorting at his inner thoughts, he glanced at the current city lord, Lord Cosgrove.
She was the typical political powerhouse, spending all her time putting out fires and managing perceptions. He knew that she was effective, disturbingly so, but he couldn't help but find her political maneuvers annoying. Yet he knew that he only felt that way because he could never do what she did. Her machinations held her city together and corralled the nobles into doing what was needed. He both admired her and didn't want to be around her. It was a familiar feeling that he always felt around people particularly skilled in politics. He turned his attention to her current political opponent, the one who had demanded this full meeting of the council. The idiot was still shouting about Dorchester's imminent destruction, citing those fate-weaving morons as his source of prophecy. Jennings wasn't surprised by the support the man had received by making that declaration. He and his supporters were all the same type of coward that Jennings had seen 1,000 times before. Lord Bevan stood tall, pounding his fist as he shouted, "The signs are all around us. It's obvious to everyone with a mind stat over 20 that the Fate Weavers are right. Dorchester will fall, and we have to prepare for that eventuality. Wasting resources on a doomed city is just hubris. You must declare an evacuation. There is precedent for Oglevark to cover our losses. It is our duty to make that cost as reasonable as possible. The earlier we evacuate, the more we can save." Shouts of agreement rang out, some even from the upper ring. Jennings smirked, as cowards always spouted nonsense about how they were avoiding the fight because of some reason or another. Although he did like the idea of blaming it on fiscal responsibility. It's been a while since he had heard that one. Lord Cosgrove remained seated and knocked her knuckles loudly on the table to bring order to the proceedings. Her voice was grave as she said, "I hear what you are saying, Lord Bevan, and I understand your concerns. However, the law is clear. Dorchester is our responsibility until we can no longer hold it. If an evacuation is necessary, then it will come after we have exhausted all other options. We are citizens of Oglevark, and we will not shirk from our duty." Cheers met her declaration, and Lord Bevan and his cronies grimaced. As he was about to speak, General Branson stepped into center platform from the second ring. Jennings raised an eyebrow. "That's not part of the script. What does he have to say?" he wondered. The general's blue tabard was pristine, the gold inlays accentuating his dark silver chainmail beautifully. He strode forward like he was marching to battle. He stood at the edge of the platform, so he could address every noble in the inner ring. Without waiting to be recognized, he spoke with an essence-infused voice, forcing everyone to hear what he had to say. "I've heard plenty of excuses during my many years of service. Soldiers saying that there was no point in patrolling a forest no one goes into, or complaints about manning a wall that was never under attack. It comes down to what kind of soldier you want to be. Do you stand by the oaths you swore, or are you only ready to serve when that service isn't required? You are the Council of Leadership for Dorchester. You all swore oaths to protect this city. If you want to run, I won't stop you. But if you think I'll let you handicap my efforts to defend these walls, then you are sorely mistaken." The general stood with his chin jutted forward, daring anyone to challenge him. Jennings smiled at the delightful surprise. It was rare to see a general who hadn't been browbeaten by the nobles into becoming a political tool. He usually only saw that in more martial cities, like in the north or along the borders. In fact, this seemed very out of character for the man. Jennings squinted in thought. He wondered what prompted the general to make such a stand. His eyes darted to the small table for the new Lord Walker. Vera Salvatore Verena stood up, her gray robes declaring her neutral stance, as House Walker hadn't yet chosen any house colors. Jennings leaned forward in his seat, excited to see what she had to say. Facing the general with her hands crossed in front of her waist, Vera looked like the picture of nobility. Her calm voice carried a hint of essence, so everyone could easily hear what she had to say. "General Branson,
House Walker is with you. We recognize your determination to save this city from the coming peril. With your help, Dorchester will weather this storm and emerge the stronger for it, she said, then turned to face Lord Bevan. If Lord Bevan wishes to flee with his riches, then he need not hide behind precedent. House Walker is willing to buy out his manufacturing concerns to allow his house to leave Dorchester without having to doom the city. We will pay half the current market value, as that is what he'd receive from Oglevark if an evacuation were ordered. What say you, Lord Bevan?
Jennings was trying to contain his laughter. He really did like that woman. She reminded him of a powerful sorceress he had met in the White City several hundred years ago on the coast of Maybourne. While he was trying to remember the woman's name, his thoughts were scattered by Lord Bevan. If you want to stay in this doomed city, then fine. House Bevan accepts your offer. I'll do an accounting and have it sent over to you before morning. He nearly spat out the words, as if it was a threat. Lord Cosgrove stepped in and said, "The Tower of Law will do the appraisal, Lord Bevan. I'm sure you have some packing to do." Looking around at the other nobles, she said, "Would anyone else like to liquidate their assets and run away? This is probably the best deal you will get. If you plan on leaving, I'd speak up now, as this is likely to be your last chance before we declare a siege." There was some grumbling, but Jennings hadn't taken his eyes off Vera. She looked like she had just found the last piece of a puzzle under a desk. What is she up to? He wondered. Lord Bevan stormed out of the council hall, and Lord Cosgrove went about closing the meeting. While the meeting was breaking up, he was surrounded by nobles asking his opinion. Looking around, he saw Majodept Newling was surrounded as well. It was too bad he couldn't pawn these morons off on her. Forcing himself to project the image of a dignified archmage, he tried to calmly answer their questions. Receiving a ping from Nero, he maintained his calm exterior as he split his mind to open a connection. "What's wrong now?" he asked. Nero sipped his whiskey, or something that was close enough to whiskey, then sighed in contentment. This was just what he needed after a day of dealing with people who belonged in the Human Resources Department. He looked over at Jennings. The man was propped up on Nero's bed, smiling and smelling his whiskey. It looked like the man needed this as much as he did. "Long day?" Nero asked. With a smirk on his face, Jennings said, "Did you know that you just bought out several manufacturing concerns? At least Vera got you a good deal." Nero shrugged. The last thing on his mind was money. That was the entire reason he put Vera in charge of House Walker. He said, "I'm sure she knows what she's doing. I'll bet you 100 valens that she has a convoluted plan to—" "Never mind. I just figured out what she's doing. They are a bunch of general manufacturing concerns, aren't they? Maybe some blacksmiths or fabrication shops." Jennings raised his eyebrows in shock, lowering his glass to stare at Nero. "How in the hells did you know that? What's she going to do with them?" he asked, genuinely curious. Shrugging, Nero took another sip and propped his legs up onto the edge of the bed while still sitting in his desk chair. Offering a smirk, he said, "Trade secret, my man. You'll just have to wait a bit. I'm sure you'll figure it out soon enough." Jennings chuckled, but let it go. "So what did you want to talk about?" he asked. Nero pulled his legs off the bed and leaned forward in interest. "Right," he said. Reaching behind him, he grabbed the book on essence vortices and tossed it over to Jennings. The man caught the book with his mind, then set it off to the side. "I know what you were reading. Just ask your questions," said Jennings while smiling slyly. Nero snorted and said, "Stop being so dramatic. I wanted to know how to close dungeons and other things like that. We're going to be heading out into the wilds soon, and I need to know how to deal with what's out there." Jennings gave Nero a look like he was an idiot. "Why do you have to know anything about that? You're not going to be doing any of that. It's not your responsibility.
As a matter of fact, it's not even your call whether or not the essence knots need to be unraveled. Not backing down, Nero said. Let's call it a hunch. I'm betting something annoying is going to happen that separates me from my group along with the main force. Then I'm going to have to perform some heroics, save some people, resolve some interpersonal issues among squad mates or hunters that I run into. Then I'll have to close a dungeon or planar gate in order to avert a disaster. Jennings leaned forward off the wall and sat cross-legged on the bed. With wide eyes, he hurriedly asked, "Have you seen this? Do you have predictive sight? Was it a vision? How do you know what will happen?" It was Nero's turn to look at Jennings like the man was an idiot. Isn't that what always happens in situations like this? I'd say that I'm not psychic, but that doesn't mean what it used to mean. But rest assured, I don't have predictive sight. I just recognize logical patterns. Now tell me how to close a portal or whatever, demanded Nero. Jennings squinted at Nero, as if he wasn't sure what to believe. Visibly shaking his head to clear the question from his mind, he said, "It's actually pretty simple, but difficult to accomplish. You have to approach the essence knot. For all intents and purposes, they are all the same. The scale is just different. Spawn points tend to be tiny, so you might be able to untie one of them. Never untie a dungeon or planar gate." As he said that, he gave Nero a hard stare, in order to emphasize that what he had just said was an absolute. Nero asked, "Why not?" Jennings said, "Several reasons. 1, because people might be on the other side. 2, because they can be incredibly beneficial to a city's economy. 3, and this is the most important point, they actually serve to stabilize an area's essence signature. Granted, during a time of transition like this, they are very dangerous. But in the long run, they will be needed." Nero said, "All right, but spawners need to be shut down, right?" Jennings nodded and said, "Oh yes, especially now, during a density shift. After things stabilize, there will probably be a ton of them needed in order to maintain the essence flow around Dorchester. But now they are acting as a trap for the essence flows. General Branson was smart when he reinstated the elite hunters. For the next few months, every spawn point will need to be untied so that the essence can get to the nascent proto-dungeons in order to bleed off some of the potential. It will serve to slow down the city's level shift, buying time for preparations and allowing the outlying villages and towns to evacuate into Dorchester." Nero tried to conceptualize what Jennings was trying to say, and he sort of understood what the man was getting at. He said, "It's like making sure the hose isn't kinked when filling a pool." Nero nodded at his brilliant metaphor. Jennings cocked his head in confusion and said, "It's nothing like that. Using your analogy, the pool is going to be filled anyway. All you're doing is poking holes in the hose so that it takes longer. The dungeons are the holes, and the spawn points are acting as patches, covering the leaks." Nero nodded and said, "Yeah, exactly what I meant. I knew you'd understand what I was trying to say." He pointed at his head, then pointed at Jennings, indicating that they were on the same mental wavelength. "You get me," he said. Jennings chuckled and said, "Well, when you find a spawn point, just focus on trying to untangle the essence streams. It shouldn't be that difficult. The hard part will be getting close enough. Spawn points are typically swarmed by whatever they are spawning." Nero said, "That's incredibly vague, but I guess I'll just have to wait and see what you mean." Nodding, Jennings said, "I'm sure you'll do fine, but I don't think you'll have to do it yourself. Your unit will have plenty of people with experience in shutting down spawners. Now, is there anything else you'd like to talk about? I really should get going. I have other things to do." Nero smiled and propped his feet back up the bed and said, "Oh, just 1 or 2 things I was wondering about. Shouldn't take too long. Pour yourself another drink. You've got time." Jennings shook his head at Nero's antics, but leaned back and decided to humor the amusing young man. "Okay, so what do you want to know?" Nero smirked and said,
Let's start with how to maintain communications while in the field. I've heard that's important.
Jennings shrugged and said, "Sure, if you say so." For the rest of the evening, Nero took advantage of the old man's wisdom. He couldn't believe how useful it was to have someone who actually answered the questions he asked. Nero had become used to being told that in order to receive an answer, he'd have to sit through all the related material. Jennings, however, didn't seem to care. The wonderful man just answered what was asked and enjoyed watching Nero try and figure out the details. After several glasses of whiskey, Nero was feeling a little tipsy. He held up his glass and said, "I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship." Jennings looked confused and asked, "What in the hells are you talking about?" Nero frowned. Realizing that Jennings was never going to get the reference, he said, "Don't worry about it. I'd rather hear about what that Mathers guy said when he found out you were the one who kept stealing his coffee." Chuckling, Jennings said, "Oh, well, that's a good one." Chapter 88. The Substandard Pep Talk. Mike was checking his supplies in their common room when Heather burst through the door. Startled, he spun around and dropped into a combat stance as a pair of knives appeared in his hands. Recognizing his teammate, he rose from his crouch and frowned. He was about to berate her for barging in like a lunatic when she held up a folded map. With a wide smile on her face, she said, "Our friend's contact came through. We have the route they're going to take into the wilds." Reaching out to take the map, Mike shouted over his shoulder, "Hey, Jerry! Get your ass in here!" Coming out of his room, Jerry looked at the happy rogue and archer. "What's got you both so excited?" Mike was looking over the map, while Heather was smiling like a maniac. Raising his head, Mike said, "We've got the route. Now all we need to do is choose where to set the trap." Scratching the back of his neck, Jerry said, "We still need a plan for separating him from his protectors. I think you two might be underestimating the difficulty a bit. There are going to be a lot of things we have to get right before we get paid." Heather waved a dismissive hand and said, "The fixer already thought of all that. He's given us the route and how the teams are going to be deployed. There will be 5 five-man teams, along with 1 5-man command team." Mike spoke up as he was reading the map and flipping through some handwritten pages. "Everything is here. How the hell did he get this? We've got a basic rundown on every recruit and trainer, along with the deployment schedule. He even provided a recommendation of where we should hit them," he said in a voice filled with wonder while he looked through what Heather had given him. Heather looked proud and placed her hands on her hips. She said, "Who cares where he got it? He's probably got a contact in the training facility, or maybe Gate 15 Army Command. Either way, it doesn't really matter. He's even hinted at a possible mage being available for scrying. If we can get real-time tracking, we'll know exactly when to strike." Mike frowned as he noticed something, and Jerry immediately asked, "What's wrong? You see a problem?" Staying silent, Mike seemed to be trying to decide whether or not there was an issue. He eventually looked up and asked Heather, "Can you take out a skilled mage along with a northern warrior before they put up their defenses?" Scratching her chin in thought, she asked, "How good is the mage?" Mike replied, "It says here that he was Centerpoint trained, but has been working as researcher for like 70 years. He's probably around level 50, so he might have dual pillars." Heather said, "That Lord Salvatore or whatever? We're sure he's going to be there?" Mike nodded and said, "I can take out their team leader, and Jerry can take out their archer while he casts his illusion. But this will only work if you can take out the mage and the bodyguard simultaneously." The group stood in silence as they thought through the problem. After a minute, Jerry said, "Tell me about the archer." Mike checked the dossier and smiled. "Never mind. Heather, you only have to worry about the mage. Jerry can take out the bodyguard. We can deal with the archer and the little lord after their protection is dead. The archer isn't even level 10. Heather laughed and said, "Seriously? Then yeah, no problem. I can snipe him without him even seeing me.
My disruptive shot shouldn't have a problem getting through his essence shield. But we'll have to be coordinated. I guess that's why the fixer reminded me to bring communication crystals for everybody.
Jerry said, "I've got some. I even know how to tune them for direct communication. They won't sense us talking, but we'll have to silence the connection to our tracking mage when they get close. Salvatore might sense it if we leave it open." Turning to look at Heather, he asked, "Are you sure you want the mage? The illusion will be up, so I can take care of him easily."
Heather took a moment to think, then replied, "All right. If you're confident in taking out the mage, then I can take care of the bodyguard. Mike can handle their team leader. We just need to time it correctly." Mike nodded with determination. "Sounds like we have a plan. After they're dead, we strip them and dump them near the closest spawn point. Whatever is there will clean up after us, and we'll be in the wind." Folding the map, he sent it into his personal space and said, "Get your gear together. We head out tonight. Our target will be there in 3 days, and I want us to be waiting for him. Remember to pack some gear that won't identify you, along with some masks. Who knows who will be watching? Hopefully no one other than our friend's mage will be scrying the area, but we shouldn't take the risk." Heather and Jerry nodded in agreement, then split off to finish packing. Mike stared down at the table, looking over his gear. This was a big payday, and he needed it to go perfectly. Yet, in the back of his mind, Mike couldn't help but worry. How the hell did the fixer get all this information? Did he arrange for the target to have a weakened team? How much did he spend to get a mage from the tower involved? And if the hit was so easy, why did it pay so much? The amount of money the fixer was spending on this assassination was ridiculous. Clapping his hands to break out of his nervousness, Mike started putting his gear into his personal space. He wasn't going to find any answers, so it was best not to think about it. Nero's final day of training went quickly, and the butterflies in his gut got worse with every passing hour. He kept thinking, this time tomorrow, I'll be out in a forest filled with monsters. Throwing himself into his training didn't help as much as he hoped it would. Nevertheless, Nero did his best to push his worries to the back of his mind and focus on improving as much as possible. After all, each day of training equated to weeks of effort back in his old world, and he knew that he would be a fool not to take advantage of every moment. But all good things eventually come to an end, and Nero found himself standing at attention with the rest of the recruits, waiting for Captain Angleton to address them. There, in front of the 2 lines of recruits, the captain looked like the prototypical soldier, the one from which all other soldiers were based off of. He was massive. His tight blue linen shirt was struggling to contain his shoulders. Nero didn't know if they had irons or if it was because of some spell, but the captain even had crisp creases running vertically along his pants' legs. The man stood at parade rest and looked over his trainees like a judge about to render a verdict. "Some of you haven't been here a full week, but while you were here, you worked hard enough to make up for it. I'm proud of every one of you. You were among the best that Dorchester has to offer," he said. The captain started pacing along the front of the lines, while his strong voice made sure everyone heard what he had to say. "Tomorrow, we deploy for the East Wilds. You will each serve under the trainer who was in charge of your squad. They will be your sergeant, and you will follow their orders. Many of you have been hunters for years, but that does not mean you have nothing more to learn. This will be our unit's first foray into harm's way, and I want every one of you to survive and grow from the experience. Everyone who completes our first excursion will be known as an elite hunter upon our return." He paused, then turned to face them with his hands on his hips. He looked over the eager recruits and said, 1 year of service. That's what you promised when you agreed to sign on. And if you survive, forever after you will be an elite. His voice was solid, as though it was a promise. Nero felt the recruit's emotions flash with pride and enthusiasm, but he didn't really understand what the big deal was. Dismissing it as unimportant, he returned his attention to the captain.
We will be deployed for 3 weeks this time. Each squad will have objectives which have already been scouted. When we return, we're back to training. Another week, then we're back into the thick of it. The constant stress will push you to your limits, and you will grow stronger for it. By the time your year is up, you will have earned your title. After you're dismissed, you will have dinner with your team. During your meal, be sure to talk about what's to come. Your sergeant will brief you. The 4 elites deployed with you will be your family. In time, you will come to rely on them. The bonds formed during stress are stronger than any formed while at peace. Prepare well, because this is just the beginning, he finished, then took his place at the front again.
Pausing, he looked over the recruits, then gave a nod of acknowledgement. Captain Angelton shouted, "Dismissed!" then turned and walked away. Nero did his best to stifle his burgeoning chuckle. The entire little speech was so cliché that he wanted to shout, "Gnomes rule," or something else to mock the proceedings. Luckily, he was able to hold himself back and instead walked over to join his teammates who were gathering around Sergeant Wesker. As he walked up, he heard the sergeant speaking. "For now, you'll just have to listen carefully. Your links won't work outside the walls, and we aren't going to be relying on a portable hub. The goal of the elites is to be completely self-sufficient. Everything is going to be hard copy," he said. From his personal space, Nero watched him pull out several brown folders. The fact that they weren't manila was annoying. He took his folder and opened it to see a folded map, along with several pages full of reports and conclusions. While they were all standing in a circle, the sergeant said, "During our meal, I'll give you a brief overview of our objectives, after which we will head to the armory and the equipment depot. Once we get our gear, we'll break for the night. Enjoy your shower. It's the last one you'll have for a while. Then spend some time reviewing your deployment packet. Your personal responsibilities will be listed, along with our team objectives. Memorize them. Internalize them. They will explain who you will be for the foreseeable future. Now let's go eat." Nero joined his squad as they headed for the dining hall. While he stored his deployment packet in his personal space, everyone else kept looking at theirs while they walked. It made the walk to the dining hall rather quiet. Looking around, Nero saw that almost everyone was reading while they walked. The other teams were all heading to the dining hall in silence. Annoyed at the teacher's pets, Nero shattered the studious atmosphere by loudly asking, "Hey, Sarge, you do know I get to keep all the essence crystals from the kills I get, right?" Heads snapped up from all around Nero. Everyone stared at him and the sergeant, waiting to hear the answer. Noticing the attention, Nero smiled widely, while Sergeant Wesker grimaced. "I've been apprised of the deal you made with the general. But you'll be responsible for carrying them if you want to keep them," he said through gritted teeth. Mutters and questions started up among the groups walking beside them. Nero was happy with the wrench he threw into everyone's day. It probably wasn't nice, but it was funny. Nick looked up from his deployment packet and said, "Nero, do you even know how to harvest essence crystals?" Nero shrugged and said, "I read about it. It didn't seem very hard. You just have to condense the residual essence lingering in whatever you just killed. Beasts and monsters are the best, but you can even get them from animals sometimes." Nick chuckled in amusement, but didn't say anything else. He returned to his reading with a smile on his face. Nero felt like he was missing something, but didn't push it. There were too many people around to hear if Nick started lecturing him. Nero would rather wait to be proven an idiot in private. Eventually, they got their food and were seated at their usual table. This time, Sergeant Wesker joined them by sitting next to Kathleen. Nero was sure it was because the man didn't want to sit next to him. Even though he felt mildly insulted, he managed to let it go. During the meal, the sergeant talked about what they'd face. None of it really surprised Nero. They were going to head into a massive forest, then break into groups.
Each squad would have different places they needed to go and check out. Some of their objectives were to clean out areas of the forest, others were to eliminate spawn points. They would also be confirming the scouting reports. Everywhere they went, they had to document what they found. Nero's mind started to wander when the sergeant started talking about the multiple variants of the monsters they would be facing. Since the man kept saying that more details were in the deployment packet, Nero didn't know why the man bothered talking about it now.
Nero's attention was caught again when Kathleen asked about their sleeping schedule. The sergeant said that the plan for the night's watch could be found in the deployment packet. He then started describing what he had written. Annoyed, Nero couldn't help but interrupt. Look, if all the information is in the packet, then why don't we just talk about something else? We're all going to read the packet. This entire conversation is getting ridiculous. How about we talk about the things we need to know that aren't in the deployment packet? Nick chuckled and said, Nero has a point. Is there anything that we should be aware of that isn't addressed in our information packets? Grumbling, Sergeant Wesker muttered, What the hell did I do to deserve this assignment? Addressing the table, he said, The point of the deployment packets is for you to have reference material covering everything I'm discussing right now. It is not meant to be a replacement for a briefing. Despite the fact that Kathleen, Rose, and Nick all nodded in understanding, Nero said, That's because people tend not to listen. And if we aren't going to listen, why don't we just read the packet? You don't have to talk to people ignoring you, and we don't have to pretend to listen. Is there really nothing you can tell us that isn't in the packet? Staring hard at Nero, the sergeant said, No. Everything you need to know is in the packet. How about you just eat your meal in silence? Nero scooped up some more vegetables and took a big bite while smiling at the sergeant. Satisfied that he had won that round, Nero gave the man his petty victory and kept his mouth shut. The entire table spent the rest of the meal in silence, while the other tables filled with squads went over their deployment plans. The entire time, Nick would occasionally chuckle while the sergeant kept stabbing his food in impotent fury. Chapter 89. Packing sucks. Archmage Jennings was in his private room at the top of the Mage Tower, using his link to read a paper on planar magic. He always enjoyed the multi-layered spell forms. The author was a brilliant mage from out east, and Jennings thought that some of the ideas in the paper were extremely interesting. As Jennings looked over the data the man had collected from a planar disturbance he had found, the door to his room pinged. Lazily opening his eyes, he didn't bother to remove his feet from his desk. With a casual wave of his hand, the door opened and he shouted, What? I thought I told you idiots that you were to report to Mage Adept Newbanks from now on. They know. Thank you for that, by the way. In the future, if you'd like me to take over your projects, I'd appreciate the associated files for those projects, said Mage Adept Newbanks, as she strolled into the room with her typical calm expression plastered on her face. Snorting, Jennings replied, I'm sure you did fine, but if it makes you feel better. He opened his link and quickly collected and collated all of the current court mage files he had, then said, There. You have everything concerning the current happenings in Dorchester. However, a word of caution. Jennings dropped his legs from the table, sat up, and gave the new court mage a serious stare. Do not interfere with any plots against House Walker. I want that young man to deal with those issues himself. Newbank's eyes lost focus as she mentally went through the files Jennings had sent her. After a few seconds of reading, she raised her eyebrows in surprise, then focused on Jennings. She said, You know that this is in direct violation of the new Noble Accords. Are we really not going to do anything? Shrugging, Jennings poured himself a drink, then leaned back in his comfy chair. He said, It doesn't matter. The plan will fail, after which we can decide what to do about it. Let the nobles play their stupid games. I have it all under control. And besides, we have more important things to worry about. By the way, did you get that coffee they have at the keep?
Offering Jennings a blank stare, she replied, "Yes, you now have a personal stash of the same coffee they use at the keep. It has been charged to your personal account and hidden behind the wards you requested. Also, I'm waiting to receive confirmation that your bid has been accepted by the artisans for the work on your yacht. They seem hesitant to paint over the royal colors."
Chuckling, Jennings said, "It's my yacht. I stole it fair and square. Just give them the paperwork that Mathers sent over. If I want a bright green yacht, then I should have a bright green yacht. Also see if there is a painter willing to put blue flames on it. That would look great."
Without showing any emotion on her face, Newbanks said, "Very well. I'll look into it. Thank you for your time, sir." She abruptly spun and walked out of the room, slamming the door with her psychic field.
Jennings just watched the woman leave, then shrugged at her display of anger. That woman is wound tighter than a dimensional knot. I'm going to have to work on getting her to lighten up, he thought, while returning to the interesting paper he had been reading. All of his gear was spread out across his room. There was so much it took up both his desk and his bed. In fact, he had to prop the spears up in the corner when he had run out of room. Nero looked around and shook his head in dismay. He couldn't believe how much crap they wanted him to lug around. Even if he had a personal dimension, he had more important things to store in it than half of this junk. Mentally checking his personal space, Nero looked over what he had picked up over the past few days. There were 8 pots of coffee, a bunch of dirty dishes, several plates stacked with cookies and bread, and his satchel, along with all his books. But there was still a lot of space that wasn't being used. It was like a really large room that had everything just floating in it. There was no time, gravity, or atmosphere. The dimension was so bare bones that it really was just a spatial pocket. Nero had paid close attention to the book Jennings had given him. In it were many different types of personal dimensions, and Nero had chosen the most basic one to start with. Even that was arguably more complicated than he should have been able to cast. He didn't fully understand the spell form, and if it hadn't been for them goading him into casting it, he wouldn't have tried. The more complicated dimensions described in the book could even allow for containing living beings. Nero wondered if one day he would be able to have the coveted inner world that the cultivation novels always talked about, although he couldn't imagine how complicated the spell form would be to cast one. The entire concept was crazy to him. It had taken only one spell, and he had created a separate dimension that didn't require any upkeep, and since it was tied to his soul, it would endure until he, and only he, cancelled it. The only limits it had were the initial design constraints and how powerful his soul was. If he had cast it wrong, he could have damaged his center, or if he had tried to make it too big, he wouldn't have been able to tether it to his soul, and it would have collapsed. Nero shivered at the thought of what could have happened if he hadn't succeeded. Even if the chances of failure were small, he shouldn't have let the old bastards goad him into creating it. Shaking off his internal musings, he returned to the task at hand. Looking around the room, he thought about how he wanted to do this. Rather than pack everything up into the large duffel bags, he figured it was a better idea to store everything separately. He didn't seem to have a problem visualizing his personal dimension like some people did, so he figured it was better to be able to just grab what he needed individually. Starting with his weapons, he stored 4 short swords, 10 spears that were taller than him, 3 small buckler shields, 1 large shield that was too big for him, and an assortment of knives. Smiling at his personal arsenal, Nero looked around the room and realized he hadn't really made a dent in all the stuff he had pulled from the large bags. Since he had to individually imbue his center into everything, he realized this was going to take forever. With a huff of annoyance, he stopped stalling and just did it. 3. Enchanted lamps, designed to pull in ambient essence and create a directed light. 5. Large bundles of ropes, various thicknesses, from twine to climbing rope. 2. Sleeping bags, enchanted to be sturdy and could be hung from trees. 1 tent, which could be activated to expand into a small dome. 1 small pillow, which looked like a large soft brick. 10 blankets. Thick wool-like material, colored dark green. 2 pickaxes, enchanted with an aid to piercing damage and sturdiness. 2 wood axes, long handles, enchanted to aid cutting down trees. 2 hand axes, short handles, enchanted to aid in stripping trees and for combat. 1 fire starter, round foot-long stick that can produce a spark from ambient essence. 5 illusion rocks, enchanted to cast a misdirection ward so enemies won't know where to find them. Meant to be placed in a pentagram. 10 full clothing sets, dark green, even the underwear. 1 set of cold weather clothes in case of planar displacement, however unlikely. 2 spare sets of boots. 30 pairs of socks, which Nero thought was overkill, but stored them anyway. 1 poncho-type rain gear. 1 barrel, enchanted to use ambient essence to collect water. 50 rations, which looked like small brick-sized energy bars. 2 cups. 5 canteens. 2 large sporks, which Nero was happy to see existing in this world. 4 large duffel bags, now empty. 2 pairs of goggles, enchanted to increase viewing distance and handle low-light areas. 2 masks, green. 2 breathing filters, which looked like a hospital mask had a baby with a welding helmet. Pausing, Nero felt drained. It was annoying to create a connection to so much random stuff. He looked through what was left and decided that he didn't need any of it. There were things like sewing kits, fish hooks, and tiny empty bags with drawstrings. Nero snorted at the assorted first aid tools. If he ended up needing them, he would already be dead. His magic would serve most of his needs. It was bad enough that he took a fire starter. Enough was enough, he thought. Taking everything that was left, he shoved it into the corner of his room. He already had all the important stuff. If he ended up needing something else, then he'd just have to suck it up and deal with it. There were more important things he could be doing, and he'd already wasted hours dealing with this. In fact, he really needed to talk to Nick before he went to bed. Opening a connection, he pinged Nick. When the connection established, he heard Nick ask, "Hey, Nero, is everything all right?"
Nero took a seat at his desk and said,
"Yeah, I'm all good. I wanted to ask you about essence crystals. You made it seem like there was more to it than just condensing essence." Nick's connection transmitted his amusement, and he said, "You'll see when you try it. It's not terribly difficult, but it isn't as easy as you think it is. Also, did you figure out how you were going to carry the crystals?" Nero asked. "What do you mean? Can't I just store them in my personal space?"
Nick sighed and said,
"No, Nero. Think about what an essence crystal is. Do you see the problem?"
Nero thought about it for a full minute in silence. Eventually, he said,
"I've got nothing. What am I missing?" Nick said, "Essence crystals are condensed potential, or essence. If you try to imbue them with your center, what do you think will happen?"
Nero replied,
Nothing?
Nero asked,
Wait a second. If you can't store things with an identity, then how do you store enchanted items?
Nick replied,
It's totally different. You can coat something with your identity and store it, but an essence crystal doesn't really have a shape. It is not really physically there at all. It is a condensed form of an ethereal concept. Most space magic won't work with them. Why do you think there are so many caravans moving between cities? It's mostly for moving essence crystals around. Other things are easily stored in dimensional dimensions, personal dimensions, and even dimensional crates.
Nero asked,
So how do people normally carry them?
Nick replied,
Around here, they put them in a bag that grows the more things are put into them. It's like a stretchy backpack. I'm sure the military has tons of them, but in the bigger cities, they use an expanded bag. It's not a separate dimension, so there is no issue. Think of it as a really large bag, but on the outside it looks small. They aren't easy to make, and they cost a fortune.
Miro thought about what Nick was saying, and it kind of made sense. He could see why essence crystals were a pain in the ass to move around. Thinking of the satchel that Jennings had given him, Nero picked it up from the ground next to his desk. Looking inside it, he just saw a large empty black space, as he had already transferred all the books into his personal dimension.
Hey, Nick, I think I've got one of those expanded bag things, he said curiously.
Nick said. Nero heard what Nick was saying, and he realized Nick was talking about Dukely Valens. That would be like 100 million common Valens. That was insane. Nero asked, "Why the hell are they that expensive?" Nick replied easily, "Because they are hard to make, and they require essence crystals to create the added space. It takes a powerful enchanter to harness that potential into an expanded space. Not to mention that the cost of living in larger cities is much higher. You may be rich, but you're still rich in the middle of nowhere." Nero grimaced at Nick, casually calling him ghetto rich. "Bite me. Anyway, I'm pretty sure the bag Jennings gave me is one of the bags you're talking about." Immediately the connection slammed shut. Nero reeled from the unexpected mental disconnect. Shaking his head to clear it, he frowned in annoyance. Seconds later, the door to his room shook like someone was trying to open it. Standing up, Nero waved a hand to open the door. Rushing in, Nick said, "Show me the bag." Nero shrugged and tossed the bag to the man. Nick examined the plain-looking satchel. It was good quality leather and seemed well made. He opened it and looked inside. Nick's eyebrows shot up, and he looked like he had just found a sex tape of his favorite celebrity. Stepping forward, he shook the bag at Nero and said, "Do you have any idea what this is?" Nero offered a blank look and said, "It's an expanded bag which can store a shitload of essence crystals." Nick ignored Nero's tone and said, "It's an actual expanded bag. I haven't seen one of these in years. Do you know what this means?" Nero didn't say anything. He just stared at Nick, like the man was freaking out over nothing. Nick said, "Why do you have this?" Nero said, "Because I'm mysterious. It was a gift from a fan. Now give it back and get out. I'm going to sleep now." Nick seemed to struggle internally, then tossed Nero the bag and stormed out of the room. The entire time he was muttering about how much of a little shit Nero was and how much of an ungrateful idiot he was, culminating in him shouting over his shoulder, "Just you wait. I'm going to get my own bag, and it will be twice as big as yours, and it will be red leather with gold buckles. You'll be the one feeling jealous." Nick slammed the door as he left. Nero smiled at the man's rant. Envy was always an adorable trait in friends. Opening his link, Nero sent a ping message to Archmage Jennings. "Hey, old man. I just found out that the bag you gave me was like crazy expensive and super useful for collecting essence crystals. If you really thought that far ahead, then I'm impressed. But I'm guessing this is just a happy accident. Either way, consider this an official thank you. I'm sure I owe you a favor or two at this point. So if there is anything you need, let me know. If it isn't something super annoying, or I don't want to do it, or if it's too expensive, then I'm perfectly happy to help you out with whatever you need." Nero. Happy with his message, and feeling proud that he remembered to send a thank you card, Nero tossed the bag onto his desk. Stretching, he decided to call it a night. Tomorrow was going to be a big day, and he wanted to have a good night's rest. Chapter 90. Some people are more prepared than others. The head of the enforcement squad, Captain Reese, wasn't happy. She considered this entire mission a waste of her time, and she wasn't shy about showing her displeasure with the situation. Standing in front of her 50-man squad, she crossed her arms and said, "How many favors did you have to call in for us to be here?" Vera faced the tall woman with a cold look on her face. She was wearing her combat attire, which she hadn't used in years. Crimson red accents adorned a tight black robe, along with skin-tight, reinforced pants. Her boots had metal inserts and matched the theme perfectly. Everything she wore was custom-made and built to endure serious punishment. She was even wearing her combat cloak, which had a protective hood with a built-in essence shield. Vera said in a voice filled with steel, "You were sent here because the Dorchin estate has been out of contact since the Noble War. Even though the populators declared the city clear of threats, we have no idea what we'll find. The only information we were given stated that there were no immediate threats, and the estate was left standing. As the entire estate was an award from the Noble War, the Tower of Law is responsible for overseeing the change of ownership. Would you like me to have my personal army clear the compound? I'll be more than happy to send the tower my bill." With a huff, Captain Reese said, "Fine. Just keep your mercenaries out of the way. We'll handle this." Vera nodded in calm acceptance, and the captain turned to address the Astra platform technicians. "Are you receiving a coordinate signal from the estate?" she asked. A technician nodded and replied, "Yes, we have a positive lock. The Tower of Law override worked to break the cloak. We're ready to transport at any time." Over her shoulder, Captain Reese shouted, "Team 1, on the platform. Get communications up as soon as you get there. If you can't get into the local hub, use the teleportation link to send us a message." 10 guards took their place on the Astra platform, and their team leader signaled the technicians to activate the teleport. Vera watched them vanish in a flash, then turned to observe the captain. As the minutes passed, the captain's face slowly grew more worried. The silence was broken by a technician shouting, "We've got a transmission coming through the signal matrix. They're using the link to transmit text." The technician fiddled with some controls, then continued, "They're saying that the local hub is locked down, and they didn't find anyone at the Astra platform. But there is a large sign indicating that they surrender, and a communication crystal is sitting on the control pedestal." Vera's mind raced through the different scenarios, trying to extrapolate what that meant. Before she could say anything, she watched the captain march up onto the platform and shout, "Get me over there!" In a flash, the woman vanished. Frowning, Vera turned her head slightly and said, "With me!" She ordered the 5-man team she had brought along to follow her. As she and her private mercenaries stepped onto the platform, she offered the technicians a nod, then transported to the Dorchin estate. She and her team appeared in an overly ornate private teleportation room. The captain was already holding the communication crystal and seemed to be surprised at what she was hearing. Unwilling to be left out of the decision-making process, Vera demanded, "Captain Reese, what's the situation?" The captain turned to look at Vera, and with a stunned look on her face, she said, "There are still 10 guards left here. They apparently were all that was left after Dorchin stormed the keep. When the populators showed up, they isolated the entire staff in a dining room and sealed the exits. The guards were personally charged with making sure that no one escaped. The local hub was isolated, and the estate wards were activated. The guards have been waiting almost a week for someone to show up and relieve them from their duty. They are terrified, and asking why it took the Tower of Law so long to show up." Vera didn't bat an eye at the unusual circumstances and said, "You're going to need to go back and get a logician along with a team to interrogate everyone on site. The populators seem to think the local Tower of Law could handle it. I recommend you live up to the responsibility they just gave you." Nodding, Captain Reese said, "Yes, of course. This needs to be handled carefully." Vera offered a smug smile and said, "Aren't you glad you decided to come? How foolish would you have looked if you stayed behind and I had to formally petition the Tower of Law to do their job? Perhaps in the future, you will remember that situations are only bad when you enter them without preparation." Looking like she just bit into a lemon, Captain Reese replied, "Thank you for your counsel. I'll be sure to remember it." With a sigh, her shoulders slumped, and she took a step closer to Vera, then continued, "I formally thank you for including the Tower of Law.
You have saved us from looking like idiots, and I recognize the debt."
Vera waved her hand dismissively and replied,
"House Walker has the deepest respect for the Tower of Law, and we will fully cooperate with your investigations. There is no reason for the Tower's negligence to be formally recorded. After you complete your operations, I will formally declare the estate received, and we can put all of this behind us. Perhaps, as a favor, you could make sure to ensure the loyalty of all the employees of the former Lord Dorchester. If House Walker is to staff the estate, it would be nice to know who is trustworthy."
Captain Reese recognized the subtext of what Vera was saying and replied, "I'll see to it personally."
Vera replied with a smile, "Splendid. I'll be waiting to hear from you." Turning, she offered her head mercenary a nod, and the stern-faced woman went to the Astra platform controls to set a delayed teleport. After fiddling with the control console, she rushed to join Vera and the other mercenaries on the platform. Making it just in time, the teleporter flashed and sent them all back to Central Dorchester.
Captain Reese watched Housewalker's proxy leave and wondered, how did that woman know we'd be needed here? The estate could have just as easily already been evacuated. There shouldn't have been any reason for us to be here. By the gods, that woman is terrifying. Shaking herself clear of her thoughts, she started shouting orders. Ravelli had been at the same time it had been for the past week, and Nero was filled with nervous energy. His body had already adapted to a morning workout, and the sedate march toward the gate was making him feel twitchy. Marching in two lines, the elite recruits walked through the streets of Dorchester, earning stares and looks of wonder from the citizens who rushed to make way for them. All of the elites were wearing their combat attire, but aside from the coloring, their gear was all different. Some wore chainmail, some wore leather armor, and some even wore full plate. Nero felt weird wearing just common fatigues, along with a dark blue tabard. When he asked why he didn't get armor, Sergeant Wesker had just laughed and said that Nero hadn't earned it. Glancing to his right, Nero saw Nick walking with a smile. The man seemed to be enjoying the attention. He was dressed just like Nero, but he had a large duffel bag strapped to his back, while using a large spear like a walking stick. Nero thought the man looked like an idiot. If there was one thing Nick was not, it was a soldier. Whispering, Nero asked, "Why didn't you throw your bag into your personal space? In fact, why is everyone wearing their bag?" Nick hissed his response. "Didn't you read the deployment packet?" Nero felt a little ashamed that he had forgotten to read it, as he had been too busy filling his personal space with all the crap he had been issued. He replied, "Remind me what you're talking about?" Nick sighed and said, "After all that fuss you made at dinner about just reading the information rather than listening to the sergeant, you didn't even bother to read it." Nero didn't want to get into it and repeated, "Just tell me what you're talking about." The soldiers surrounding them were all chuckling. Luckily, the team leaders, along with Captain Angelton, were near the front of their column and were too far away to hear Nero talking. Nick said, "In combat, you might not have enough concentration to pull a weapon out of storage. And the bag is because sometimes essence drifts make accessing personal dimensions difficult. There was a whole section about it. You're going to have to read the damn packet, Nero." Nero shrugged and said, "I'll get around to it." Mentally reaching out, Nero tried to form a personal connection to Nick, like Archmage Jennings had shown him. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Nick look toward him with surprise clear on his face. Nero frowned at him and shook his head. Nick looked confused, but reached out to establish a connection. "I didn't know you knew how to do this. Why didn't you just use your link?" asked Nick. Nero kept his eyes forward, pretending that nothing was happening. He replied over the connection, "I had Jennings show me. Don't tell anyone. We needed a way to communicate without anyone knowing." Nick kept his eyes forward, but his face made it clear that he was having a mental conversation. Espionage wasn't his forte.
"Damn it, Nick! Try to act normal," said Nero.
Schooling his face, Nick said, "Sorry.
What's this all about?
Nero said, I just wanted to make sure that we have a way to talk without anyone hearing us. Jennings said that I'm not strong enough to do it without someone else holding the connection. I wanted to see if you could do it.
Nick mentally scoffed and replied, Of course I can create a mental link. I'm not an idiot. But why are you trying to hide our conversation? And you know that anyone with some mage training can sense us talking, so what's the point?
Nero said, The point is that we're the only mages around. You think Wesker, Rose, or Kathleen will be able to tell?
Nick took a second to think, then replied, No, I doubt they'd be able to tell. But you know this is just a waste of center. Keeping this up isn't practical. We don't need to keep it up. I just wanted to confirm that it was an option. Make sure to keep it secret, so we can use it if we need to communicate without anyone knowing. Also, I wanted to ask you what I should do about my gear. I put it all in my personal space last night. How screwed am I? Asked Nero. Mentally chuckling, Nick said, You'll be fine. Just pull out your weapon, otherwise you'll look like an idiot. When we're in the wilds, it will be unlikely that we'll run into anything that actually disrupts our ability to reach into our personal spaces. The essence disturbances only really affect people who aren't very skilled with magic. You should be fine. Relieved, Nero said, That's really good to hear. Now, can you tell me what I need to know from the packet? Nero felt Nick's annoyance over their connection. Nick said, Just read the packet. Now isn't the time for this. Get your weapon out and start acting like you know what you're doing. You're embarrassing me. Nick cut the connection, and Nero felt his mental probe dissipate. Realizing that Nick wasn't in the mood to help Nero with his homework, he mentally looked into his personal dimension, searching for a weapon. Nero found a bandolier-type thing filled with knives, along with a sword and a scabbard which could be attached to his belt. As he walked, he pulled out the bandolier and threw it on. Fiddling with the ties that made sure it stayed in place wasn't particularly easy to do while walking, but he managed well enough. The sword was another matter altogether. Nero couldn't figure out how to get the scabbard to attach to his belt. Slightly breaking formation, Nero moved to see how the recruit in front of him had her sword attached. When she noticed what Nero was doing, she looked over her shoulder with a smile. Nero offered a thankful nod as she lifted her arm so he could get a better look. Realizing that he was supposed to attach it to the belt under the tabard belt, Nero finally got it in place. Feeling like he had everything in place, Nero tried to get used to walking with a sword flopping around. He ended up just using his left hand to hold onto the hilt, holding it in place. Nick had watched Nero's antics and spent the entire time chuckling. Kathleen spoke up from behind them, her voice like ice. Little Lord, you're going to need to get your shit together. I'll do my best to ensure your survival, but you are going to have to start paying attention. Combat isn't just about fighting. It's about preparation and focus. Clear your mind of distractions and pay attention to everything. It's what you ignore that will kill you. Nero didn't turn around, but listened with rapt attention. The woman didn't speak often, but when she did, she was worth listening to. Nodding in thanks, he firmed his resolve and tried to live in the moment. He looked up to see the ridiculously large gate in the distance. He had read that Gate 15 was one of the 4 primary gates. Gate 7 was in the south, Gate 15 in the east, Gate 22 in the north, and Gate 30 in the west. The primary gates were usually kept open, and it looked like they were wide enough to drive a cruise ship through them, while being tall enough to fit a NASA rocket. Feeling a shiver, Nero tried to calm the butterflies in his stomach. It was really happening. He was going out into the unknown to fight monsters and beasts. It had only been a few weeks since he arrived here, and he was already throwing himself into danger. Well, I wanted to be the main character in my story, and this is what the hero does. He acts like an idiot and runs toward the burning building to save the maiden, he thought. Nero's attention was caught by the incredibly dangerous woman walking in front of him. Half the elite recruits were women, and every one of them seemed just as dangerous as the men. Nero realized that there may not be a maiden waiting for him after this adventure. I'll just have to settle for killing monsters and getting paid. Even warrior chicks like an expensive meal, right? He wondered. His eyes glanced over to Rose, who was walking in front of Nick, and Nero wondered what kind of food she might like. Realizing what had just crossed his mind, Nero stamped down hard on that line of thought. He was not going to fall for a honeypot. He had seen every spy movie in the past 20 years, and he knew better. Focus on the mission. Worry about everything else later, he mentally chided himself. As they got closer to the gate, Nero couldn't help but stare in awe. Yup, you've really stepped in it now, he told himself. Chapter 91. Into the Woods. Vera was in her office at the newly renamed Salvatore Verena estate. She wore a satisfied smirk as she monitored the multiple screens hovering above her desk. For her, there was no better feeling than watching multiple plots and plans proceeding in perfect harmony. The delicate web of cause and effect, move and counter-move, all resulting in her victory, along with a confusing loss for her opponents. On one screen, she was keeping track of the acquisition team she had sent to Bevan Industries. The recent acquisition had cost a great deal, and House Walker had required a loan to cover the expense. Although Nero had a great deal of money coming in, and even more that would soon be awarded, he was anything but flush at the moment. She smiled at the thought of all those greedy politicians who had smelled blood in the water. They had fought over who would sponsor the loans and what it would cost House Walker. She had carefully played them off each other and allowed herself to fall into a trap. Should House Walker default on their payments, it would have to hand over the entirety of Bevan Industries to House Lorak. Vera turned slightly to look at the screen monitoring the team that was in charge of ferreting out House Lorak's plan to sabotage her efforts to repurpose Bevan Industries. The industrial assets would be the main supplier for all of the new trading houses she was in the process of opening. Apparently, Lord Lorak was trying to use his connections to limit her potential profits. He incorrectly thought the trading houses would be relying on goods for the margins. Smiling, she sent out a few pings to tweak her orders. Everything was proceeding according to plan. As she sipped her incredibly overpriced tea, she glanced at the other screens. One was providing updates on her shipping concern, Precision Shipping. Another was displaying the current results of her private mercenary firm's recruitment efforts. Using Nero's advice, she had started the mercenary outfit under House Walker. House Walker needed guards that were loyal and well-trained, while she could charge the businesses a hiring fee to use their services. Nero would be paying himself to provide the guards. It was brilliant. She had liked the idea so much that she had done the same thing with her shipping company. Unfortunately, she had to include House Walker as a part owner, so she wouldn't be embezzling from House Walker. Once again, she wondered how she hadn't thought of it. She checked her screens, and she still had no word on what the award would be for reporting the exploit. As she had never heard of a successful exploit being found, she wasn't sure how long it would take to hear back from the Council of Leadership in Hennings. She took solace in the fact that Hennings' Tower of Law would be personally seeing to the award Nero would receive from the assassination challenge. Initial estimates were much larger than she had expected. All of that money should be transferred sometime in the next week. Nero would be returning to a surplus of Valens. She would have to fabricate a reason to explain why she didn't pay off House Walker's loans. Vera took another sip of tea and smiled at the thought of Nero hearing what she had accomplished. She would deliver him a bank statement that would make him run and hide. That young man's hatred of responsibility was like nothing she had ever seen. Maybe he would come up with another brilliant plan she could use. While House Walker rose, it would serve to cloud her moves for House Verena.
It was so nice to be able to help a friend while helping herself. Yes, House Walker would rise high, and if everything goes to plan, Nicholas will complete his trials quickly. Then she would be raised to nobility by virtue of marriage and pedigree. Then, and only then, will she be able to activate Plan Mountaintop.
While the screens flashed with updates, she leaned back in her chair and grinned at the visual representation of her will being enacted. After leaving the wall, the elites made their way through the exterior towns. Nero was told that they were still technically in Dorchester, but the areas outside the walls were for trade and considered expendable. While the buildings looked solid, Nero noticed that there didn't seem to be many complicated structures. There were no statues or fountains like there were inside the wall. Soon enough, they reached the end of the outer towns. Even though they had been lightly jogging, Nero was surprised to find that he didn't feel winded. It seemed that the past week of training had made him perfectly capable of jogging for hours without issue. He wondered if this was how it felt to run a marathon. The team of elites kept their pace, while occasionally having conversations with each other. Nero didn't bother to take part, as he was focused on the environment. He could see the large forest in the distance. Between the outer town and the forests were occasional houses and what looked like lumber mills. It seemed like they were constantly chopping down trees to keep the rolling hills clear of vegetation. The road they were on was dirt, but it was packed so tightly that it was like a highway. Nero could see trails where wagon wheels had marked the ground, but they hadn't managed to cause any grooves. The road was wide enough for multiple semi-trucks to travel side by side, and there were plenty of wagons and people traveling in both directions. As the elites jogged past them, the people offered their thanks and well wishes,